Verse for opening the Sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Chapter 6. Repentance and Reform. Sutra. Seeing the scholars and common people of Guangzhou and Shaoguan and the four directions assembled on the mountain to hear the Dharma, the great master took his seat and spoke to the assembly, saying, "Come, each of you good knowing advisors, this work must begin within your self-nature. At all times, in every thought, purify your own mind, cultivate your own conduct, see your own Dharma body and the Buddha of your own mind. Take yourself across, discipline yourself. Only then will your coming here have not been in vain. You have come from afar to attend this gathering because we have karmic affinities in common. Now all of you kneel, and I will first transmit to you the fivefold Dharma body refuge of the self-nature, and then the Bliss, repentance, and reform." Commentary. Shaoguan is the present-day Zhujiang. Students and common people from north, east, south, and west went to Nan Hua Temple at Paoling Mountain to hear the great master explain the Dharma. The master said, "The work of sitting in trained meditation, the mind-ground Dharma door, must arise from within your self-nature. Every thought must be correct, not deviant. Proper thoughts purify the mind. Improper thoughts defile it. You personally must cultivate this Dharma door. No one else can do it for you. Your own Dharma body is simply your self-nature, and the Buddha is within your own mind. If you take yourself across by receiving and keeping moral precepts, you will not have wasted your life. We meet here because conditions from former lives have ripened. Now put your right knee on the ground, and I will transmit to you the fivefold Dharma body refuge and the Bliss, repentance and reform." Sutra. The assembly knelt, and the master said, "The first is the morality refuge, which is simply your own mind, when free from error, evil, jealousy, greed, hatred, and hostility. The second is the concentration refuge, which is just your own mind, which does not become confused when seeing the marks of all good and evil conditions. The third is the wisdom refuge, which is simply your own mind when it is unobstructed, when it constantly uses wisdom to contemplate and illuminate the self-nature, when it does no evil, does good without becoming attached, and is respectful of superiors, considerate of inferiors, and sympathetic towards orphans and widows." Commentary. Pay attention. The morality refuge is simply to have no thoughts of right and wrong, good and evil. In order to keep the precepts, you absolutely must not be jealous. Neither should you be aggressive like a bandit. If the mind remains unperturbed in all states, good and bad, that is the concentration refuge. Do not obstruct yourself with feelings of inferiority, but use wisdom to destroy ignorance so that you may view the self-nature. Refrain from evil and practice good, but do not become attached to the idea of merit as the Emperor Wu of Liang did. If you do good, forget about it. Don't run up to the heaven of the 33 and shout, "I gave $100, I gave $1,000. My merit is higher than the heavens." This is to be stupid like Emperor Wu. It is not wisdom. Respect your father, mother, teacher, and elders and never speak of their faults. Do not be like the boy to testify against his own father. The police asked the father if he had stolen a sheep. No, said the father. What do you mean, no? Cried his son. I saw you kill the sheep, eat it, and sell its wool. How can you deny that you stole it? This is wrong. If you know that your father is guilty, when the police come, you should run. Refuse to testify. This is called respecting your superiors. Be considerate to those beneath you. Don't be mean to little children and unsympathetic to widows. Mencius said, a child without a father is an orphan, and an old man without a husband is a widow. Orphans and widows deserve pity and support. Sutra. The fourth is the liberation refuge, which is simply your own mind independent of conditions, not thinking of good or evil, and free and unobstructed. The fifth is the refuge of knowledge and views, which is simply your own mind when it is independent of good and evil conditions, and when it does not dwell in emptiness or cling to stillness. You should then study this in detail, listen a great deal, recognize your original mind, and penetrate the true principle of all the Buddhas. You should welcome and be in harmony with living creatures, and without the idea of self or other, arrive directly at Bodhi, the unchanging true nature. Commentary. Is this clear? The absence of self-seeking is liberation. If you are self-seeking, you can't put everything down and so continually scheme and plot. To be liberated, do not grasp at good or evil. If you say, I will sit here and not study anything, I am empty, your state is useless like the emptiness inside a rubber ball. It is not the emptiness of the void. These people sit all day thinking of nothing and doing nothing. At mealtime they eat, and at bedtime they sleep and do not even dream. This is a pitiful waste of time. What should you do then? You should study the sutras in detail and listen to sutra lectures. Those who dwell in emptiness and cling to emptiness, cling to stillness, claim to study Buddhism. They do not listen to lectures or study the Dharma, but if you ask them about it, they say they know it all. You should welcome living creatures and be in harmony with them. In the Chinese, to be in harmony with is expressed by the phrase to unite the light. What does that mean? All lamps give off light, but have you ever known lamplight to fight with lamplight? Has a lamplight ever said, you are brighter than I am, that is no good, I am going to put out your light, upon which it hits the other lamplight. The other lamp says, your light is too small, either make it bigger or move out. None of that goes on between lights. Do you understand? It applies to everyone in the world. You practice your way and I will practice mine, without hindering one another. You cannot decide that someone's reputation is too dazzling and try to ruin him so that your name will shine. It is permissible for others to be jealous of me, but I am not jealous of anyone. The better you are, the better I like it. The more success you have, the happier I am. Not to be jealous is to unite the light. You might say, I'm uniting the light with him, but he is not uniting the light with me. If you were truly uniting the light with him, you wouldn't know that he wasn't uniting the light with you. Do you understand? If you unite the light with him, how can you know that he is not uniting the light with you? He won't unite the light. That's no problem. Just continue to unite the light with him. Welcome living creatures. If you like Great Vehicle Buddhism, I will explain the Great Vehicle. If you like a small vehicle, I will explain the Four Noble Truths of suffering, originating, stopping, and the way. If you like the Bodhisattva way, I will explain the six paramitas, giving, morality, patience, vigor, concentration, and wisdom, and the 10,000 conducts which lead to realization of the Bodhisattva. If you like the Dharmas of the practical Buddhas, I will explain the 12 conditioned causes: ignorance conditions activity, activity conditions consciousness, consciousness conditions name and form conditions the six senses condition contact, contact conditions feeling, feeling conditions love, love conditions grasping, grasping conditions becoming, becoming conditions birth, birth conditions old age and death. This is called uniting the light and welcoming living creatures, responding to the needs of the individual. One of my disciples looked in the dictionary and found that in Chinese, to welcome living creatures means to help other people. However, it is not just to help them, it is to induce them to leave suffering and obtain bliss. Lacking the idea of self or other, arrive directly at body, the unchanging true nature. Having helped one person, you cannot say, I have taken a bhikshu across. How great is my merit? If one thinks like that, he hasn't just a dust mote of merit. He hasn't a dust mote of merit. Once you have done something, it should be forgotten. If you lead people to Buddhahood, you should not be attached to the merit gained from it. Therefore, the Diamond Sutra says, I must take all beings across to Nirvana, and yet not a single living being has been taken to Nirvana. You recite the Diamond Sutra from morning to night, but do not understand its meaning in the least. Look at me. You say, there is still me, and me comes before everything else. What Diamond Sutra do you recite anyway? The Diamond Sutra speaks of having no mark of self, no mark of pupil, of others, of living beings or all alive, because all dharmas are empty appearances. Is there anything more wonderful? If you truly understand, you arrive directly at Bodhi, the unchanging true nature. This is called the refuge of proper knowledge and views. You have been liberated from knowledge, views, and attachments. No self, no other. Contemplate independence, no emptiness, no form. View the one come thus. Without the mark of self, just that is the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. If you do not fall either into emptiness or existence, you can see the Buddha. Sutra, good knowing advisors, the incense of these refuges perfumes each of you within. Do not seek outside. I will now transmit to you the markless repentance and reform to destroy the offensive actions done within the 3 periods of time and to purify the 3 karmas. Commentary. Repentance is to repent of past misdeeds, and reform is to refrain from error in the future. If you receive it with a sincere mind, this repentance and reform can wipe away the offenses of the past and prevent them from being committed in the future. Purify your mind, and the transmission will purify the karma of your body, mouth, and mind. Sutra, good knowing advisors, repeat after me. May this disciple be in past, present, and future thought, in every thought unstained by stupidity and confusion. It may be wiped away at once and never arise again. Commentary. Defined by stupidity, turned by stupidity, you soon become quite stupid. It is most important in every thought not to go down the road of stupidity, but bring forth wisdom instead. Bad karma is created out of ignorance. Completely repent and reform of all offenses. Killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, greed, hatred, stupidity, filthy language, lying, harsh speech, and slander, and in an instant they will be wiped away. Do not commit offenses out of stupidity and confusion. Sutra, may this disciple be in past, present, and future thought, in every thought unstained by arrogance and deceit. Now I completely repent of and reform all bad actions done in the past out of arrogance and deceit and other such offenses. They may affect be wiped away at once, and may they never be perpetrated again. Commentary. Arrogance, only knowing there is you, unaware that there are others, looking down on everything in the heavens and below. I alone am honored. Deceit is lying. It is also the self-deceit of thinking that you are indispensable, number one in the entire world. I am the highest, the president, the king, the chairman cannot compare with me. Do not be stained by arrogance or turned by deceit. Sutra, may this disciple be in past, present, and future thought, in every thought unstained by jealousy. Now I completely repent of and reform all bad actions done in the past out of jealousy and other such offenses. May they be wiped away at once and never arise again. Commentary. Jealousy is the very worst thing. Cultivators see someone who is more intelligent than they are and become jealous. They see someone who learns faster and become jealous. They see someone sitting thus unmoving and become jealous. They see someone eating more food and become jealous. They see someone sleeping more and become jealous. They see someone drinking more tea and become jealous, even to the point that when someone has been sick for a long time, they think, why can't I get sick too? Do not be divided or turned by jealousy. Sutra, good knowing advisors. The above has been the marvelous repentance and reform. What is repentance and what is reform? Repentance is to repent of past errors, to repent so completely of all bad actions done in the past out of stupidity, confusion, arrogance, deceit, jealousy, and other such offenses that they never arise again. Reform is to refrain from such transgressions in the future. Awakening and cutting off such offenses completely and never committing them again is called repentance and reform. Common pupils, stupid and confused, know only how to repent of former errors and do not know how to reform and refrain from transgressions in the future. Because they do not reform, their former errors are not wiped away, and they will occur in the future. If former errors are not wiped away and transgressions are again committed, how can that be called repentance and reform? Good knowing advisors, as you have repented and reformed, I will now teach you to make the four all-encompassing vows. I vow to take across the limitless living beings of my own mind. I vow to cut off the inexhaustible afflictions of my own mind. I vow to study the immeasurable Dharma doors of my own nature. I vow to realize the supreme Buddha way of my own nature. Good knowing advisors, did all of you not just say, I vow to take across the limitless living beings? What does it mean? You should remember that it is not Hui Neng who takes them across. Good knowing advisors, the living beings within your mind are deviant and confused thoughts, deceitful and false thoughts, unwholesome thoughts, jealous thoughts, vicious thoughts. All these thoughts are living beings. The self-nature of each one of them must take itself across. That is true crossing over. Commentary. You must vow to take across the beings within your own heart, to cut off the afflictions, and to study the Dharma doors. There is nothing higher than Buddhahood. Vow to realize it. Living beings are incalculably numerous, But you yourself must vow to save them, for it is not the Sixth Patriarch who takes them across. These good and bad living beings exist within your own mind. The good ones seek unsurpassed Bodhi and produce the Bodhi mind, while the bad ones must still be saved. Think it over and ask yourself, have I saved the living beings within my own mind? Am I proper in attitude and honorable in conduct, or am I jealous, obstructive, and otherwise ignorant? The living beings within the mind are limitless, but our first concerns are the deviant and confused living beings, which should be taken across by means of proper wisdom, the deceitful and false living beings, which should be taken across by means of humility, and the unwholesome living beings, which should be taken across by means of goodness. If you find that you have these faults, vow to correct them, for if you do not, they will drag you into the inescapable and endless misery of hell. Respect takes jealous living beings across. Although Bodhiruchi was a Dharma master, he invited other Dharma masters and viciously tried to poison Bodhidharma. Such thoughts are living beings, and you are making a serious mistake if you do not take them across. Sutra. What is meant by the self-nature taking itself across? It is to take across by means of right views in the living beings of deviant views, affliction, and delusion within your own mind. Once you have right views, use prana wisdom to destroy the living beings of delusion, confusion, and falsehood. Each one takes itself across. Enlightenment takes confusion across. Wisdom takes delusion across. Goodness takes evil across. Such crossing over is a true crossing. Further, I vow to cut off the inexhaustible afflictions. That is to use the prana wisdom of your own self-nature to cast out the vain and false thoughts in your mind. Further, I vow to study the immeasurable Dharma doors. You must see your own nature and always practice the right Dharma, that is, true study. Further, I vow to realize the Supreme Buddha way and with a humble mind to always practice the true and the proper. Separate yourself from both confusion and enlightenment, and always give rise to prana. When you cast out the true and the false, you see your nature and realize the Buddha way at the very moment it is spoken of. Always be mindful. Cultivate the Dharma that possesses the power of this vow. Commentary. Use prana wisdom to destroy the living beings of delusion, confusion, and falsehood. Beat them to death, you ask, but isn't that a violation of the precept against killing? Here you may violate the precept just a bit. You are indeed hard to teach. When you break the precepts, you don't worry about breaking them, but when you do not break precepts, you worry about breaking them. Transform the bad beings within your nature so that the good ones may dwell undisturbed and at peace. You may kill them, you may beat them to death. Such crossing over is true crossing over. Afflictions never end, but you must cut them off. Actually, cut off means change. Change your afflictions into Bodhi. Afflictions are actually Bodhi, and if you cut off all afflictions, you cut off Bodhi. If you cut off all afflictions, you would become a Buddha, and you don't want to do that just yet, do you? So leave just a hair's worth of afflictions and transform the rest into Bodhi. Use genuine prana wisdom to get rid of affliction and cast out all vain, false, deviant, and ignorant thoughts. Recognize your mind, see your original nature, and always practice the right Dharma, not the wrong. You must study the Buddha Dharma in detail, but if you do not practice it, it is not true study. True Buddhist studies includes both study and practice. For example, people who used to smoke, drink, and take drugs no longer do so once they have studied the Buddha Dharma. They do not even eat meat. Those who were lazy and did nothing but sleep from morning to night and from night to morning now read and translate sutras, listen to lectures, and meditate vigorously without a thought of sleeping. If this were not true study, why would they choose to work so hard? All living beings can cross themselves over. No one needs to take them across. The four vows in the text above are the basic vows which all bodhisattvas should make. As to the humble mind, the Earth Store Sutra says, the Buddha told Earth Store Bodhisattva, perhaps they are kings of countries in Jambudvipa, or noblemen, great ministers, great elders, great kshatriyas, great brahmas, and the rest who encounter the tired, the poor, and those who are hunchbacked, crippled, dumb, mute, deaf, retarded, eyeless, as well as all others who are handicapped. Perhaps these kings and great men will wish to give and will be able to do so with great compassion, a humble heart, and a smile. Perhaps they will give personally with their own hands and or arrange for others to give, speaking gentle and sympathetic words. Such kings and others will obtain blessings comparable to the meritorious virtue they would gain by giving to Buddhas as numerous as the sand grains in 100 Ganges rivers. Vow to realize the unsurpassed path. A 10,000-story building is built from the ground up. Once a person told an illogical tale. In New York, he said, the skyscrapers are not built from the ground up. They are built in empty space. They built the roof first. Everyone racked their brains and grew very upset, but no one could figure out how a building could be built in empty space. When I was in New York, I saw that the buildings were, in fact, built from the ground up. His story was nothing but a false rumor. Another person said, America is indeed beautiful. The American clouds are not like clouds in other countries. They are multicolored and entwined like garlands. The American moon is triangular and the American sun is square. Do you believe this? To realize Buddhahood, one must begin from the ground up with a humble mind. Do not brag. Look at me. Practice the true and proper Dharma with a contrite heart and modest manner. Separate yourself from confusion and enlightenment. You say, separate oneself from confusion is all right, but how can one possibly separate oneself from enlightenment? This refers to divine enlightenment, not right enlightenment. Those with divine enlightenment are slow to understand the Buddha Dharma, but they don't need to be taught how to gamble or take drugs. They can do that on their own. You should keep away from such evil enlightenment. The text here does not say that you should avoid right enlightenment. You always give rise to prajna. When you separate from divine enlightenment, you give rise to wisdom, understanding, and right enlightenment, and constantly generate prajna. When you cast out the true and the false, you see the Buddha nature and realize the Buddha way at the very moment of speaking of it. The truth that you cast aside is relative, not actual. Once rid of the true and the false, the original true suchness nature is manifest. You cannot say that this nature is either true or false. Truth exists because there is falsehood, and falsehood because there is truth. The true nature, however, is neither true nor false. The Suragama Sutra says, falseness itself manifests all truth. The false and true are both false. The great master Yongcha, in his Song of Enlightenment, said, when truth is not postulated, falseness is basically empty. Existence and non-existence both rejected. What is not empty, make empty. Real truth has no opposite. Always be mindful. Cultivate the Dharma that possesses the power of this vow. Having made these vows, you may practice. Cultivate them in every thought. Sutra, good knowing advisors, now that you have made the four all-encompassing vows, I will transmit the precepts of the triple refuge that has no mark. Good knowing advisors, take refuge with the enlightened, the honored, the doubly complete. Take refuge with the right, the honored that is apart from desire. Take refuge with the pure, the honored among the multitudes. Commentary. Take refuge with the Buddha. The Buddha is enlightened. Enlightenment is simply the Buddha. The Buddha is nothing but enlightenment. The Buddha is doubly complete because he has perfected both blessings and wisdom. Take refuge with the Dharma which is right and proper. Do not take refuge with devil teachings, heavenly demons, or heterodox religions. Take refuge with the genuine Buddha Dharma which is the honored that is apart from desire. Everyone has a sexual desire and it actually kills people. Why don't we realize Buddhahood? It is because of desire, and the greed, hate, and stupidity which accompany it. We study the Buddha Dharma in order to get rid of desire and cut off love. The absence of lust is the honored that is apart from desire. Take refuge with the Sangha. The Sangha is pure and its members are called pure fields of merit. True genuine cultivators should maintain the precept against handling money. Without money you are pure, with money you are dirty. Members of the Sangha who truly wish to cultivate should stay away from money. On the other hand, without money you cannot nourish the way, you cannot cultivate. Although you need money, you should not be attached to it and depend on its source. Thinking all day, who has several million in the bank, I'll go and beg from him. Then I can build a temple or a school, or perhaps print an edition of the Tripitaka as a meritorious activity. That's just profit-seeking. While in Manchuria, there was a short period during which money and I parted company. I never touched money for a good reason. Living in the temple where I lived, when I left home were 40 or 50 bhikshus, but sometimes as few as 10. When I first arrived at the temple, the abbot was out begging and none of the bhikshus knew me. I know the abbot, I said, and they welcomed me. After leaving home, I practiced austerities, but not the ones you practice. You type, translate sutras, and meditate. But in a big rural temple where I lived, there was a lot of outside work to be done. Sweeping the courtyard alone took an hour. My first job was to clean the toilets, which weren't flush toilets but pit toilets, and every day the waste had to be removed because the cultivators do not want to smell the odor. They gave this work to me because I had just left home and had not yet cut off my attachment to smells. I did it every day and didn't mind too much. I got up at 2 in the morning and prepared the home for services. When it snowed, I swept, and the walkways so that they were clear at 4 when everyone else got up. When the abbot returned and saw me, he said, "So you have come." "Yes," I said, "I have." After I had formally left home, he called a meeting wishing to elect me as manager, a position second only to the abbot. When the abbot retires, the manager becomes the new abbot. Everyone objected. He has just left home. They said, "How can he possibly be manager?" "Very well," said the abbot. "Let's go before the image of Wei-To Bodhisattva and draw names." Oddly enough, they do 3 times and my name came up each time. No one said a word because I had been elected by Wei told Bodhisattva by himself. Later, when the abbot wanted to make me an administrator, I said, "All right, but I will not touch money. Other people must handle and count it. That's my condition." Unusual things happened when I held this precept. Whenever I went to the train station, I would sit and wait for someone who knew me to come and offer to buy me a ticket. If no one came, I just waited. But strangely enough, whenever I went to the station, someone came to buy me a ticket. If you don't handle money, you are pure. If you keep even 1 cent, you are unclean. Take refuge with the Sangha, which occupies the purest, highest, and most venerable position, the honored among the multitudes. Sutra. From this day forward, we call enlightenment our master and will never again take refuge with demons, or outside religions. We constantly enlighten ourselves by means of the triple jewel of our own self-nature. Good knowing advisors, I exhort you all to take refuge with the triple jewel of your own nature, the Buddha, which is enlightenment, the Dharma, which is right, and the Sangha, which is pure. When your mind takes refuge with enlightenment, doubt and confusion does not arise. Desire decreases so that you know contentment and are able to keep away from wealth and from the opposite sex. That is called the honored, the doubly complete. When your mind takes refuge with what is right, there are no deviant views in any of your thoughts. Because there are no deviant views, there is no self, other, arrogance, greed, love, or attachment. That is called the honored, that is apart from desire. When your mind takes refuge with the pure, your self-nature is not stained by attachment to any state of defilement, desire, or love. That is called the honored among the multitudes. Commentary. To lessen desire, it is not enough to be a vegetarian and to read sutras. You must cut off all sexual desire. If one does not cast out thoughts of lust, one never will escape the dust. Unless you rid yourself of sexual desire, you will never get out of the triple world, the world of desire, the world of form, and the formless world. Contentment means not being greedy, dying of poverty, dying of starvation, no matter what the difficulty, you are never greedy. Separate from wealth and beauty, do you see how clearly it says that you should not covet wealth or the opposite sex or fame? That is to be doubly complete, perfect in blessings and wisdom. States of defilement. Here refers to all social and political situations. You should not be molded by the society, but rather transform it. Teach living beings. Do not be touched by them. Once, when I noticed that one of my students had been talking on the phone for over an hour, I asked her what she was doing. "I'm trying to convert my boyfriend to Buddhism," she said. "Really?" I said, "What is he now?" "He's a Catholic." She said, "Be careful, he doesn't convert you." I said, "His belief in Catholicism is firm. Take care that he doesn't take you across." Sure enough, not long afterward, she ran off. Now what she believes, whether she saved others or was saved by them, is unknown. The non-defilement of the self-nature is called the honored among the multitudes. Living beings are all defined. If you wish to be an exceptional individual, you must leave desire behind. To separate yourself from desire is to be a great hero and true student of the Buddha Dharma. Unless you correct your faults, what little Buddha Dharma you do know is useless. Sutra. If you cultivate this practice, you take refuge with yourself. Common people do not understand that, and so from morning to night they take the triple refuge precepts. They say they take refuge with the Buddha, but where is the Buddha? If they cannot see the Buddha, how can they return to him? Their talk is absurd. Good knowing advisors, each of you examine yourselves. Do not make wrong use of the mind. The Avatamsaka Sutra clearly states that you should take refuge with your own Buddha, not with some other Buddha. If you do not take refuge with the Buddha in yourself, there is no one you can rely on. Now that you are self-awakened, you should each take refuge with the triple jewel of your own mind. Within yourself, regulate your mind and nature. Outside yourself, respect others. That is to take refuge with yourself. Commentary. Ordinary people do not understand the principle of taking refuge. If you constantly say, I take refuge with the Buddha, just where is the Buddha? If you have never seen the Buddha, then how can you take refuge with him? If you say, I have seen him, you are lying. The Sutra tells you to take refuge with your own Buddha, not with some other Buddha. The Buddha of your self-nature is always present, but you didn't know this because until now you never had the instruction of a good knowing advisor. Now that you have taken refuge, you should be clear about the Buddha of your self-nature. Take refuge with enlightenment. Take refuge with what is right. Take refuge with the pure. Take refuge with enlightenment, and don't do stupid things. Take refuge with what is right, and don't do what is wrong. Take refuge with the pure, and don't do unclean things. Take refuge with the triple jewel within your own mind. If you really understand the Buddha Dharma, you will respect not just your relatives and friends, but everyone, even people you don't know. Instead of slapping someone when you see him, and then throwing mud in his face, you must be the most respectful toward those who act the worst toward you. This is a fundamental responsibility of students of Buddhism. You say, you haven't really been bad to me, so how could I be bad to you? Isn't this extraordinary? It's just to take refuge with the triple jewel of your self-nature. Sutra, good knowing advisors. Now that you have taken refuge with the triple jewel, you should listen carefully while I explain to you the three bodies of a single substance, the self-nature of the Buddha, so that you may see the three bodies and become completely enlightened to your own self-nature. Repeat after me. I take refuge with the clear, pure Dharma body of the Buddha within my own body. I take refuge with the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies of the Buddha within my own body. I take refuge with the complete and full reward body of the Buddha within my own body. Good knowing advisors, the form body is an in. It cannot be returned to. The three bodies of the Buddha exist within the self-nature of worldly people, but because they are confused, they do not see the nature within them, and so seek the three bodies of the Tathagata outside themselves. They do not see that the three bodies of the Buddha are within their own bodies. Listen to what I say, for it can cause you to see the three bodies of your own self-nature within your own body. The three bodies of the Buddha arise from your own self-nature and are not obtained from outside. What is the clear, pure Dharma body Buddha? The worldly person's nature is basically clear and pure, and the 10,000 dharmas are produced from it. The thought of evil produces evil actions, and the thought of good produces good actions. Thus, all dharmas exist within the self-nature. This is like the sky, which is always clear, and the sun and moon, which are always bright, so that if they are obscured by floating clouds, it is bright above the clouds and dark below them. But if the wind suddenly blows and scatters the clouds, there is brightness above and below, and the myriad forms appear. The worldly person's nature constantly drifts like those clouds in the sky. Good knowing advisors, intelligence is like the sun, and wisdom is like the moon. Intelligence and wisdom are constantly bright, but if you are attached to external states, the floating clouds of false thought cover the self-nature so that it cannot shine. If you meet a good knowing advisor, if you listen to the true and right Dharma and cast out your own confusion and falseness, then inside and out there will be penetrating brightness, and within the self-nature all the 10,000 Dharmas will appear. That is how it is with those who see their own nature. It is called the clear, pure Dharma body of the Buddha. Commentary. Your physical body is like a house. You must not take refuge in it, but rather take refuge with your own self-nature. Everyone has the three Buddha bodies within themselves, but because of their delusion, they don't know it. Break through the clouds of illusion. It is just because you have not broken through them that you are deluded and have no wisdom. But if you do away with the troubles and ignorance, and listen to a clear-eyed advisor's explanation of the orthodox teaching, your own nature will reflect all the dharmas like a luminous crystal. Those who see their nature and know their original mind are like a clear sky. The heart calm, all worries go away, the mind still, heaven has no clouds. When the heart is upset, there is chaos, but when your mind is calm and resolved, everything is auspicious. The pure heart like the moon in water, the quiet mind like a cloudless sky. True wealth, the mind stopped, thought cut off, true field of blessing, all passions put to an end. You must end your delusion and greed, still the mind and cut off thought. That is true wealth. Truly wealthy people are not greedy. Those who are greedy are thereby poor. They may have a little money, but they are never satisfied. The passions are just selfish desires, and without them you are a true field of merit. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, when your mind takes refuge with your self-nature, it takes refuge with the true Buddha. To take refuge is to rid your self-nature of egotism and unwholesome thoughts, as well as of jealousy, obsequiousness, deceitfulness, contempt, pride, conceit, and deadpan views, and all other unwholesome tendencies whenever they arise. To take refuge is to be always aware of your own transgressions, and never to speak of other people's good or bad traits. Always to be humble and polite is to have penetrated to the self-nature without any obstacle, that is taking refuge. Commentary. If you turn the light around and reverse the illumination, you take refuge with the true Buddha. Be careful not to envy others. Would you like to know why you are so deluded? It is because in past lives, life after life, you invite others. You invite their intelligence, and so now you are stupid. You envied their talent, and so now you have none. You are jealous that now you are inferior. You should not be devious and indirect. Get rid of egotism. I, me, myself, everything revolves around me. You should not be deceitful, full of self-importance, and contemptuous of others. To have deviant views is to misjudge every situation you encounter and then go off in the wrong direction. Deviant views are easy to come by. If you wish to take refuge, see your own faults and quit talking about other people. Criticism is yin and praise is yang. You should find the middle way. Sutra. What is the perfect full reward body of the Buddha. Just as one lamp can disperse the darkness of 1,000 years, one thought of wisdom can destroy 10,000 years of delusion. Do not think of the past. It is gone and can never be recovered. Instead, think always of the future, and in every thought, perfect and clear, see your original nature. Although good and evil differ, the original nature is non-dual. That non-dual nature is the real nature. Undefined by either good or evil, it is the perfect, full reward body of the Buddha. One evil thought arising from the self-nature destroys 10,000 eons worth of good karma. One good thought arising from the self-nature ends evils as numerous as the sand grains in the Ganges River. To reach the unsurpassed body directly, see it for yourself in every thought and do not lose the original thought. That is the reward body of the Buddha. Commentary. When you bring forth wisdom, not just 10,000 years, but 10,000 eons of delusion are wiped away. Do not regret the past or be anxious about the future. What am I going to do next? You ask. If you plant good causes, you will reap good results. If you plant bad causes, you will reap bad results. So, do good things and good things happen, and good things will happen. Do bad and bad things will happen. Your thoughts should be proper, perfectly lucid, and full of light, not driven, selfish, and self-seeking, obstructive, or jealous. If you are not afraid that others will be better than you, it may be that you are a little better than they are. But if you fear that they will surpass you, then they are all better than you. The good and evil natures within the self-nature differ, but the self-nature is not dual. The non-dual suchness self-nature is the real nature. Yung Cha wrote in his Song of Enlightenment, ignorance and the real nature are just the Buddha nature. The illusory empty body is just the Dharma body. In the original real nature, there is no good or evil. It is entirely perfect and wonderful in itself, far-reaching in its penetration and broad in understanding. One vicious thought, such as Bodhirushi's desire to poison Bodhidharma, destroys 10,000 eons of good karma, whereas one good thought melts away evil karma as immense as the number of sand grains in the Ganges. One good thought can cause the realization of Buddhahood, and one bad thought is cause enough for going to hell. If you would like to know whether you are going to become a Buddha or go to hell, take a look at what kind of thoughts you have. To arrive at Buddhahood directly, see it for yourself in every thought. Understand your own mind and see your own original nature. Do not lose the original thought, the true nature. Sutra. What are the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies of the Buddha? If you are free of any thought of the 10,000 dharmas, then your nature is basically like emptiness, but in one thought of calculation, transformation occurs. Evil thoughts are transformed into hell beings and good thoughts into heavenly beings. Viciousness is transformed into dragons and snakes, and compassion into bodhisattvas. Wisdom is transformed into the upper realms, and delusion into the lower realms. The transformations of the self-nature are extremely many, and yet the confused person, unawakened to that truth, continually gives rise to evil and walks evil paths. Turn a single thought back to goodness, and wisdom is produced. That is the transformation body of the Buddha within the self-nature. Commentary. Having discussed the perfect full reward body, which lacks nothing and has nothing in excess, which obtains nothing and loses nothing, and is neither defiled nor immaculate, increasing nor decreasing, male nor female, good nor evil, but which is perfect body that returns to non-attainment. The Sixth Patriarch asks, what are the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies? I have one body, you say. How can we have 100,000 myriad bodies? What do the Buddha's transformation bodies have to do with me? These transformation bodies are simply 100,000 myriad thoughts and calculations. Shakyamuni Buddha can transform himself to appear in any one of the 10 Dharma realms. That is, he can become a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, a Pratika Buddha, an Arhat, a god, asura, human, helping, hungry ghost, or animal. You might also say that you and I have 100,000 myriad transformation bodies. I have taken 100,000 myriad disciples, and all of them imitate their teacher in consideration. They see their teacher eating only one meal a day before noon and say, I'm going to do that too. I tell them, I never stick out my hand and beg. I don't depend on external situations, and neither should you. If no one makes offerings to me and I die, that's just fine. Those who live the whole life under me must follow my 3 conditions as I do. Freezing, I don't beg. Starving, I don't scheme. And dying of poverty, I ask for nothing. The disciples say, all right, even if we starve to death, we won't beg or scheme. Because they copy me, they are my transformation bodies. In the future, you will have transformation bodies too. If you have a good way of doing things, you will have 100,000 myriad good transformation bodies. If you have an evil, ghostly way, you will have that many ghostly transformation bodies. If you are free of any thought of the 10,000 dharmas, then the nature is basically like emptiness. One thought not produced, the entire substance manifests. If you do not give rise to a single thought, your original Buddha nature appears. But aren't you producing a thought? Are you without false thinking? Are you not thinking, what will I eat tomorrow? What time will I get to bed tonight? Or I'm thirsty, I think I have a cup of tea. Without false thinking, you are a Buddha, but if you can't cut off your false thinking, you must not claim to be a Buddha. You must cultivate the way. If you haven't cultivated and say, hey, I'm a Buddha, you are just a dog of a Buddha. You can't simply say that everyone is Buddha. You have to cultivate and realize Buddhahood. Without cultivation, people are people, animals are animals, and dogs are dogs. But do not be offended. Dogs also have the Buddha nature. They have to cultivate, that's all. 6 rules suddenly move a covering of clouds. When you see something and think it beautiful, or hear something and think music, you are being influenced by externals. Using the 6 sense organs, the 6 sense objects, and the 6 consciousnesses, evil thoughts are transformed into hell beings. Suppose you think, how can I get famous? How can I succeed? I'll start a riot, murder people, set fires, and loot the streets. And good thoughts into heavenly beings. Oh, you say, I want to help people. You have no money, here is $1 million to help you get by. Or you think, no one makes offerings to the Americans who have left home. I'll make an offering. Don't wait for America, such an affluent nation, to allow its new Buddhist Sangha to starve to death, transform into the heavens. Wisdom is transformed into the upper realms and delusion into the lower realms. With intelligence, you go up, but if you are deluded, you fall. The superior one mounts on high, the petty person travels a lower road. The transformations of the self-nature are extremely many, and yet the confused person, unawakened to that truth, continually gives rise to evil and walks evil paths. The confused person's every thought is evil. That person mistreats me. I'm going to ruin him. The great Master Hsuan Hua was one who walked evil paths by repeatedly sending hired killers after the Sixth Patriarch. Turn a single thought back to goodness, and wisdom is produced. That is the transformation body of the Buddha within the self-nature. Do you understand? If you do, you are a good knowing advisor. If you don't, you are an evil knowing advisor. Wouldn't you rather be a good knowing advisor? Sutra, good knowing advisors. The Dharma body of the Buddha is basically complete. To see your nature in every thought is the reward body of the Buddha. When the reward body thinks and calculates, it is the transformation body of the Buddha. Awaken and cultivate by your own efforts the merit and virtue of your self-nature that is truly taking refuge. The skin and flesh of the physical body are like an inn to which you cannot return. Simply awaken to the three bodies of your self-nature, and you will understand the self-nature Buddha. Commentary. You yourself must wake up and cultivate on your own. Do not babble intellectual Zen all day, yak, talking but never practicing. Talking a yard is not as good as practicing an inch. If you do nothing but talk, you are cheating people. So pay no attention to whether my lectures are good or bad. Look instead to see if I have ever cheated you. The Sixth Patriarch tells you to awaken to the three bodies of your self-nature. So you say, then taking refuge with myself is to take refuge with my body. No, if you take refuge with your body, you are just adding a head on top of a head, like Yanadatta in the Suragama Sutra, who ran everywhere looking for his head. Your physical body is an inn where your self-nature temporarily dwells. Therefore, you cannot say, my body is me. Your body is not you. Then is it someone else? No, your body is yours. It is not mine or his. It is yours, but it is not you. Don't I always say that if you live in a house, you can say the house is yours, but you certainly cannot say the house is you. If you say that it is you, everyone will say he doesn't even know who he is. He thinks his house is him, but it's just a thing. Your body is like a house. Don't mistake it for being you. Understand? Don't take refuge with the physical body. Take refuge with your self-nature. Awaken to the clear, pure Dharma body Dharma. Pure Dharma body Buddha, the perfect full reward body Buddha, and the 100,000 myriad transformation body Buddhas within your nature. By understanding the Buddha of your self-nature, you make perfect the three bodies. Sutra. I have a verse without marks. If you can recite and memorize it, it will wipe away accumulated aeons of confusion and offenses as soon as the words are spoken. The verse runs, a confused person will foster blessings, but not cultivate the way, and say to practice for the blessings is practice for the way. While giving and making offerings brings blessings without limit, it is in the mind that the three evils have their origin. By seeking blessings, you may wish to obliterate offenses. But in the future, though you are blessed, offenses still remain. You ought to simply strike the evil conditions from your mind. By true repentance and reform within your own self-nature, a sudden awakening, the true repentance and reform of the great vehicle, you must cast out the deviant and practice the right to be without offense. To study the way, always look within your own self-nature. You are then the same in kind and lineage as all Buddhas. Our Patriarch passed along only this sudden teaching, wishing that all might see the nature and be of one substance. In the future, if you wish to find the Dharma body, detach yourself from Dharma marks and inwardly watch the mind. Strive to see it for yourself and do not waste your time, for when the final thought has stopped, your life comes to an end. Enlightened to the great vehicle, you can see your nature, so reverently join your palms and seek it with all your heart. Commentary. Don't be nervous, continued the great master. I have some good news. Don't you know I have a verse without marks? Do you want to hear it? If you do, I'll recite. If not, I just put it away. Yes, everyone exclaimed. We definitely do want to hear it. Please be compassionate and recite it. If you can learn this verse by heart, the master said, it will cause the confusions and crimes accumulated from beginningless time, passing through limitless ages, life after life, to be eradicated immediately. Where will they go? Do you mean you still want to look for them? What a waste of effort. A confused person will foster blessing, but if you tell him to cultivate with vigor, he won't do it. Although there are not many students here, those present are extremely sincere. They do not fear leg pain, back pain, any pain whatever. I will endure this pain and cultivate the way, even if it means giving up my life. They say, such rare determination makes me happy, but I don't show my happiness is joking with you all day. It's not that kind of happiness, it's true happiness. Deluded people say, to practice for the blessings is practice of the way. This is like the Emperor Wu of Liang, who said, I have taken bhikshus across and have built many temples. I have made offerings and practiced charity and arranged vegetarian banquets. What great merit I must have is probably even greater than Shakyamuni Buddhas. Giving and making offerings brings limitless blessings, but the origin of the three evils is within the mind. What are the three evils? Greed, hate, and delusion. Greed, I think I'll eat a few more peanuts and then I won't be hungry today. Hate, hey, who ate all the peanuts? Delusion, hating the one who ate the peanuts, which makes you unreasonable and stupid. Cultivating blessings while neglecting wisdom has made you so stupid that you can't quit overeating and even have the gall to speak of it as a bitter practice. You cannot get rid of offenses by cultivating blessings, because although you obtain the blessings, the offenses still remain. What should you do is rid the mind of all evil conditions, i.e., thoughts of greed, hate, delusion, jealousy, obstructiveness, conceit, obsequiousness, viciousness, and deceitfulness. But they are my old friends, you say. We've been together for millions of years. How can I part with them? Fine. If you can't part with them, then there's nothing to do but follow them down to hell. To practice true repentance and reform is to understand the great vehicle and immediately get rid of all evil thoughts. It is very clear, no analogies are needed. You truly repent when you get rid of the judgment and practice the right. As the Sixth Patriarch verse says, then you may walk down the straight and great bright road and be without offense. To study the way, always look within the self-nature. Ask yourself, what am I doing? Am I acting like a person or a ghost, an animal, a horse, or a cow? You are what you do. If you act like a Buddha, you are a Buddha. The Buddha practices friendliness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and giving. His compassion is genuine, not false and greedy. He never thinks If I am a little compassionate to you, you will be greatly compassionate to me. There are no ulterior motives in the compassion I have for you. I would not give you a brick and expect a piece of jade in return. Cultivators, turn the light around, reverse its illumination, and ask yourself, am I thinking like a demon or a Buddha? Am I selfish or generous, self-seeking or charitable? If you are charitable, you are the same in kind as all the Buddhas. If you act like a Buddha, you are a Buddha. But if you act like a ghost, how can you be a Buddha? By our Patriarch, the Sixth Patriarch means Bodhidharma, who transmitted only the sudden teaching Dharma door because he wanted everyone to see the Buddha nature and realize the Buddha way together. If you wish to find the Dharma body, then separate yourself from all marks. Do not be attached, jealous, obstructive, ignorant, afflicted, or snobbish. You cannot think as the Buddha did. In the heavens and below, I alone am honored. The Dharma Sutra says, one who has left all marks is called a Buddha, apart from marks and unattached to self and to dramas, the mind ground is cleansed. Strive to see it for yourself and go forward with heroic vigor. You'll never succeed if you're lazy and waste your time saying, wait, I'll cultivate tomorrow. Wait, I'll translate tomorrow. Even at lunchtime you say, wait, I'll eat later. Wait until it's time to die and King Yama won't listen to you when you say, wait, I'll die later. If you are truly free, you come and go in birth and death and yet are not subject to birth and death. King Yama has no control over you. This is like the third patriarch, Sun San, who said, you see others sit in lotus posture to die and think it's special. Watch this, and grabbed a tree branch with one hand and went to Nirvana, just hanging there. Wasn't he free? If you wait until your dying breath to cultivate, it will be too late, for when the final thought has stopped, your life comes to an end. Earlier in chapter 4, didn't the sutra say that you should not cut off your thought, because when the last thought is cut off, you die and then undergo rebirth in some other place? At the time of death, there is nothing, no fame, no riches. Both your hands will be empty and you'll be forced to put down what you can't put down. No matter how dear your loved ones are, you'll have to part with them. Enlightened to the great vehicle, you can see the nature. So reverently draw your palms and seek it with all your heart. See the nature and humbly seek to follow the unsurpassed way. Sutra, the Master said, good knowing advisors, all of you should take up this verse and cultivate according to it. If you see your nature at the moment these words are spoken, even if we're 1,000 miles apart, you will always be by my side. If you do not awaken at the moment of speaking, then face to face we are 1,000 miles apart. So why did you bother to come from so far? Take care of yourself and go well. The united assembly heard this Dharma, and there were none who did not awaken. They received it with delight and practiced in accord with it. Commentary. I think the Sixth Patriarch liked to talk, and so he delivered this platform sutra. If he hadn't liked to speak, he wouldn't have taught any sutra at all. Now I am teaching it to all of you. You are quite intelligent, the Master said, and you have good rules. We have an affinity which goes back for many lifetimes and many ages, and therefore we have met here today. Of course, there were no foreigners in the Master's Dharma assembly. They were all Chinese. That I have met so many Americans must be a case of even greater affinity. If you understand the verse I have recited, said the Master, You will get rid of the judgment, practice the right, and be without offense. And although we are 1,000 miles apart, you will be right beside me. If my disciples understand and remember the sutras I have explained, they will be right beside me. But if instead they take advantage of external circumstances or get jealous and angry, they will have studied the way in vain. If they don't understand this verse, then even if we should stand face to face, we should still be 1,000 miles apart. If they believe in me, although we are 1,000 miles apart, we are face to face. Are you trying to make people believe in you? You ask. No, why should I want you to believe in me? You are better off believing in yourself, because if you cultivate, you do it for yourself. You don't eat to make me full. All I do is teach you the methods. If you have come all this way just to be 1,000 miles from me, why did you bother to come at all? Take care of yourselves. Don't look down on yourself and say, I'm not going to cultivate. I'm nothing but a dog anyway. See yourself as a person, not a dog, and go to a good place, not a bad one. Chapter 7. Opportunities and Conditions. Sutra. The master obtained the Dharma at Huang Mei and returned to Cao Ho village in Shaozhou, where no one knew him, but Liu Chi Liao, a scholar, received him with great courtesy. Chi Liao's aunt, Bhikshuni Wu Qinzang, constantly recited the Mahabharinivana Sutra. When the master heard it, he instantly grasped its wonderful principle and explained it to her. The Bhikshuni then held out a scroll and asked about some characters. The master said, I cannot read. Please ask about the meaning. If you cannot even read, how can you understand the meaning? Asked the Bhikshuni. The master replied, the subtle meaning of all Buddhas is not based on language. The Bhikshuni was startled, and she announced to all the elders and virtuous ones in the village, here is a gentleman who possesses the way. We should ask him to stay and receive our offerings. Cao Shuliang, great-grandson of the Marquis Wu of the Wei dynasty, came rushing to pay homage, along with the people of the village. At that time, the pure dwellings of the ancient Paolin Temple, which had been destroyed by war and fire at the end of the Sui dynasty, were rebuilt on their old foundation. The master was invited to stay, and soon the temple became a revered place. He dwelt there a little over 9 months when he was once again pursued by evil men. The master hid in the mountain in the front of the temple, and when they set fire to the brush and trees, he escaped by crawling into a rock to hide. The rock still bears the imprints of the master's knees and of his robe where he sat in lotus posture. Because of this, it is called the Rock of Refuge. Remembering the fifth patriarch's instructions to stop at Huai and hide at Hui, he went to conceal himself in those 2 cities. Commentary. After receiving the might-sealed Dharma from the fifth patriarch Hong Chen, the sixth patriarch returned to Shaozhou. He thereupon went to Cao Ho village, the present-day Shaoquan in Zhujiang district. When he arrived in the vicinity of Nan Hua Temple, which before had been Paolin Temple, no one knew that he was the one who held the robe and bow. Liu Chi Liao was a wealthy retired official who enjoyed studying the Buddha Dharma. He welcomed the master reverently and made offerings to him. Chi Liao and his aunt Bhikshuni Wu Qinzang, limitless treasury, were the sixth patriarch's great Dharma protectors. Wu Qinzang liked to recite the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. This sutra in 10 volumes was spoken by the Buddha just before he went to Nirvana. Hearing the recitation, the Sixth Patriarch understood the subtle principle and explained it to the Bhikshuni. Probably she couldn't read very well, because she asked the master, "What is this word?" "Do you mean you can't read it?" said the master. "No, I can't." She said, "Well, I can't either," said the master. "But if you ask about the meaning, I can explain it for you." "If you can't even read it, how can you know what it means?" she asked. The master said, "The Buddha's heart, the mind Dharma, the wonderful principle of sudden enlightenment, has nothing to do with words. Instead, it points directly to the mind so that we can see our own nature and become Buddhas. Since it is not based on language, it doesn't matter whether you can read." Bhikshuni U Chin Tsang thought that was very strange indeed. She told everyone in the village, "Here is a gentleman who has the way. He is a virtuous Dharma master. He may not be able to read, but he is enlightened, so we should make offerings to him." Although she didn't know a lot about characters, U Chin Tsang was nevertheless an incredible Bhikshuni. She ate only one meal a day and never lay down to sleep, because she knew that the fourth patriarch recommended these practices. Although her family was wealthy, she kept the precept of never holding money. She studied and recited sutras industriously, and when the time came, she died sitting up in meditation. Many days, many years have passed, and her body still has not decayed. Because she was vigorous and worked hard at cultivation and had no sexual desire, her flesh transformed into indestructible vara. I saw the body in a temple in Chuchiang. It is truly awesome. Among the villagers who paid homage to the great master was the great-grandson of Marquis Wu. Marquis Wu was very intelligent. He was in fact clever as a fox. He was genius, but he had a tendency to be jealous. Bhikshuni Wu Chin Tsang promoted the Sixth Patriarch. "Do you know who he is?" She would say, "He is the rightful successor of the Fifth Patriarch. He holds the robe and bow. One flower may be beautiful, but it looks much better surrounded by greenery. If no one had protected him, the Sixth Patriarch would surely have been murdered by Shen Xiu's gang or those of other religions." His Dharma assembly flourished because his disciples and lay pupils such as Bhikshuni Wu Chin Tsang and her nephew Liu Chi Liao, the scholar, guarded and protected him. Vinaya Master Tung Ying also brought several hundred of his students to study with the master, and each student told his friends to come. So every day for lunch there were between 1,500 and 2,000 people, 700 or 800 of whom were members of the Sangha. Every day made heartfelt offerings to help rebuild Nan Hua Temple. Some gave 10,000 ounces of silver, and some gave 1,000,000. They asked the master to live there, and before long it was a great Bodhimanda, big enough for several thousand people. A little over 9 months later, several hundred of Shen Xiu's men left Huang Mei, passing through the Taoyu mountain range on their way to Nan Hua Temple. They traveled for over 2 months. If they hadn't been intent on killing the master and stealing the robe and bow, they would have given up after a couple of days. Think it over. 16 or 17 years had passed since the transmission, and the master had only been staying at Nan Hua for 9 months when the evil man returned. It's not easy to be a patriarch unless you are a phony. Real patriarchs live in great danger. The Sixth Patriarch had spiritual powers, and he knew that not just one or two, but several hundred men were after him. He hid in the rock of refuge, which is just big enough to hold one person sitting in meditation. The evil men mingled in with the large crowd and stealthily set fire to the mountain. They burned off the entire area but never found the master. While hiding, the master probably meditated with great intensity because the texture of his robe and the marks of his knees can still be seen imprinted in the rock. When I was at Nan Hua Temple, I sat in the rock for a time, but I wasn't seeking refuge. I was just trying it out. When you sit inside it, no one can see you. Sutra. When Bishop Fa Hai of Chujiang city in Shaozhou first called on the Patriarch, he asked, "Will you please instruct me on the sentence, 'Mind is Buddha'?" The master said, "When one's preceding thoughts are not produced, this is mind, and when one's subsequent thoughts are not extinguished, this is Buddha. The setting up of marks is mind, and separation from them is Buddha. Were I to explain it fully, I would not finish before the end of the present age. Listen to my verse. When the mind is called wisdom, then the Buddha is called concentration. When concentration and wisdom are equal, the intellect is pure." Understanding this Dharma teaching by practicing within your own nature, the function is basically unproduced. It is right to cultivate both. At these words, Fa Hai was greatly enlightened and spoke a verse in praise. This mind is basically Buddha. By not understanding, I disgrace myself. I know the cause of concentration and wisdom is to cultivate both and separate myself from all things. Commentary. Bishop Fa Hai, or also called Wen Yun, compiled and edited the Platform Sutra from the Sixth Patriarch's lectures. Although I dare not say that he liked to be first, when he wrote this chapter, he certainly thought, "I am the Master's number one great disciple," and consequently wrote about himself first. "Great Master," said Fa Hai, "I don't understand the sentence, 'This mind is Buddha.' Please explain it." "Do not produce the former thought," said the Master, "and just that is mind. Do not extinguish the later thought, and just that is Buddha. With neither production nor extinction, the mind itself is Buddha. All appearances are set up by the mind, and if you can set up all appearances and be separate from them, that is Buddha. The mind is called wisdom, and the Buddha is called concentration. When concentration is wisdom and wisdom are equal, the mind is Buddha and Buddha is the mind. They are one substance. When thought is pure, then wisdom and concentration, mind and Buddha are equal. If you understand the sudden teaching, you know that the Buddha is not separate from the mind, and the mind is not separate from the Buddha. Concentration is not separate from wisdom, and wisdom is not separate from concentration. If you don't understand because you don't understand because you have accumulated bad habits for many ages. The wonderful function of the self-nature is basically unproduced and undestroyed. So when you cultivate the mind, you cultivate the Buddha. When you cultivate the Buddha, you cultivate the mind. The same applies to concentration and wisdom. You should cultivate them equally. When you don't understand, there are two, mind and Buddha. When you understand, you know that they are originally one. In cultivating concentration and wisdom, you should separate yourself from all marks. Sutra. Bishop Fa Ta of Hongzhou left home at age 7 and constantly recited the Dharma Flower Sutra. But when he came to bow before the Patriarch, his head did not touch the ground. The master scolded him, saying, If you do not touch the ground, isn't it better not to bow? There must be something on your mind. What do you practice? I have recited the Dharma Flower Sutra over 3,000 times, he replied. The master said, I don't care if you have recited it 10,000 times. If you understood the sutra's meaning, you would not be so overbearing, and you could walk along with me. You have failed in your work and do not even recognize your error. Listen to my verse. As bowing is basically to cut off arrogance, why don't you touch your head to the ground? When you possess a self, offenses arise, but forgetting merit brings supreme blessings. The master asked further, What is your name? Fata, he replied. The master said, Your name means Dharma penetration, but what Dharma have you penetrated? He then spoke a verse. Your name means Dharma penetration, and you earnestly recite without pause to rest. Recitation is mere sound, but one who understands his mind is called a bodhisattva. Now, because of your karmic conditions, I will explain it to you. Believe only that the Buddha is without words, and the lotus blossom will bloom from your mouth. Commentary. Dharma masters Far High, Dharma Sea, and Far Tall Dharma Penetration both received the Sixth Patriarch's Dharma. Far Tall left home at age 7 and constantly recited the Lotus Sutra, but when he met the Patriarch, he didn't bow properly, he just pretended. He had to make some sort of show of it, since everybody knew that the great master held Huang Mei's robe and bow. But the most respect he could muster was to throw himself hastily on the ground without even touching his head to the floor, and in his heart he felt that his own merit certainly was greater than the master's. After all, he thought, I've recited the sutra over 3,000 times. When Fata saw ordinary pupil, he couldn't even manage a half bow. He was like a rich snob who only sees other rich snobs and looks down on everyone else. The Sixth Patriarch took one look and knew that Fata had something on his mind. The Lotus Sutra is 7 volumes long, and reciting quickly, he could read through it once in a day, or 365 times a year. Therefore, Fata had been reciting it for over 10 years. I don't care if you recited it 10,000 times, said the master. If you really understood it, you wouldn't revel in your own merit and could study with me. Not everyone can study with a patriarch, you know. If you have obstructions and afflictions, he may not want you. Therefore, if you come to study here but break the rules, you are not welcome. In order to cultivate with me, you must offer up your conduct in accord with the teaching. So many recitations, said the master, and you still don't know how conceited you are. No doubt you think your merit is even greater than mine. Such a pride is an offense. But if you could forget your merit and consider your 3,000 recitations as no recitations, then your merit would be limitless and boundless. Speak up, Dharma penetration, the master continued. What Dharma have you penetrated? Fata was speechless. Not bad, the master said. You work hard. However, your recitation is of no benefit because you don't understand what the sutra means. If you could only understand your mind and see your nature, you would be a Buddha. You have come all this way from Hongzhou because we have an affinity from circumstances in former lives. Now just believe that the Buddha is without words, and the lotus blossom will bloom from your mouth. Believe the Buddha never said a thing, and if you recite without understanding the principle, you are wasting your time. The Dharma Sutra says, One who sees me by form or seeks me in sound walks in different paths, not seeing the Tathagata. The Buddha taught for 49 years in over 300 Dharma assemblies, but when he was about to enter Nirvana and his disciples asked him about the sutras, he said, "I never said a word." Was he lying? The Sixth Patriarch also taught that the Buddha said nothing, and if you believe this, the lotus will bloom from your mouth. But how does one obtain such rare faith? The Sutra's principles exist in the minds of people. They can be spoken by you, they can be spoken by me. Everyone has this wisdom and everyone can speak the sutras. The Buddha spoke the sutras for living beings, and the sutras flow from the minds of living beings. Therefore, the Buddha spoke without speaking. This means that you should not be attached to Dharma or to emptiness. Nevertheless, you cannot say, "I don't know any Dharma, I'm empty." To understand that the Buddha spoke and yet did not speak is the most difficult and yet the easiest thing one can do. Can you do it? If you can, the Buddha has not spoken. If you cannot, then the Buddha has said too much. Sutra. Hearing the verse, Vata was remorseful and he said, "From now on I will respect everyone." Your disciple recites the Dharma Flower Sutra but has not yet understood its meaning. His mind often has doubts. "High Master, your wisdom is vast and great. Will you please explain the general meaning of the sutra for me?" The Master said, "Dharma penetration. The Dharma is extremely penetrating, but your mind does not penetrate it. There is basically nothing doubtful in the sutra. The doubts are in your own mind. You recite this sutra, but what do you think its teaching is?" Vata said, "These students' faculties are dull and dim, since I have only recited it by rote. How could I understand its doctrine?" The Master said, "I cannot read, but if you take the sutra and read it once, I will explain it to you." Vata recited loudly until he came to the analogies chapter. The Master said, "Stop. This sutra fundamentally is based on the principles underlying the causes and conditions of the Buddha's appearance in the world. None of the analogies spoken go beyond that. What are the causes and conditions?" The sutra says, "All Buddhas, the world honored ones, appear in the world for the causes and conditions of the one important matter. The one important matter is the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Worldly people, deluded by the external world, attach themselves to marks, and deluded by their inner world, they attach themselves to emptiness. If you can live among monks and yet be separate from it, then you will be confused by neither the internal nor the external. If you awaken to this Dharma, in one moment your mind will open to enlightenment. The knowledge and vision of the Buddha is simply that. The Buddha is enlightenment. There are four divisions. 1. Opening to the enlightened knowledge and vision. 2. Demonstrating the enlightened knowledge and vision. 3. Awakening to the enlightened knowledge and vision. And 4. Entering the enlightened knowledge and vision. If you listen to the opening and demonstrating of the Dharma, you can easily awaken and enter. That is the enlightened knowledge and vision, the original true nature becoming manifest. Be careful not to misinterpret the sutra by thinking that the opening, demonstrating, awakening, and entering of which it speaks is the Buddha's knowledge and vision, and that we have no share in it. To explain it that way would be to slander the sutra and defame the Buddha. Since he is already a Buddha, perfect in knowledge and vision, what is the use of his opening to it again? You should now believe that the Buddha's knowledge and vision is simply your own mind, for there is no other Buddha. But because living beings cover their brilliance with greed and with the love of states of defilement, external conditions and inner disturbance make slaves of them. That troubles the world on earth ones who rise from samadhi and with various reapproaches and expedients. He exhorts living beings to stop and rest, not to seek outside themselves, and to make themselves the same as he is. That is called opening the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. I, too, am always exhorting all people to open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha within their own minds. The minds of worldly people are deviant, confused, and deluded. They commit offenses. Their speech may be good, but their minds are evil. They are greedy, hateful, envious, given over to flattery, deceit, and arrogance. They oppress one another and harm living creatures. Thus they open not the knowledge and vision of Buddhas, but that of living beings. If you can, with an upright mind, constantly bring forth wisdom, contemplating and illumining your own mind, and if you can practice the good and refrain from evil, you yourself will open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. In every thought, you should open up to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Do not open up to the knowledge and vision of living beings. To be open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha is transcendental. To be open to the knowledge and vision of living beings is mundane. If you exert yourself in recitation, clinging to it as a meritorious exercise, how does that make you different from a yak who loves his own tail? Commentary. To be unconfused, be unattached. Do not get attached to emptiness or fall into existence. If you suddenly awaken to this Dharma, but your heart will open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha, if you listen to opening and demonstrating, that is, to instruction on the principles of the sutras, you can easily wake up and understand the enlightened knowledge and vision. The Buddha's knowledge and vision is simply that of your own mind, because your mind fundamentally is the Buddha. What darkens your light? Thoughts of greed. Create thoughts of love. Greed is dirt and love divide. The impurities of greed and love cause self-seeking and make you a slave. By now you should have become enlightened. Stop depending on outer conditions, which only make trouble within. Without them there is no trouble, there is peace and purity. There are many varieties of external conditions: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, noses, tongues, bodies, and minds, forms, sounds, smells, tastes, tangible objects, and objects of the mind. And the six consciousnesses where sense organs and sense objects meet. When you seek outside yourself, your mind is not at peace. You are upset and anxious, and your mind, originally the master, becomes the body's slave. The Buddhas trouble themselves to arise from samadhi just to tell you not to seek outside yourself. When you quit seeking outside, you are one with the Buddhas. You open up to their knowledge and vision and become just like them. The deviant views and delusion of ordinary people causes them to perform offensive acts, while their speech may be as compassionate as the Buddha. Their minds are as poisonous as a snake. Of the offenses they commit, greed, hate, and jealousy are the worst, but when they shine the light within and straighten out their own minds, they naturally are open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Sutra. Fatah said, if this is so, then I need only understand the meaning and need not exert myself in reciting the sutra. Isn't that correct? The master replied, what fault does the sutra have that would stop you from reciting it? Confusion and enlightenment are in you. Loss or gain comes from yourself. If your mouth recites and your mind practices, you turn the sutra. But if your mouth recites and your mind does not practice, the sutra turns you. Listen to my verse. When the mind is confused, the Dharma flower turns it. The enlightened mind will turn the Dharma flower. Reciting the sutra so long without understanding has made you an enemy of its meaning. Without a thought, your recitation is right. Without thought, your recitation is wrong. With no, with, and no without, you may ride forever in the white ox cart. Father heard this verse and wept without knowing it. At the moment the words were spoken, he achieved a great enlightenment and said to the master, until today I have never actually turned the Dharma flower. Instead, it has turned me. Commentary. If you are confused, your recitation is of no benefit, but if you are enlightened, there is merit. What does this have to do with the sutra? If you recite the sutra and put it in practice as well, you are truly reciting the sutra and turning the Dharma wheel. You set the Dharma flower spinning, but if you recite the sutra with a confused mind, the reciting turns you around so that the more recitation you do, the less you understand. After more than 10 years of work, Fatah was still unclear. He was a stranger to the sutra. Without false thought, recitation is a correct thing, but with arrogant thoughts and conceit about your merit and virtue, your recitation becomes deviant. You should pay no attention to having or not having merit and recite as if not reciting. Do not be attached, and you will always ride in the white ox cart. The white ox cart is an analogy for the one Buddha vehicle. You ask, if I recite as if not reciting, then may I not recite as if reciting? If you don't recite it, you cannot understand the sutra's principles, and it is not as if you were reciting it. The phrase reciting as if not reciting as if reciting is to instruct you to be unattached. But you cannot say, I'll be unattached and forget about reciting the sutra. After listening to the master, Fatah wept without even knowing it, but it wasn't because he had been bullied or tricked. Before, he had stupidly wasted his time reciting the sutra without obtaining the slightest benefit. Or at the master's explanation, he was so overcome with joy that he burst into tears, just like friends or relatives do when they meet after a long separation. He cried because of his great enlightenment. Sutra. Fatah asked further. The Lotus Sutra says, if everyone from Shravakas up to the Bodhisattvas were to exalt all their thought in order to measure the Buddha's wisdom, they could not fathom it. Now you cause common people merely to understand their own minds, and you call that the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Because of this, I am afraid that those without superior faculties will not be able to avoid doubting and slandering the sutra. The sutra also speaks of the three carts. How do the sheep, deer, and ox carts differ from the white ox cart? I pray the High Master will once again instruct me. The Master said, the sutra's meaning is clear. You yourself are confused. Disciples of all three vehicles are unable to fathom the Buddha's wisdom. The fault is in their thinking and measuring. The more they think, the further away they go. From the start, the Buddha speaks for the sake of common people, not for the sake of other Buddhas. Those who chose not to believe were free to leave the assembly, not knowing that they were sitting in the white ox cart. They saw 3 vehicles outside the gate. What is more, the Sutra text clearly tells you there is only the one Buddha vehicle, no other vehicle, whether 2 or 3, and the same is true for countless expedients, for various causes and conditions, and for analogies and rhetoric. All these dharmas are for the sake of the one Buddha vehicle. Commentary. The Lotus Sutra says, if the world were filled with those like Shariputra, exhausting their thought to measure so the Buddha's wisdom, they couldn't fathom it. Vata questioned the master. Shariputra was the wisest of the Buddha's disciples. Now, if you filled the entire universe with Sariputras, they all tried to fathom the Buddha's wisdom. They wouldn't be able to do it. Great Master, how can you say that when common people merely understand their own minds, they are open to the wisdom and good rules? One couldn't avoid slandering the sutra. Please be compassionate and tell me how the sheep and deer carts differ from the white ox cart. The master said, the sutra is perfectly clear on this point. The Shravakas, Pratika Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas cannot know the Buddha's wisdom simply because they do try to measure it. If their minds did not have such calculating thoughts, they could understand it. The Buddha spoke sutras for common people, not for other Buddhas. But if you don't believe the sutras, you can get up and walk out as you please. What is more, there is only one Buddha vehicle. There are no other vehicles, whether 2 Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, or 3 Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddha, and Bodhisattvas, or any number of parables causing and conditions to an uncountable expedient devices. All are spoken for the sake of the one Buddha vehicle. Sutra. Why don't you wake up? The 3 cards are false because they are preliminary. The one vehicle is real because it is the immediate present. You are merely taught to go from the false and return to the real. Once you have returned to reality, the real is also nameless. You should know that all the treasure and wealth is ultimately your own, for your own use. Do not think further of the Father, nor of the Son, nor of the use. What is called maintaining the Dharma Flow Sutra, then from end to end your hands will never let go of the scrolls. From morning to night you will recite it unceasingly. Vata received this instruction and, overwhelmed with joy, he spoke a verse. 3,000 sutra recitations, a Tao Tzu, not one single word. Before I knew what I appeared in the world, how could I stop the madness of accumulated births? Sheep, deer, and ox provisionally set up, beginning, middle, and well set forth. Who would have thought that winning the burning house? Originally the king of Dharma dwelt. The master said, from now on you may be called the monk, mindful of the sutra. Said from then on, although the head understood the profound meaning, Vata continued to recite the sutra unceasingly. Commentary. Once you have returned to the real vehicle, Even the real is nameless. You should discard the notion of reality. All the treasure and wealth of the Buddha Dharma is yours originally. It is the wind and light of your homeland. Use it as you wish. But do not think these were given to me by my father. I have received them as an inheritance. You shouldn't think of the father, the son, or the use. Just use them, that's all. That is genuine recitation of the sutra, from the first to the last, and your hands will set the text down, and you will recite it from morning to night. Before I knew why the Buddha appeared in the world, said Father, I had no way to stop the karmic process in this mad mind. But if you know that the beginning Shravaka vehicle, the middle Pratyeka Buddha vehicles, and the Mahayana Bodhisattva vehicle are nothing but expedient devices. They are not real. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Nobody. Why? It's just right here in the flaming house of the triple world, the realm of design, the realm of form, and the formless realm, that one can cultivate, realize Buddhahood, and be a great Dharma king. Yes, said the Master, I see that. You understand, and so now you have the right to be called a sutra reciting monk. Father understood the doctrine, but he did not make the mistake some people might have and think, I understand it, so I don't have to recite it. I have reached the level where I recite and yet do not recite. Do not recite and yet recite. If this is the case, then can you eat as if not eating and not eat as if eating? Or steal as if not stealing and not steal as if stealing? Or even kill as if not killing and not kill as if killing? Can you get away with this? Of course not. If you truly understand and are unattached to what you do, you will not babble intellectual Zen and say that you recite without reciting. Before you can make the Vishu Chi Tung Sutra, Vishu Chi Tung, a native of Anfang in Shaochou, had read the Lankavatara Sutra over 1,000 times, but still did not understand the three bodies and the four wisdoms. He made obeisance to the Master, seeking an explanation of the meaning. The Master said, the three bodies are the clear, pure Dharma body, which is your nature, the perfect, full reward body, which is your wisdom, and the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies, which are your conduct. To speak of the three bodies as separate from your original nature is to have the bodies but not the wisdoms. To remember that the three bodies have no self-nature is to understand the four wisdom of Bodhi. Listen to my verse. Three bodies complete in your own self-nature, when understood, become four wisdoms. While not apart from seeing and hearing, transcend them and ascend to the Buddha realm. I will now explain it for you. If you are attentive and faithful, you will never be deluded. Don't run outside in search of them by saying Bodhi to the end of your days. Chi Tung asked further, may I hear about the meaning of the four wisdoms? The Master said, since you understand the three bodies, you should also understand the four wisdoms. Why do you ask again? To speak of the four wisdoms as separate from the three bodies is to have wisdoms but not the bodies, in which case the wisdoms become non-wisdoms. He then spoke this verse. The wisdom of the great perfect mirror is your clear pure nature. The wisdom of equal nature is a mind without disease. Wonderfully observing wisdom is a seeing without effort. Perfecting wisdom is the same as the perfect mirror, 5, 8, 6, 7, effect and cause both turn, merely useful names. They are without real nature. If in the place of turning, emotion is not kept, you always and forever dwell in Naga concentration. Commentary. Bhikshu Chötung studied the Lankavatara Sutra because Bodhidharma recommended it above all other texts for the Chen's goal. Although he had read it over 1,000 times, he still had to ask the Master about the 3 bodies and the 4 wisdoms. The Master always teaches Dharma of and from self-nature. The clear, pure Dharma body is your own original nature, he said, and the reward body is your wisdom. The transformation bodies are your conduct, because you are what you do. You are transformed according to what you practice. If you try to explain the 3 bodies as something apart from your self-nature, you have the bodies but not the wisdoms. But when you understand that the 3 bodies are devoid of self-nature, you possess the 4 wisdoms of Bodhi. When you understand that the 3 bodies are immanent in the self-nature, you realize the 4 wisdoms without being separated from the conditions of sight and hearing. You ascend directly to the Buddha realm. Now I have spoken this verse, the Sixth Patriarch said, and you must truly believe it. Then you will never again be confused like those people who go around saying Bodhi, Bodhi, Bodhi all day long, but who never practice or understand Bodhi. Don't chatter head, mouth, Zen. You must truly understand the 3 bodies for it to count. The Master continued, since you understand the 3 bodies, you should understand the 4 wisdoms as well. If you try to explain the 4 wisdoms as something apart from the 3 bodies, then although you know the name 4 wisdoms, you do not possess their actual substance or know their function. Your wisdoms are non-wisdoms. The Buddha has 4 wisdoms. The wisdom of the great perfect mirror is the 8th consciousness, alaya vinaya vinana, when it has been transformed from consciousness into wisdom. The 8th consciousness is also called the store consciousness because it stores up all the good and bad seeds you have planted in the past, all the good and bad things you have done in this and past lives. If you have planted good causes, you reap good effects. If you have planted bad causes, you reap bad effects. As the potential of all good and bad karma is stored in the 8th consciousness, it also comes to be called the field of the 8th consciousness because whatever you plant in it eventually sprouts. When you are unable to use it, it is merely consciousness, but when you return to the root and go back to the source, the 8th consciousness is transmuted into the great perfect mirror wisdom, which in its essence is pure and undefiled. The wisdom of equal nature is the 7th consciousness when it has been transformed from consciousness into wisdom. Before you understand, it is the 7th consciousness, but once you are enlightened, it is the wisdom of equal nature. The 7th consciousness is also called the transmitting consciousness because it acts as a transmitter between the 6th and 8th consciousness. It is called the wisdom of equal nature. Because the minds of all Buddhas and living beings are equal when the latest consciousness have been transformed into wisdom. The mind without disease means that there is no obstruction, no jealousy, no greed, hate, or stupidity. Without these defilements, the 7th consciousness is transmuted into the wisdom of equal nature. The wonderful observing wisdom is the 6th consciousness when it has been transformed into wisdom. It is the wisdom of subtle observation, the 6th consciousness. What we think of as the ordinary mind is the consciousness of discrimination. It discriminates good and evil, right and wrong, male and female. Such discrimination is not actually the work of intelligence, as it seems to be, but is merely a kind of consciousness. When you turn it into wisdom, it becomes wonderfully observing wisdom, which sees all realms without having to go through the process of discrimination. This wonderful observation is quite different from mere discriminative thoughts. When certified arhats wish to use the wonderful observing wisdom to know something, they must first sit quietly in meditation and intentionally observe, for unless they intentionally observe, their minds are no different from those of ordinary people. By intentionally observing, they can know the events of the past 80,000 years. Perfecting wisdom comes from the transformation of the first 5 consciousnesses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body into wisdom. 5, 8, 6, 7, effect and cause both turn. The 5 consciousness and the 8th consciousness are transformed in the period of reaping effects, and the 6th and 7th are transformed in the period of blunting causes. In transforming the consciousnesses into the 4 wisdoms, first turn the 6th and 7th in the period of blunting causes, and next the 8th and 5 in the period of reaping effects. Merely useful names, they are without real nature. Although they are said to be changed in the realms of causes and effects, there is nothing in reality which corresponds to them. They are merely names and nothing more. If in the place of turning, emotion isn't kept, if in the place where your emotional feelings are being turned, you do not use your common mind and become caught up in the turning, you always and forever dwell in Naga concentration. At all times, you are in Naga Samadhi. Naga means dragon. Dragons can magically appear in big or small bodies because they have a great deal of concentration. As Hua Hai tells us in his introduction to the Sutra, the Sixth Patriarch defeated a dragon by saying, "If you are really a magic dragon, you should be able to appear in a small body as well as a large one." Then, when the dragon turned up in a small body, the master dared him to climb into his bowl. As the little dragon had a big temper and much ignorance, he jumped at the dare. But when he tried to jump out again, he couldn't do it. The master explained the drama to the dragon, and the dragon then went to rebirth. The dragon may have been constantly in samadhi, but he had not destroyed his ignorance and therefore lost his temper. "I'll show you," he said. "I'll change my body into a little one right now." If he had really been in samadhi, he would have said, "You say I can't appear in a small body. Okay, so what? I just appear in this large one." But he lost his concentration and was turned, caught, and defeated by the great master. Still, Naga Samadhi is an inconceivable state. How do dragons get to be dragons? They study the Buddha Dharma with mighty effort, morning to night, but they do not keep the precepts. Precepts are for common people. They say, "I am extraordinary. I am not the same category as they are, and I do not have to keep precepts." That's how they turn into dragons. Sutra. Note, the transformation of consciousness into wisdom has been described. The teaching says, the first 5 consciousnesses turned become the perfecting wisdom. The 6th consciousness turned becomes the wonderfully observing wisdom. The 7th consciousness turned becomes the wisdom of equal nature. The 8th consciousness turned becomes the wisdom of the great perfect mirror. Although the 6th and 7th are turned in the cause and the first 5 and the 8th in the effect, it is merely the names which turn, their substance does not turn. Commentary. The above passage was not part of the original text but was added later. Sutra. Instantly enlightened to the nature of wisdom, Chö Tung submitted the following verse: "Three bodies are my basic substance, four wisdoms my original bright mind. Body and wisdom in unobstructed fusion, in response to beings, I accordingly take form, arising to cultivate the misformed movement, holding to or pondering over them a waste of effort. Through the Master, I know the wonderful principle, and in the end, I lose the stain of names." Commentary. Chö Tung understood the function of the three bodies and the four wisdoms. The three bodies are not to be found outside my own body, he said, and the four wisdoms, too, are produced from my own bright understanding mind. When the bodies and wisdoms interpenetrate, then I may dispense the Dharma in accord with the needs of living beings, in accord with external conditions and yet not changing, unchanging and yet in accord with conditions. If you wonder, how can I cultivate the three bodies and four wisdoms? That is nothing but false thinking, false movement. The same is true of holding to them and being attached to them. From beginning to end, there is no stain of names. What is unstained by names is the original self-nature, which is untouched by worldly emotion. Unless you have no defilement, you cannot return to the root. Bhikshu Chö Chang. Sutra. Bhikshu Chö Chang, a native of Quai Sư in Central, left home when he was a child and resolutely sought to see his own nature. One day he called on the master, who asked him, "Where are you from and what do you want?" Chin Chang replied, "Your student has recently been to Pai Phong Mountain in Hongzhou to call on the High Master Ta Tung and receive his instruction on the principle of seeing one's nature and realizing Buddhahood. As I have not yet resolved my doubts, I have come from a great distance to bow reverently and request the Master's compassionate instruction." The Master said, "What instruction did he give you? Try to repeat it to me." Chö Chang said, "After arriving there, 3 months passed, and still I had received no instruction. Being eager for the Dharma, one evening I went alone into the abbot's room and asked him, 'What is my original mind and original substance?' Ta Tung then said to me, 'Do you see empty space?' 'Yes,' I said, 'I see it.' Ta Tung said, 'Do you know what appearance it has?' I replied, 'Empty space has no form. How could it have an appearance?' Ta Tung said, 'Your original mind is just like empty space. To understand that nothing can be seen is called right seeing. To know that nothing can be known is called true knowing. There is nothing blue or yellow, long or short. Simply seeing the clear, pure original source, the perfect, bright, enlightened substance. This is what is called seeing one's nature and realizing Buddhahood. It is also called the knowledge and vision of the Tathagata. Although I heard his instruction, I still do not understand and beg you, O Master, to instruct me." The Master said, "Your former Master's explanation still retains the concepts of knowing and seeing, and that is why you have not understood. Now I will teach you with a verse. Not to see a single Dharma still retains no seeing. Greatly resembling floating clouds covering the sun, not to know a single Dharma holds to empty knowing. Even as a lightning flash comes out of empty space, this knowing and seeing arise in an instant. When seen wrongly, can experience be understood? If in the space of a thought you can know your own error, your own spiritual light will always be manifest." Commentary. Bhikshu Chö Chang left home at the early age of 7 or 8. When he called on the Sixth Patriarch, the Master remembered his first meeting with the Fifth Patriarch, who who had asked him, "Where are you from and what do you seek?" "I'm from Central," the master had said, "and I seek nothing but Buddhahood." "Central people are barbarians," the fifth patriarch had said. "How can you become a Buddha?" "The barbarian's body and the high master's body are not the same," countered the sixth patriarch. "But in the Buddha nature, where is the distinction?" Remembering this, the sixth patriarch asked Chu Chang, "Where are you from? Just what do you think you're doing?" Chu Chang had received instruction on seeing the nature and realizing Buddhahood, but he still had doubts. The Chinese word for doubts is literally false doubts, because foxes are wary of everything. When a fox walks across the ice, he takes a step, cocks his head, and listens. If the ice crackles, he runs back to shore. If he does not, he keeps on walking and listening, walking and listening. Although foxes are extremely intelligent, they are full of doubts. In his verse, the sixth patriarch explains, "If you do not see a single Dharma and the 10,000 Dharmas all are empty, you still have the view of not seeing and Dharmas. You still hold that view. This is just like floating clouds covering the sun, because if you truly do not see anything, you are free of the idea of not seeing. In the same way, if you don't establish a single Dharma and don't know a single Dharma, but still have the knowledge that you neither establish nor know Dharmas, you still hold on to an empty, false kind of knowing. Your principles seem coherent, but knowing and seeing still remain. This is like the great void. Originally there is nothing there, but suddenly there is a flash of lightning. Now, do you see or not? This knowing and seeing arise in an instant. Your seeing nothing and your empty knowing, your view of not seeing and your knowledge of knowing nothing are there before your eyes. You should understand right at this instant that you are wrong in holding to the idea of seeing nothing and knowing emptiness. Then your original wisdom, your original intelligence, your inherent Buddha nature, which is the Tathagata's treasury, will always be manifest. Sutra. Hearing the verse, Chu Chang understood it with his heart and mind, and he composed this verse. Without beginning, knowing and seeing arise. When one is attached to marks, body is sought out. Clinging to a thought of enlightenment, do I rise above my former confusion? The inherently enlightened substance of my nature illuminates the turning, twisting flow. But had I not entered the Patriarch's room, I'd still be running, lost between the two extremes. Commentary. When Chu Chang heard this verse, he put it all down. Having put it all down, he didn't say, "I put it all down." If you put it down, put it down. Don't keep saying, "I put it down." If you keep on saying that you put it down, you haven't really done it. If you truly have no knowledge or view and have returned to the root and gone back to the source, why do you keep a knowing and a viewing? Chu Chang understood and spoke a wonderful verse. Without beginning, knowing and seeing arise. Without a head, without a tail, the idea of seeing nothing and the knowledge of emptiness arise from no beginning, without a causal basis or foundation. Though one is attached to marks, body is sought out. You should not be attached to marks, but now you have become attached to seeing nothing and knowing emptiness. Previously, when I explained no thought, I said that if you think I have no thought, just that is a thought, isn't it? If you really are without thought, you are also without no thought. The concept of no thought is just another thought. In Chan Dhyana meditation, when we reflect on the question, who is reciting the Buddha's name, we search for the who but don't find it, because basically there is no who, but people can't understand and keep looking for a self saying who. In your search, do not be attached to marks, Do not be attached to the mark of self when you seek Bodhi. When you think, I'm seeing emptiness and there is nothing at all, you still have the thought of knowing. You still have the thought of seeing, and you don't overcome your confusion. This is certainly not enlightenment. The inherently enlightened substance of my nature illuminates the turning, twisting flow. The basic substance of the self-nature, which is enlightened from the beginning, is in accord with the shift and flow of external conditions, and yet it does not change. Understanding this, Chang finds the middle way between the two extremes of seeing nothing and knowing emptiness. Sutra. One day Chang asked the Master, the Buddha taught the Dharma of the three vehicles and also the Supreme Vehicle. Your disciple has not yet understood that and would like to be instructed. The Master said, contemplate only your own original mind and do not be attached to the marks of external dharmas. The Dharma doesn't have four vehicles. It is people's minds that differ. Seeing, hearing, and reciting is the small vehicle. Awakening to the Dharma and understanding the meaning is the middle vehicle. Cultivating in accord with Dharma is the great vehicle. To penetrate the 10,000 Dharmas entirely and completely while remaining without defilement, and to sever attachment to the marks of all the Dharmas with nothing whatsoever gained in return. That is the Supreme Vehicle. Vehicles are methods of practice, not subjects for debate. Cultivate on your own and do not ask me, for at all times your own self-nature is itself thus. Chang bowed and thanked the Master and served him to the end of the Master's life. Commentary. The Master said, Chang, the Dharma doesn't even have one vehicle, much less four. People's minds are what differ. If you see, hear, and recite, you belong to the small vehicle. If you understand and awaken, you belong to the middle vehicle. If you practice in accord with the Dharma, you belong to the great vehicle. When you understand all Dharmas, when they are protected in your own mind without any obstruction, and when you know that the 10,000 Dharmas are the mind, and the mind is the 10,000 Dharmas, and further, when you are not divided by any state, then you belong to the Supreme Vehicle. But you must cultivate on your own. I can't do it for you. Eat your own food and fill yourself, and your own birth and death. From that time on, Chang served the Master. When he wanted a cup of tea, Chang brought it for him. When he was hungry, Chang brought him food. He served the Master right up until the Master's death, at which time he left Nan Hua Temple. Bhikshu Chu Tao. Sutra. Bhikshu Chu Tao, a native of Nanhai in Guangzhou, asked a favor. Since leaving home, your student has studied the Nirvana Sutra for over 10 years and has still not understood its great purport. I hope that the High Master will bestow his instruction. The Master said, what point haven't you understood? Chu Tao replied, all activities are impermanent, characterized by production and extinction. When production and extinction are extinguished, that still extinction is bliss. My doubts are with respect to this passage. Commentary. Once in the past, during the period when Shakyamuni Buddha was cultivating to plant causes for the attainment of Buddhahood, he was a Brahman. Deep in the mountains, he cultivated many Dharma doors, so heroically that the god Chakra was moved and said, he worked so hard, I wonder if I can break him, and he transformed himself into a Rakshasa ghost to test the Brahman. He told him, the Buddha known as free from fear said, all activities are impermanent, characterized by production and extinction. Who said that? Said the Brahman. The Rakshasa ghost, who was hideously ugly, appeared and said, I was just quoting a verse spoken by the Buddha who is free from fear. But you didn't recite the entire verse, only the first half. Please complete it, said the Brahman. I don't have the energy because I haven't eaten for several days. Find me something to eat and I will speak it for you, the ghost said. What would you like? Asked the Brahman. I don't eat anything but fresh, warm human meat, said the ghost. In that case, replied the Brahman, you may speak the verse and then I will give you my own body to eat. The ghost stared at him. Can you really do such an awesome deed? Can you really give up your body for half a verse? I speak the truth, I do not lie, said the Brahman. And if you don't believe me, I can ask the Buddhas of the 10 directions to bear testimony to the fact. Now recite the verse and then I will feed you. The ghost quickly recited, all activities are impermanent, characterized by production and extinction. When production and extinction are extinguished, that still extinction is bliss. Now give me your body. Wait a minute, said the Brahman. Once you have eaten me there will be nothing left of the verse unless I write it down. Let me carve it on this tree so that future generations may cultivate according to it. Then he stripped the bark from a tree and carved the verse on its trunk. The ghost said, Can I eat you now? Just a minute, said the Brahman. So you're backing out, are you? The ghost said. No, I'm not, said the Brahman, but what I have written on the tree will eventually be worn away by the wind and rain. I want to carve the verse in stone so that it will last forever. I'll gladly give you my body, but I must also leave the Buddha Dharma for those of the future. Not a bad idea, said the ghost. The Brahman carved the words in stone and said, All right, I've done what I had to do. I give my body to you as an offering. You may eat me now. And he shut his eyes and waited for the ghost to devour him. But just then the ghost flew up into empty space, transformed himself back into chakra and said, Very good, you're a true cultivator, one who gives up his own body for the sake of the Buddha way. In the future, you are sure to become a Buddha. This is an event in the former life of Shakyamuni Buddha, when, as a Brahman, he offered his life for half a verse. Sutra. The Master said, What are your doubts? All living beings have two bodies. Chư Tao replied, the physical body and the Dharma body. The physical body is impermanent and is produced and destroyed. The Dharma body is permanent and is without knowing or awareness. The Sutra says that the extinction of production and extinction is in bliss, but I do not know which body is in tranquil extinction and which receives the bliss. How could it be the physical body which receives the bliss when this physical body is extinguished? The four elements scatter. That is totally suffering, and a suffering cannot be called bliss. If the Dharma body was extinguished, it would become like grass, trees, tiles, or stones. Then what would receive the bliss? Moreover, the Dharma nature is the substance of the production and extinction, and the five heaps are the function of production and extinction. With one body having five functions, production and extinction are permanent. At the time of production, the functions arise from the substance, and at the time of extinction, the functions return to the substance. If there were rebirth, then sentient beings would not cease to exist or be extinguished. If there were not rebirth, they would return to tranquil extinction and be just like insentient objects. Thus, all dharmas would be suppressed by nirvana, and there would not even be production. How would there be bliss? The Master said, You're a son of Shakya. How can you hold the Javan views of annihilationism and permanence which belongs to other religions and criticize the Supreme Vehicle Dharma? According to what you say, there is a Dharma body that exists apart from physical form, and a tranquil extinction to be sought apart from production and extinction. Moreover, you propose that there is a body which enjoys the permanence and bliss of nirvana, but that is to grasp tightly onto birth and death and indulge in worldly bliss. Commentary. It is the physical body which is extinct and the Dharma body which receives the bliss. Chita wanted to know, or is it the Dharma body which is extinct and the physical body which receives the bliss? How could it be the physical body which receives the bliss? The body is composed of the elements earth, air, fire, and water. At death, the elements scatter, and that is a state of unspeakable suffering. You can't call suffering happiness. Hey, said the great master, you are a disciple of Shakyamuni Buddha. You have left home and are a member of the Sangha. How can you harbor the Javan views and Javan knowledge of non-Buddhist religions? You can say that there is a Dharma body apart from the physical body and its extinction, and that there is a tranquil extinction apart from the process of production and extinction. Isn't this what you're saying? You also say that there is a body which enjoys the four virtues of nirvana: permanence, bliss, true self, and purity. In fact, your theories are nothing but niggardly attachment to birth and death and worldly pleasure. Stuck in the mundane world, you cannot possibly know transcendental bliss. Sutra. You should know how that deluded people mistook the union of 5 heaps for their own bodies and discriminated dharmas as external to themselves. They loved life, dreaded death, and drifted from thought to thought, not knowing that this illusory dream is empty and false. They turned vainly around on the wheel of birth and death and mistook the permanence and bliss of nirvana for a form of suffering. All day long they sought after something else. Taking pity on them, the Buddha made manifest in the space of an instant the true bliss of nirvana, which has no mark of production or extinction. It has no production or extinction to be extinguished. That then is the manifestation of tranquil extinction. Its manifestation cannot be reckoned. It is permanent and blissful. The bliss has neither enjoyer nor a non-enjoyer. How can you call it one substance with 5 functions? Worse, how can you say that nirvana suppresses all dharmas, causing them to be forever unproduced? That is to slander the Buddha and defame the Dharma. Commentary. The Buddha spoke for those who thought that their bodies were actually made up of a union of the 5 heaps, and who thought dharmas were something external to themselves. They were attached to life and death because they didn't know that everything is like a dream, a bubble, a lightning flash, or a dew-drop illusory. They underwent birth and death over and over again, uselessly and pitifully spinning on the wheel of the 6 paths of rebirth. Some people thought that the wonderful virtues of nirvana were a kind of suffering, but the Buddha mercifully revealed to them the true happiness of nirvana, where there is no mark of production and no mark of extinction. Further, there is absolutely no extinction of production and extinction, because right within production and extinction there appears the state of non-production and non-extinction. That is the manifestation of tranquil extinction. You can't say that the manifestation of tranquil extinction is so long and so short, is so long or so short, so high or so wide. is a kind of permanent happiness which is without an enjoyer or a non-enjoyer. If you would like to have this kind of happiness, you should know that there is no one who enjoys it or does not enjoy it. Why? It is the manifestation of the original self-nature. Sutra, listen to my verse. Supreme great Nirvana is bright, perfect, permanent, still and shining. Deluded common people call it death. Other teachings hold it to be annihilation. All those who seek two vehicles regard it as non-action. Ultimately, these notions arise from feeling and form the basis for 62 views, wrongly establishing unreal names. What is the true, real principle? Only one who has gone beyond measuring penetrates without grasping or rejecting, and knows that the Dharma of the 5 hips and the self within the hips, the outward appearances, a mass of images, the mark of every sound, are equally like the illusion of dreams. For him, views of common and holy do not arise, nor are explanations of Nirvana made. The 2 boundaries, the 3 limits are cut off. All organs have their function, but there never arises the thought of the function. All dharmas are discriminated, without the thought of discrimination arising. When the fire at the end's end burns the bottom of the sea, and the winds blow the mountains against each other, the true, permanent, still, distinct bliss, the mark of Nirvana, is thus. I have struggled to explain it, to cause you to reject your false views. Don't understand it by words alone, and maybe you'll understand a bit of this. After hearing this verse, Chita was greatly enlightened. Overwhelmed with joy, he made obeisance and withdrew. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch said, listen, great Nirvana is full, complete, and bright. Is permanent, unchanging, and constantly illuminating. Ordinary people say that it is death, and those of non-Buddhist religions say that it is annihilation. The 2 vehicles of the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas think that it is non-action, that it is uncreated and arises spontaneously. But these are all discriminations which arise from emotion, and they form the basis of 62 wrong views. What are the 62 wrong views? The hip skandha is big and I am contained in the hip. 2. I am big and the hip is contained in me. 3. The hip itself is me. 4. I am separate from the hip. When each of the 4 above are applied to the 5 hips, form, feelings, perceptions, impulses, and consciousness, they make 20. The 20 multiplied by the 3 periods of time, past, present, and future, make 60. Adding the 2 extremes of permanence and annihilation makes 62. None of them are real, they are all empty and false. Then, what is the true real principle? Only one who has gone beyond measuring penetrates without grasping at or rejecting them. Therefore, he truly understands that the Dharma of the 5 hips and the self within those hips and the marks of form and sound are all like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. For him, views of common and holy do not arise. He doesn't have the views of a common person. He doesn't have the understanding of the sage, and he doesn't try to explain the bliss of Nirvana. The 2 boundaries, the 3 limits are cut off. He is attached neither to the boundary of emptiness nor to the boundary of existence. Therefore, the 3 limits of the past, present, and future are cut off, and he is not attached to them. All organs have their function, but there never arises the thought of the function. The true suchness, self-nature, has the ability to function in accord with the external conditions and yet not change. Its responsiveness is inexhaustible, and yet there is no thought of, I am functioning. All dharmas are discriminated without a thought of discrimination arising. You don't think, I am making discriminations. If you do think that, you have the mark of discrimination. To be truly without discrimination is to be without the mark of non-discrimination as well. When the fire at the end of the end burns the bottom of the sea, and the wind blows the mountains against each other, at the end of an end there are three disasters: flood, fire, and wind. The true permanent, still, extinct bliss, the mark of nirvana, is thus: if you have attained true permanence and the bliss of tranquil extinction, then the mark of nirvana is just as it was explained above, and the three disasters cannot affect you. The great master concludes by saying that he has spoken the verse to encourage his listeners to cast aside their present knowledge and views. When you no longer rely on the text in order to explain the sutras, he said, I will grant that you understand just a little bit of what I've said. Bhikshu Singtsu Sutra. Dhyana Master Singtsu was born into the Liao family, which lived in Anchang district in Chuzhou. Hearing of the flourishing influence of the Tao Tzu Dharma assembly, Tzu went directly there to pay homage and asked what is required to avoid falling into successive stages. The master said, What did you do before coming here? He replied, I did not even practice the holy truths. The master said, Then into what successive stage could you fall? He replied, If one isn't practicing the four holy truths, what successive stages are there? The master greatly admired his capacity and made him the leader of the assembly. One day the master said, You should go elsewhere to teach. Do not allow the teaching to be cut off. Having obtained the Dharma, Singtsu returned to Qingyuan Mountain in Chuzhou to propagate the Dharma and transform living beings. After his death, he was given the posthumous title Dhyana Master Hung Chu. Commentary. Dhyana Master Singtsu walked and thought about things at the same time. What did he think about? Do you know? I know. He walked and thought, who is mindful of the Buddha? Who is mindful of the Buddha? And so he was called Singtsu, walking thinker. At that time, the reputation of the Dharma assembly at Cao Tzu had spread all over China. Everyone knew that the person to whom the fifth patriarch had transmitted the robe and bowl was spreading the Dharma there. People drift away from the empty and gather with the flourishing. If there are only a few people in your place, it will soon be empty. For instance, here there are 30 people, but if there were only 3 or 4 people, soon they would all run away. The more people there are, the more will come from the outside. There are a lot of people at the Buddhist lecture hall. Hippies who go there, cut their hair and shave their beards. It's inconceivable. There must be something happening there. Let's go and see. The Dharma assembly at Cao Tzu flourished. Gather with the flourishing can also be explained as gather with the sages, because in Chinese the words flourishing and sage sound the same. Many sages and common people came to support the Patriarch. Singtsu asked the Patriarch which Dharma door he would cultivate in order to avoid the successive stages of the gradual teaching. The sudden teaching does not have successive stages. Therefore, what he actually asked was, how do I cultivate the sudden Dharma? He must have heard someone say, the sixth patriarch is truly inconceivable. He has the 5 eyes and the 6 spiritual penetrations. I went there and didn't say a thing, and he knew what I was thinking and asked me about it. The master regarded Xing Tzu highly. What this man says makes sense, he thought. He surely must have good rules. He appointed Xing Tzu head of the assembly, and thereafter Xing Tzu always walked in front, leading the others during the ceremonies. The sixth patriarch saw Xing Tzu was a vessel of the Dharma, a Dharma door, elephant, and dragon. This means that he had the capability of a patriarch, not a self-made patriarch, but one who had received the sixth patriarch's certification and permission to teach. Go and teach elsewhere, said the master. You should not stay here with me, but should go in such and such a direction to be a teaching master. Do not let the Dharma become extinct. Xing Tzu received the robe and bow and carried the transmission of the lamp of the wonderful Dharma. The posthumous title was conferred by the emperor. Xing Tzu was given the name Hung Zhi, extensive crossing, just as the sixth patriarch received the name Ta Qian, great mirror. Dharma Master Hsuan Hua. Sutra. Dharma Master Hsuan Hua was the son of the Tu family in Jinzhou. He first visited National Master An of Sung Mountain, who told him to go to Tao Tzu to pay homage. When he arrived, he bowed, and the master asked him, "What has come?" He replied, "Sung Shan." The master said, "What thing is it, and how does it come?" He replied, "To say that is like a thing is to miss the point." The master said, "Then can there still be that which is cultivated and certified?" He replied, "Cultivation and certification are not absent, but there can be no defilement." The master said, "It is just the lack of defilement of which all Buddhas are mindful and protective. You are like that, and I am like that too." In the West, Pranatara predicted that a colt would run from under your feet, trampling and killing people under heaven. You should keep that in mind, but do not speak of it too soon. Huang Chang suddenly understood. Accordingly, he waited upon the master for 15 years, daily penetrating more deeply into the profound and mysterious. He later went to Nanyang, where he spread the Dhyana school. The title Dhyana Master Ta Hui was bestowed upon him posthumously. Commentary. Huai Chang received the Dharma transmission from the Great Master and became the seventh patriarch. Huai means to cherish. What did he cherish? Chang, which means to yield. He was never arrogant toward anyone, but kept his mind humble and modest, respecting everyone above and below him. In his mind, he always cherished politeness. What this Dhyana master had, he appeared to be without. What was real appeared false. Although he had the way, it seemed as though he didn't. He was actually highly educated, but if anyone brought it up, he politely insisted that he was really just a beginner. He first went to study the Buddha Dharma with National Master An. National Master An sent him to study at Tao Tzu because at that time everyone knew that Tao Tzu was the place of the true orthodox Buddha Dharma. If you really wanted to study and cultivate faith in the Buddha Dharma, you went to Tao Tzu. Now, in America, if you really want to study the Buddha Dharma, you should come and study the sutras here. Don't fear difficulty, don't fear suffering, don't be lazy. Study the Buddha Dharma. At that time, at Nan Hua Temple, the site of the platform of the Sixth Patriarch, there was dhyana meditation and work on the mountain slopes every day. Everyone got up at 3:30 in the morning. At 4 o'clock, they went to morning recitation, which was very vigorous and lasted until 5:30. Then they sat in meditation until sunrise. After he had eaten some rice and gruel, there was another hour of meditation. At 8 o'clock, they went out on the mountain slopes for 2 hours until 10 o'clock. Because there were about 2,000 people, in 2 hours they were able to do a lot of work. It was not like 1 or 2 people doing the work and not being able to finish it. At 10 they returned from the slopes and rested until 11, at which time they ate. From 12 to 2 they sat in meditation, and at 2 o'clock they went back out on the mountain slopes to work for 2 more hours. Then they returned and sat in meditation for 6 hours until 10 o'clock. Afterwards, some did their own work, bowing in homage to the sutras, or performing repentance ceremonies until midnight. Every day it was this way. The wind of the way blew severely at Nan Hua Temple. Everyone had to follow the rules. There were several thousand people, and you never heard a person speak. No one spoke because they feared that they might strike up false thinking, and then their work would not succeed. If you single-mindedly apply effort, you never pursue any train of random thought whatsoever. The Sixth Patriarch therefore established work in common which was very rigorous. When Venerable Master Hsuan Hua arrived at Nan Hua Temple, he bowed, and the Master said, "What has come?" This is Chen. In the Chen school, one never speaks of the principle outright. He merely said, "What has come?" Ostensibly, it was a bhikshu, but he said, "What comes?" At least he didn't ask if it was a ghost. Huai Chang replied, "Sung Shan." He meant, "I am from Sung Mountain." The two were using the language of the Chen school. Repartee. Cultivation and certification are not absent, but there can be no defilement. Cultivation has that which is cultivated, and certification has that which is certified. Therefore, cultivation and certification are not non-existent. So cultivation and certification can exist, but defilement cannot. That is, it cannot be stained. The self-nature must be bright and light. When Huai Chang said this, the Master replied that there was no defilement, no filth in the self-nature. The defilements are self-seeking, jealousy, greed, hate, and delusion. Without these defilements, he said, "You are thus just as I am. We two are the same equal." The 27th Indian Patriarch, Pranatara, the predecessor of Bodhidharma, had said that a colt would run from under Huai Chang's feet. Who was the colt? He was Huai Chang's Dharma successor, Great Master Matsu Horse Patriarch Tao Yi. Under your feet means that the colt would be Huai Chang's disciple, because a disciple behaves as if he were under his teacher's foot. In the future, Pranatara had said, a colt will run out of your gate, trampling people all over the world. No other Dharma master will match his superb elegance and vast wisdom. None will defeat him. Under heaven, he will be supreme. Master Huai Chang became the Sixth Patriarch's personal attendant. Later, he went to Hong Mountain in Nanyao, which is in Hunan province in south-central China, to propagate the Dharma school. After Huai Chang died, the emperor gave him the title Great Master Ta Hui, Great Wisdom. Chapter 7. Opportunities and Conditions. Dharma Master Hsuan Hua. Sutra. Dharma Master Hsuan Hua of Yongxia was the son of a family called Dai in Wenzhou. When he was young, he studied the sutras and commentaries and was skilled in the Tian Tai Dharma of stop and look. Upon reading the Vimalakkhati Sutra, he understood the middle ground. One day he happened to meet the master's disciple Hsuan Hua, and they had a pleasant talk. As Hsuan Hua's words were consonant with the words of all the patriarchs, Hsuan Hua asked him, "Kind sir, from whom did you obtain the Dharma?" He replied, "I have heard the Vyapulya Sutras and Shastras, receiving each from a master. Later, upon reading the Vimalakkhati Sutra, I awakened to the doctrine of the Buddha mind, but as yet no one has certified me." Hsuan Hua said, "That was acceptable before the time of the Buddha called the awesome-voiced king. But since the coming of that Buddha, all those who self-enlighten without a master belong to other religions which hold to the tenet of spontaneity." "Then, will you please certify me, kind sir?" said Hsuan Hua. Hsuan Hua said, "My words are of little worth, but the great master, the Sixth Patriarch, is a Tao Tzu. When people gather like clouds from the four directions, he is one who has received the Dharma. If you wish to go, I will accompany you." Commentary. Yongxia is the name of a place because everyone greatly respected this Dharma master. He addressed him after the name of his birthplace, according to Chinese custom. When he was young, Yongxia investigated the Buddhist sutras and the commentaries written by the Patriarchs. When he read the Vimalakkhati Sutra, he understood the Dharma of his own mind ground. One day he had a chat with the Sixth Patriarch's disciple, Hsuan Hua, and Hsuan Hua found that their views were in agreement and that they both agreed with the principles of the Patriarchs. Supposing him to be a member of his own school, Hsuan Hua asked, "Who transmitted our Dharma to you?" "Great Master Hsuan Hua, who certified you." When he learned Hsuan Hua had enlightened himself by reading Vimalakkhati Sutra, he said, "Before the time of awesome-voiced King Buddha, that would have been all right, but he was the first Buddha, and now since his advent, anyone who claims to be enlightened without a master's certification and simply not a Buddhist." "Not a Buddhist? Oh no," said Hsuan Hua. "Then please certify me." "I don't know what certain people in America who certify themselves and then lecture on the Sixth Patriarch Sutra. Do they come to this passage of text? How do they explain it?" Awesome-voiced King Buddha's name means that the sound of his voice penetrates to the most remote places, through the wind and light to the original sound. "I can't certify you," said Hsuan Hua, "because I don't have the sutra." Thereupon Hsuan Hua went with Hsuan Hua to call upon the master. On arriving, he circumambulated the master 3 times, shook his staff, and stood in front of him. The master said, "Inasmuch as Sramanara has perfected the 3,000 awesome deportments and the 80,000 fine practices, where does this virtuous one come from, and what makes him so arrogant?" Hsuan Hua said, "The affair of birth and death is great, and impermanence comes quickly." The master said, "Why not embody non-production and understand that which is not quick?" He replied, "The body itself is not produced, and fundamentally there is no quickness." The master said, "So it is, so it is." Commentary. When the two arrived at Tao Tzu, Hsuan Hua marched around the Sixth Patriarch 3 times, pounded his tin staff into the ground and stood there as if angry. The Sixth Patriarch politely asked, "How did you get here and why are you so obnoxious?" One who has left home has perfected the 3,000 awesome deportments and the 80,000 fine practices, and yet you didn't even bow to me. There are 250 deportments for each of the four body postures: standing, sitting, walking, and lying down. These 1,000 compartments multiplied by the past, present, and future make 3,000. There are actually 84,000 fine practices. Although the text here gives the number as 80,000, Hsuan Hua said, "I act this way because birth and death is a serious problem, and one never knows when the ghost of impermanence will pay his inevitable call. It all happens very fast, you know." What Hsuan Hua actually meant is, "I am trying to end birth and death, and I have no time for good manners. Besides, I've put that sort of thing down." "Then why don't you think of a way to embody and comprehend that which is not produced and to understand what is not quick?" said the Master. "You should be clear about the principles of non-production and quickness." "The body itself is not produced," said Hsuan Hua. "And fundamentally, the understanding is without quickness. That is, if I clearly understand birth and death, then there is no birth and death. And if I maintain that clear understanding, then in fact there is no quickness. Why then should I fear the ghost of impermanence?" Seeing that he understood, the Sixth Patriarch certified him, saying, "Right, good work. It's just as you say." Sutra. Hsuan Hua then made obeisance with perfect awesome deportment. A short while later he announced that he was leaving, and the Master said, "Aren't you leaving too quickly?" He replied, "Fundamentally I don't move. How can I be quick?" The Master said, "Who knows you don't move?" He replied, "Kind sir, you yourself make this discrimination." The Master said, "You have truly got the idea of non-production." "But does non-production possess an idea?" asked Hsuan Hua. "If it is without ideas, then who discriminates it?" said the Master. "What discriminates is not an idea either," he replied. The Master exclaimed, "Good indeed, stay for a night." During his time he was called the One Enlightened Overnight, and later he wrote the Song of Certifying to the Way, which circulated widely in the world. His posthumous title is Great Master Wu Xiang, and during his lifetime he was called Chen Jiao. Commentary. The Master and Hsuan Hua carried on some repartee. "Your eloquence indicates that you have truly understood the idea of non-production," said the Master. "How can non-production have an idea?" Hsuan Hua replied. "Without ideas, who could discriminate it?" said the Master. Hsuan Hua said, "Although there is discrimination, it is not done on the basis of the mind's ideas. It is not the intellect engaging in intellection which discriminates. Rather, it is the Buddha's wonderful observing wisdom which has no need to resort to the process of reasoning and which yet knows everything. Therefore, what discriminates is not an idea either." "You're absolutely right," said the Master. Hsuan Hua stayed one night at Nan Hua Temple and became enlightened, so everyone called him the One Enlightened Overnight. Later on he wrote the Song of Certifying to the Way, which I am sure you all know. It begins, "Have you not seen the man of the way, who has cut off learning and in leisure does nothing, who does not reject false thinking or seek reality? For him the real nature of ignorance is the Buddha nature, and the empty body of illusion is the Dharma body." After he died, the emperor gave him the title Xiang, which means without marks, and his contemporaries called him Chen Chao, true enlightenment. Dhyana Master Chu Huang. Sutra Dhyana cultivator Chu Huang had formerly studied under the Fifth Patriarch and said of himself that he had attained to the right reception. He lived in a hut, constantly sitting for 20 years. In his travels, the master's disciple Hsuan Hua reached Hua, where he heard of Chu Huang's reputation. He paid a visit to his hut and asked him, "What are you doing here?" "Entering concentration," replied Chu Huang. Hsuan Hua said, "You say you are entering concentration. Do you enter with thought or without thought? If you enter without thought, then all insentient things such as grass, trees, tiles, and stones should likewise attain concentration. If you enter with thought, then all sentient things which have consciousness should also attain concentration." Chu Huang said, "When I probably enter concentration, I do not notice whether I have thought or not." Hsuan Hua said, "Not to notice whether or not you have thought is eternal concentration. How can you enter it or come out of it? If you come out of it or enter it, it is not a great concentration." Chu Huang was speechless. After a long while, he finally asked, "Who is your teacher?" Hsuan Hua said, "My master is the Sixth Patriarch at Taozi." Chu Huang said, "What does your master take to be dhyana concentration?" Commentary. Chu Huang practiced dhyana meditation. His first teacher was the Fifth Patriarch, Hong Chen. Formerly, when cultivators left the home life, they would travel everywhere in search of a bright-eyed, knowing one. Hsuan Hua did public relations work for the Sixth Patriarch. He traveled all over China, saying, "My teacher is the Sixth Patriarch, the genuine recipient of the robe and bowl." When he heard about Chu Huang's cultivation, he went to visit him and said, "Hey, what are you doing here, huh?" Chu Huang said, "Just that, I'm entering concentration." "You say you are entering concentration," said Hsuan Hua. "Tell me, do you do it with the thought in mind that you want to enter concentration, or don't you have such a thought? If you do not enter it with such a thought in mind, then all inanimate objects could also enter concentration, because they don't have thought either. But if you do, then all living conscious creatures could enter as well." Chu Huang said, "When I enter concentration, I don't notice whether I have thought or not. At that time, I'm empty." Hsuan Hua said, "If you don't notice whether or not you have thought, then that is permanent concentration. How can you come out of it or enter it? How do you go in? How do you come out? If you can enter or leave it, it's not the great concentration of the Buddha." Chu Huang was dumbfounded. "What am I going to do?" he thought. "I do go into concentration and come out of it." He couldn't open his mouth for a long time. He knew that his own words has no principle, that Hsuan Hua's wisdom was higher than his own, and that he had no means to debate with him. Finally, he asked, "Who is your teacher? Your eloquence is superb. Surely your master is even more clever than you. Who transmitted the Dharma to you?" "My teacher is the Sixth Patriarch, the abbot of Nan Hua Temple in Taozi," said Hsuan Hua. "What does he take to be dhyana concentration?" Chu Huang asked. Sutra. Hsuan Hua said, "My teacher speaks of the wonderful, clear, perfect stillness, the suchness of the substance and function, the fundamental emptiness of the five skandhas, and the non-existence of the six organs. There is neither emerging nor entering, neither concentration nor confusion. The nature of dhyana is non-dwelling and is beyond the act of dwelling in dhyana stillness. The nature of dhyana is unproduced and beyond the production of the thought of dhyana. The mind is like empty space and is without the measure of empty space. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch says that the original nature is wonderful, clear, perfectly still, and unmoving. Its substance and function both are thus unmoving, clear, and illuminating. The five shadows, i.e., the five skandhic heaps of form, feeling, perception, impulses, and consciousness, are fundamentally void, and the six sense objects of form, sound, smell, taste, tangible objects, and objects of the mind are also non-existent. When you understand the wonderful function of the original substance, there is no question of either dwelling or not dwelling in dhyana. The dhyana nature transcends that kind of dead dhyana which is attached to stillness. The nature of dhyana itself is unproduced and transcends such thoughts as, "Here I sit in dhyana meditation." Sutra. Hearing this explanation, Hsuan Hua went directly to visit the master. The master asked him, "Kind sir, where are you from?" Hsuan Hua related the above incident in detail. The master then said, "It is truly just as he said. Simply let your mind be like empty space without being attached to the idea of emptiness, and the correct function of the self-nature will no longer be obstructed. Have no thought, whether in motion or stillness. Forget any feeling of being common or holy. Put an end to both subject and object. The nature and mark will be thus, and at no time will you be out of the state of concentration." Commentary. What Hsuan Hua told you was correct, said the master. Just make your mind like empty space, but do not hold on to the idea of empty space. You will then function in an unhindered way. When something presents itself, you will respond, and when it passes, you will be still. This is to be unobstructed. Whether moving or still, whether walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, have no thought. Do not think, "I'm a sage," and do not think, "I'm just a common person." Forget about feeling holy or common. Get rid of emotional feelings altogether. Be without subject or object. Do not have something which sees and something which is seen, something which makes empty and something which is made empty. You should know that when you see brightness, your seeing is not bright. When you see darkness, your seeing is not dark. When you see emptiness, your seeing is not empty. When you see form, your seeing has no form. When you see existence, your seeing is not existent. And when you see non-existence, your seeing is not non-existent. The Suragama Sutra says, when your seeing sees the seeing nature, that seeing is no longer seeing. Your seeing nature is beyond your seeing, and your seeing cannot reach it. Your seeing nature should be separated from and unattached to your false discriminating seeing, and you should not hold on the thought of seeing. If you adhere to the idea of subject and object, maintaining that there is someone who sees as well as an emptiness which is seen, you are left with just that knowledge and vision. You should put an end to both subject and object. Sutra. Just then Hsuan Hua attained the great enlightenment. That he had gained in 20 years vanished. What he had gained in 20 years vanished from his mind without a trace. That night the pupil of Ho Pei heard a voice in space announcing, "Today Dhyana Master Hsuan Hua has attained the way." Later he made obeisance and left, returning to Ho Pei to teach and convert the 4 assemblies there. Commentary. All of a sudden Hsuan Hua had a great, not a small enlightenment. and the skill he had acquired in 20 years of diligent cultivation completely left him. There was not a trace, not an echo. Before he had entered Samadhi, thinking, I am entering Samadhi, but now he had nothing at all. Everything was empty. He had returned to the root and source of all dharmas. Although True Huang himself was in Huashuo, that night in his native village, on the outskirts of Peking, his neighbors, disciples, and Dharma protectors all heard a voice in space saying, You should all know that today Dharma Master True Huang reached enlightenment. Later, True Huang bowed to the Sixth Patriarch, took leave, and returned to Hopei to teach the bhikshus, bhikshunis, laymen, and lay women there. Hopei is about 1,500 miles from Huashuo. One member of the Sangha, Sutra. One of the Sangha asked the Master, Who got the principle of Huang Mei? The Master replied, The one who understands the Buddha Dharma. The Sangha member said, Hi Master, have you obtained it? I do not understand the Buddha Dharma, the Master replied. Commentary. This member of the Sangha was truly a barbarian, an uneducated savage. He rudely confronted the Master and asked, Who got the robe and bowl of the fifth Patriarch Hung Chen of Huang Mei? He knew very well that the sixth Patriarch had it, but he asked anyway. From this we know that among those who came to the Master for instruction, there were rude country peasants as well as good disciples. He knew that his question was insulting to the Master, and what he meant by it was, You can't even read. How can you be worthy of the robe and bowl? The Master said, One who thoroughly comprehends the Buddha Dharma obtains that principle, and the fifth Patriarch's robe and bowl. But High Master, the bhikshu said, Have you got it or not? He didn't believe that the Master had received the transmission. The sixth Patriarch didn't say yes, and he didn't say no. He simply said, I don't understand the Buddha Dharma. What do you think? Was he telling the truth? Bhikshu Fang Pian. Sutra. One day the Master wanted to wash the robe which he had inherited, but there was no clear stream nearby. He walked about 2 miles behind the temple, where he saw good energies revolving in a dense grove of trees. He shook his staff, stuck it in the ground, and a spring bubbled up and formed a pool. Commentary. The Master walked about 2 miles behind the temple, where he found a luxuriant grove filled with tall trees and good vibrations. People who have opened their 5 eyes and obtained the 6 spiritual powers can tell at a glance the geometric properties of any particular piece of land. So, when the Master planted his tin staff in the ground, the 9 metal rings which hung from the head of his staff echoed through the wood, and a spring gushed forth to form a clear, pure pool. The public washing stream is about a third of a mile behind Nan Hua Temple. Whether this present stream is the same source that was used during the Sixth Patriarch's time is uncertain. Sutra. As he knelt to wash his robe on a rock, suddenly a monk came up and bowed before him, saying, I am Fang Pian, a native of Sishu. A while ago I was in India, where I visited the great Master Bodhidharma. He told me to return to China immediately, saying, The orthodox Dharma I treasury and the Samgati robe, which I inherited from Mahakashyapa, has been transmitted to the 6th generation of Cao Su Shao Chou. Go there and pay reverence. Fang Pian has come from afar, hoping to see the robe and bowl that his master transmitted. The master showed them to him and asked, Superior One, what work do you do? I am good at sculpting, he replied. Keeping a straight face, the master said, then sculpted something for me to see. Fang Pian was bewildered, but after several days he completed a lifelike image of the Patriarch, 7 inches high and wonderful in every detail. The master laughed and said, "You only understand the nature of sculpture. You do not understand the nature of the Buddha." Then the master stretched out his hand and rubbed the crown of Fang Pian's head, saying, "You will forever be a field of blessing for gods and humans." The master rewarded him with a robe which Fang Pian divided into 3 parts. One he used to wrap the sculpture, one he kept for himself, and the third he wrapped in palm leaves and buried in the ground, vowing, "In the future, when this robe is found again, I will appear in the world to be abode here and restore these buildings." Note: during the Song dynasty, in the 8th year of the Chia Yu reign period, 1063 AD, while Bishop Wei Xian was repairing the hall, he excavated the earth and found the robe, which was like new. The image is a Khao Chuan temple, and those who pray before it obtain a quick response. Commentary: think about it. Bodhidharma had long since died in China, but Bishop Fang Pian met him in India. That is not surprising, however, because to this day no one knows exactly what happened to Bodhidharma. I will now tell you a true story. While I was living in Manchuria, I decided, for various reasons, to live the whole life and cultivate the way. The man I most respected was Wang Xiaotu, filial son Wang. When he was 28 years old, his mother died, and he practiced filial piety by sitting beside her grave. He built a small hut out of scrap lumber to protect himself from the bitter Manchurian cold and lived there for 3 years. According to the Confucian custom, when the first 3 years were up, he decided to stay for another 3 years, so in all he practiced for 6 years. During the second 3-year period, he did not speak, no matter who came. Every day he sat in his hut, meditating and reciting the Dharma Sutra. Toward the end of the 6th year, he had a daydream. In Xian and Guangling mountains, he thought, there are cultivators who live for over 1,000 years. When I fulfill my filial obligations, I'll go there to cultivate. The following morning, during meditation, he heard a Dharma protector say, "Today an important guest will visit you." He thought perhaps a great official was coming, and he waited until 10 o'clock, when he saw a monk approaching, wearing rug robes and carrying a bamboo stick. Filial son Wang did not speak out loud, but in his mind he wondered, "Where is he from?" The monk replied, "I'm from Guangling Mountain." Filial son Wang then thought, "What is his name?" The monk told him his name and added, "In the Ming Dynasty, I was a general, and later I left home to cultivate. We two have a karmic affinity for one another, and so when I heard that you wanted to go to Guangling Mountain, I felt I should advise you that the monks there cultivate solely for their own benefit. You, on the other hand, should cultivate for the good of all. After you have finished your act of filial piety, build a temple right here and spread the Buddha Dharma." Now filial son Wang hadn't spoken to the monk, and yet the monk read the questions in his mind. That shows that the monk had the spiritual power of knowing others' thoughts and had obtained the 5 eyes and 6 spiritual penetrations. He said he was from the Ming Dynasty. Filial son Wang lived during the first years of the Republic, some 300 years later. So you see that Bodhidharma could easily have been seen in southern India several hundred years after his disappearance from China. That he met Fang Pian there and told him about the robe and bow is a very ordinary matter, nothing strange at all. Bishop Fampian knew how to make Buddha images. He carved them in wood and molded them in clay. The master very solemnly said to him, "Please sculpt an image for me to see." God of God. Fampian just stood there in silence, but a few days later he had finished making a true image of the Patriarch. It looked just like the master. The nose, ears, eyes, all the features were exactly right. It was a perfect likeness right down to the finest detail. When the master saw the little statue of himself, he couldn't help but smile. "Fang Pian," he said, "you may know how to model clay, but you don't know how the Buddha nature. You don't know the Buddha nature. In any case, you should leave a home in every life, become a bhikshu, and act as a field of blessing for humans and gods." Master Wu Luan's verse. Sutra. One bhikshu was reciting the Master Wu Luan's verse. Wu Luan has the talent to stop the 100 thoughts. Facing situations, his mind won't move. Body grows day by day. When the master heard it, he said, "This verse shows no understanding of mind growth, and to cultivate according to it will increase one's bondage." Then he spoke this verse. Hui Neng has no talent to stop the 100 thoughts. Facing situations, his mind often moves. How can body grow? Commentary. The name of the reciter of Wu Luan's verse is not given. Perhaps he had no name, or perhaps he didn't want to be famous. Dear Master Wu Luan could cut off his thoughts, but Wu Luan himself, the cutter of thoughts, still remained. Thus he had fallen into the second or third position. He was not in the first position. Upon hearing Wu Luan's verse, the great master replied, "I haven't a single talent, nor even the thought of cutting off thought. My mind responds in measurable way. Who cares whether body grows or not?" Here he expresses the same principle as in the verse he wrote while still a layman at Huang Mei. Originally, there is not one thing. Where can the dust alight? The Absolute is pure. What need is there to dust it off? Chapter 8. Sudden and Gradual. Commentary. Sudden refers to the immediate understanding of a principle. You may be suddenly enlightened to a principle, but until you have been certified as one who is fully enlightened, you still must cultivate that principle gradually by putting it into practice in everyday life. Sutra. While the Patriarchs were staying at Nan Temple in South Tzu, the great Master Hsuan was at Yutran Temple in Qingnan. At that time, the two schools flourished, and everyone called them Southern Neng and Northern Xiao. So it was that the two schools, Northern and Southern, were divided into sudden and gradual. As the students did not understand the doctrine, the master said to them, "The Dharma is originally of one school. It is people who think of north and south. The Dharma is of one kind, but people understand it slowly or quickly. Dharma is not sudden or gradual. Rather, it is people who are sharp or dull. Hence the terms sudden and gradual." Nonetheless, Shen Xiu's followers continually ridiculed the Southern Patriarch, saying that he couldn't read a single word and had nothing in his favor. But Shen Xiu said, "He has obtained the wisdom without the aid of a teacher and understands the supreme vehicle deeply. I am inferior to him. Furthermore, my master, the fifth Patriarch, personally transmitted the robe and Dharma to him, and not without good reason. I regret that I am unable to make the long journey to visit him, as I unworthily receive state patronage here. But do not let me stop you. Go to South Tzu and call on him." Commentary. You all remember Shenxiu, the great master who was obsessed with the deadly ambition to be a patriarch. He was an intelligent man, and yet he couldn't cut off his desire for the patriarchate. In the south, the Sixth Patriarch taught the sudden Dharma to a flourishing assembly of over 1,000 pupils. Shenxiu in Jingnan was busy teaching gradual Dharma to an even larger crowd of over 10,000 pupils. Originally, Shenxiu had about 200 followers, but every day more and more people came. However, everyone knew that the fifth patriarch had transmitted the robe and bow to Huineng in the south. In spite of the fact that Shenxiu had been teaching master under the fifth patriarch and was extremely well educated, he did not have the transmission. Still, Shenxiu's disciples advertised him as a sixth patriarch and finally even sent an assassin to try to kill the master and seize the robe and bow. Because of the division into northern and southern schools, students of the way did not know where to turn. Should they study with the sixth patriarch? He was illiterate, and sometimes his teachings seemed to contradict the scriptures. On the other hand, Shenxiu didn't have the robe and bow. Seeing their dilemma, the master said, "There is only one Dharma. People may come from the north or south, but there is actually only one non-dual Dharma door. Intelligent people understand it all of a sudden, and stupid people came to understand it gradually, but the Dharma itself is neither sudden nor gradual." Still, Shenxiu's men constantly made fun of the sixth patriarch. "Hey, look at him," they said. "He can't even read. The southern school disciples are following an illiterate. That is perfectly ridiculous. What could they possibly learn from him?" Thus they slighted the patriarch and his disciples, saying that they were ignorant, not having even one doctorate among them. Shenxiu said, "Don't talk like that. He is an enlightened man. He has obtained wisdom through his own effort without the aid of a teacher, and has a thorough grasp of the supreme vehicle. Frankly, I am not as good as he is. I do not possess his enlightened wisdom. Our teacher, the fifth patriarch, passed the wonderful mind-sealed Dharma on to him, and for a good reason. It was no accident." Shenxiu was a national master. He and Masters Laoan, Zhi Xian, and Fao Zhu were among the fifth patriarch's 10 great disciples. As they had received invitations to the Emperor Palace from Empress Wu Saitian, they received state patronage. Shenxiu told his disciples, "I can't get away as I receive state art here, but don't let me stop you. You may go to South Tzu and call on the great master." Actually, Shenxiu was just testing his disciples to see whether or not they would go. He said that the sixth patriarch had more virtue than he, but what he really meant was, "If you believe in me, you won't leave, even though he has more virtue, but if you don't believe, you will go as soon as I tell you to leave. Go." No one went. Sutra. One day Shenxiu told his disciple Zhi Cheng, "You are intelligent and very wise. You may go to Tao Tzu on my behalf and listen to the Dharma. Remember it all and take careful notes to read to me when you return." As ordered, Zhi Cheng proceeded to Tao Tzu and joined the assembly without saying where he had come from. The patriarch told the assembly, "Today there is a Dharma thief hidden in this assembly." Zhi Cheng immediately stepped forward, bowed, and explained his mission. The master said, "You are from Yushan. You must be a spy." "No," he replied, "I am not." The master said, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Before I confessed, I was, but now that I have confessed, I am not." The master said, "How does your master instruct his followers?" Zhi Cheng replied, He always instructs us to dwell in the mind contemplating stillness and to sit up all the time without lying down. The Master said, to dwell with the mind contemplating stillness is sickness, not dhyana. Constant sitting restrains the body. How can it be beneficial? Listen to my verse. When living, sit, don't lie. When dead, lie down, don't sit. How can a set of stinking bones be used for training? Churchon bowed again and said, your disciples studied the way for 9 years at the place of great Master Hsuan, but obtained no enlightenment. Now hearing one speech from the High Master, I am united with my original mind. Your disciples' birth and death is a serious matter. Will the High Master be compassionate enough to instruct me further? Commentary. Churchon was a good disciple to Shen Xiu, one of his favorites. You may represent me at Tao Su, Shen Xiu said. I cannot go. If I were to go personally, Hui Neng would surely recognize me and not speak the Dharma. Write down everything he says without getting one word wrong. Then bring back your notes and read them to me. When Churchon asked for instruction at Tao Su, he didn't say where he was from. I've been here and there, he said, beating around the bush. That day, there were several thousand people gathered to hear the Dharma. The Sixth Patriarch announced, everyone should be careful. There is a Dharma thief hidden in the assembly. Churchon pushed his way through the crowd, bowed to the Master's feet, and said, I confess I'm a spy. Shen Xiu sent me here. The Master explained the Dharma to Churchon. Contemplating stillness is a kind of occupational disease, he said. It is not dhyana, as to constant sitting in meditation. This is a mere constraint on the body. What is the principle behind it? When you eat, just eat. When you sleep, just sleep. Don't lock yourself up. Shen Xiu was just working on his stinking skin back. He didn't know how to work in the self-nature. That is sickness. The Sixth Patriarch worked naturally in the self-nature, and he spoke this verse to say, you sit up when you are alive. You lie down when you are dead. Your body is a bone bag composed of 4 elements. Why not work on the self-nature instead? To dwell with the mind contemplating stillness contradicts the principle of the Dharma Sutra, which tells us to produce that thought which is nowhere supported. The Sixth Patriarch spoke this verse to break Churchon's attachment to marks. Shen Xiu taught people to dwell with the mind contemplating stillness, and the Sixth Patriarch said that that was wrong. Nonetheless, if you can do it bit by bit, you will gain benefit. If you always sit and do not lie down, although it is not very natural, it will assist your body and mind in cultivation. Then, why did the Sixth Patriarch object to these practices? It was because Churchon had just come from Shen Xiu, and it was necessary to break his attachments before he could probably receive the genuine Buddha Dharma. In cultivation, you should not be attached to your work and think, look at me, I really work hard, constantly sitting and never lying down. Such thoughts will obstruct your progress. If the mind dwells, it is attached. In order to be united with the original wisdom of the self-nature, you must produce that thought which is nowhere supported. As the Dharma Sutra says, the Sixth Patriarch gave Churchon his teaching in order to break his attachments. If you can constantly sit and feel natural and unforced doing so, then go ahead, but do not force yourself. Force is not the way. You should work naturally. Good, you say, then I don't have to follow the rules. This does not mean that you can ignore the rules. If you lie down when people sit and sit when they lie down, you are not in accord with the Dharma and are just trying to show that you think you are special. In general, you must follow the rules and be natural with yourself as well. But being natural does not mean that you can break the rules. Is this clear? Churchon had studied 9 years with Shen Xiu. How many years have you studied here? 1 year, and you think that is a very long time. Cultivators may study for 10, 20, or 30 years with great effort. You can't graduate in just a few months. As soon as the Sixth Patriarch spoke, his principles entered Chu Cheng's heart like water flowing into water. Thus, like milk mixing with milk. There was not the slightest difference between them. The Patriarch's heart is my heart, said Chu Cheng, and my heart is the Patriarch's heart. I am suddenly united with the original mind because our minds are fundamentally one and the same. But I do not know when I will die, Chu Cheng continued, and I do not know when I will be born again. This matter of birth and death is most pressing. Please be compassionate and help me understand. Sutra. The Master said, I have heard that your Master instructs his students in the dharmas of morality, concentration, and wisdom. Please tell me how he defines the terms. Chu Cheng said, Great Master Shen Xiu says that morality is abstaining from doing evil, wisdom is offering up all good conduct, and concentration is purifying one's own mind. This is how he explains them, but I do not know, High Master, what Dharma of instruction you use. The Master said, If I said that I had a Dharma to give to others, I would be lying to you. I merely use experience to unite bonds and falsely call that samadhi. Your Master's explanation of morality, concentration, and wisdom is truly inconceivably good, but my conception of morality, concentration, and wisdom is different from his. Commentary. I don't have any dharmas at all, said the Sixth Patriarch. I'd be cheating you if I said that I did. I have no special dharma to give to people. For each individual, I use an appropriate teaching to unite his bonds. To unite bonds means to break attachments. The attachments of living beings bind them up. I just untie the bonds and set them free of their attachments. Fundamentally, his teaching has no name whatsoever, but it is hypothetically called samadhi. Thus, my view of morality, concentration, and wisdom is special. It is not the same as Shen Xiu's. Sutra. Chu Cheng said, There can only be one kind of morality, concentration, and wisdom. How can there be a difference? The Master said, Your Master's morality, concentration, and wisdom guide those of the great vehicle, whereas my morality, concentration, and wisdom guide those of the supreme vehicle. Enlightenment is not the same as understanding. Seeing may take place slowly or quickly. Commentary. When you become enlightened, in that moment of enlightenment, you attain your aim. Understanding, on the other hand, is a gradual process. Thus, perception may be sudden or gradual, faster or slow. Sutra. Listen to my explanation. Is it the same as Shen Xiu's? The Dharma which I speak does not depart from the self-nature. For to depart from the self-nature in explaining the Dharma is to speak of marks and continually confuses self-nature. You should know that the functions of the 10,000 dharmas all arise from the self-nature, and that this is the true morality, concentration, and wisdom. Listen to my verse. Mind ground without wrong, self-nature morality. Mind ground without delusion, self-nature wisdom. Mind ground without confusion, self-nature concentration. Neither increasing nor decreasing, your vira. Body comes, body goes, the original samadhi. Commentary. When I speak the Dharma, said the Sixth Patriarch, I never stray from the self-nature. When you stray from the self-nature, you become attached to marks and confuse the self-nature. All dharmas are composed of the substance of the self-nature and respond with unlimited function. Now listen to this. Mind ground without wrong, self-nature morality. The mind is like a piece of ground. Whatever you plant in, it grows there. If you plant a good cause, you reap a good result in the future. If you plant a bad cause, you reap a bad result. When the mind ground contains no thoughts of greed, malice, envy, or selfishness, it is without wrong thoughts, and that is the morality of the self-nature. Master Hsuan Hua said that morality is to abstain from evil. That is almost the same as the Sixth Patriarch's instructions to clear the mind ground of wrong thoughts. But Hsuan Hua gave morality another name, calling it the abstention from evil. While the Sixth Patriarch spoke of the morality of the mind ground, the morality of the self-nature, mind ground without delusion, self-nature wisdom. When your mind ground is free of delusion, the conduct you offer can be extremely good, just as Hsuan Hua instructed. But Hsuan Hua merely passed out names. He did not speak of morality, concentration, and wisdom in terms of the self-nature and the mind ground. Do not plant the causes of stupidity in the mind ground. That is the self-nature's wisdom. Mind ground without confusion, self-nature concentration. When it is without confusion, the mind is purified. Hsuan Hua's instructions to purify the mind did not relate concentration to the self-nature, whereas the Sixth Patriarch always spoke the Dharma from the mind ground. His Dharma arose from the self-nature and did not come from outside. Hsuan Hua spoke about external Dharmas and was attached to marks. In other words, Hsuan Hua spoke from outside the mind. The Sixth Patriarch spoke from within. Neither increasing nor decreasing, you are Vara. The brilliant light of the self-nature illuminates everything. It is miraculous, profound, and all-inclusive. The self-nature neither increases nor decreases. It is your very own indestructible Vara. Body comes, body goes, the original Samadhi. You go away, you come back, and you're in Samadhi all the time, standing, sitting, walking, and lying down. Sutra. Hearing this verse, Chu Cheng regretted his former mistakes and he expressed his gratitude by saying this verse. These 5 hips are a body of illusion. And what is illusion? Ultimately, if you tend toward true suchness, the Dharma is not yet pure. Commentary. The 5 skandhas are not real. The body, too, is false, merely a combination of the 4 elements. Knowing this, you should not attach so much importance to it by looking for good food, good clothes, a nice place to live, and a good wife or husband. How do the 4 elements combine to form your body? The earth is a hard part of your body. The skin, nails, bones, and muscles. Tears, mucus, saliva, and excrement are the water, and your body heat is the fire. The circulatory and respiratory systems are the wind. After you die, the body decomposes and the earth returns to the earth, the water to the water, the fire to the fire, and the wind to the wind. But where do you go? You don't know, do you? You are studying the Buddha Dharma just to understand this question. The body then is nothing but a transformation of the 5 skandhas and the 4 elements. And what ultimately is this illusion? If you tend toward true suchness, the Dharma is not pure yet. For you have not arrived at the root substance and you have not returned to purity. Why? Because you still have the thought, I'd like to go back to true suchness. If you have even one thought, you cannot penetrate the basic substance, because the basic substance functions independently and freely without obstruction. There is no grasping or rejecting it, no thinking of this or that. Sutra. The master approved, and he said further to Chu Cheng, your master's morality, concentration, and wisdom exalt those of lesser faculties and lesser wisdom, while my morality, concentration, and wisdom exalt those of great faculties and great wisdom. If you are enlightened to your self-nature, you do not set up in your mind the notion of body or of nirvana or of the liberation of knowledge and vision. When not a single Dharma is established in the mind, then the 10,000 Dharmas can be established there. To understand this principle is to achieve the Buddha's body, which is also called body, nirvana, and the liberation of knowledge and vision as well. Those who see their own nature can establish dramas in their minds and not establish them as they choose. They come and go freely without impediments or obstacles. They function correctly and speak appropriately, seeing all transformation bodies as integral with the self-nature. That is precisely the way they obtain independence, spiritual powers, and the samadhi of playfulness. This is what is called seeing the nature. Commentary. You're right, said the master, and your verse is not bad at all. You should know that my morality, concentration, and wisdom are not the same as Shenxiu's. His teaching is for a pupil of lesser wisdom. Here the master describes the pupil of great wisdom for whom his teaching is intended. They have awakened to the self-nature, he said, and they don't even entertain the notion of bodhi, nirvana, or the liberation of knowledge and vision. None of these dharmas exist for them, not a single thing remains. Not one dharma established, 10,000 dharmas are empty. Because such people do not set up the notion of a single dharma, they can set up the 10,000 dharmas. Although not a single dharma exists, the 10,000 dharmas are present all the same. If you understand this principle, you may become a Buddha on the spot. Then you may call it bodhi, nirvana, or the liberation of knowledge and vision. You may call it anything you like, but first you must understand it. If you don't understand it, you can't call it anything at all. People of genuine enlightenment who have understood the mind and seen the nature can establish dharmas or not establish them. They come and go without obstruction. You say, I'm this way too. If I want to come to the Buddhist lecture hall, I come. If I want to go, I go. You're wrong. The Sixth Patriarch was speaking of freedom over life and death. With this kind of freedom, if you want to live, you live. If you want to die, you can die any place, any time, like the third Patriarch Tan, who died of his own will, hanging by one hand from a tree. That's why I often say to you, everything's okay. If you are master of this, you hold the power of life and death in your hands. Live or die as you please, no one can stop you. Freedom to come and go is not like your coming and going from the Buddhist lecture hall. People who see the nature, function correctly and speak appropriately, seeing all transformation bodies as integral with the self-nature. They don't need to think, they just speak, but they always speak with principle. If someone asks you about the heavens and you reply, on earth there are mountains and rivers, or if they ask, what is a horse? And you say, oxen have two horns, you're just confusing the issue and going against common sense. People who see the nature obtain independence just like Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. The spiritual powers that they obtain are the six spiritual powers. The heavenly eye, the heavenly ear, the knowledge of others' thoughts, the knowledge of former lives, the knowledge of the extinction of outflows, and psychic power. One who has obtained the samadhi of playfulness sings, but not like other singers. He eats, but not like other people. For example, he may say, lunchtime, let's eat, and then run to the table and eat every morsel of food inside. Then he'd say, the food is still in the kitchen. When everyone looks in the kitchen, the food is still there. He didn't really eat it after all. That is a lot of fun. Sutra. Chu Cheng asked the master further, what is meant by not establishing? The master replied, when your self-nature is free from error, obstruction, and confusion, the prana is present in every thought, contemplating and shedding illumination. And when you are constantly apart from the dhyana marks and are free and independent, both horizontally and vertically, then what is there to be established? In the self-nature, in self-enlightenment, in sudden enlightenment, and in sudden cultivation, there are no degrees. Therefore, not a single Dharma is established. All Dharmas are still extinct. How can there be stages? Chu Cheng made obeisance and attended on the Master day and night without laziness. He was a native of Taiho in Chuzhou. Commentary: when there is nothing in your self-nature which is obstructive or confused, what is there to be established? Confusion means upside down. You should not think that if your hand points to the earth, it is upside down, and if you raise it above your head, it is right side up. There is actually no such thing as upside down or right side up. Prajna is present in every thought, contemplating and shedding illumination. Similarly, the Master said earlier, you should know that the self-nature constantly generates wisdom. Further, you should be separate from any attachment to Dharma marks, and then you will be free to come and go. Vertically, if you want to jump, jump. Horizontally, if you want to move sideways, go ahead. Ascend into the heavens or plunge into the hells. Visit the Western paradise or the Eastern crystal azure world. You can go anywhere and always be in accord with Dharma. So what Dharma is there to be established? That is why the Master says that not a single Dharma is established. You should enlighten your self-nature by yourself. If you are enlightened immediately, you will cultivate immediately, and there will be no question of sudden and gradual stages of progress. Therefore, no Dharmas are established. All Dharmas are empty, marked with still extinction. How can you arrange them in stages according to number 1, number 2, and so on? Hearing the Master's instruction, the former spy defected and was converted to the Master's teaching. He changed his mind and reformed his conduct. That is called going straight. He did whatever the Patriarch told him to do, no matter how difficult, because he knew that the Sixth Patriarch had become a Patriarch by doing bitter work, threshing rice at Huang Mei for over 8 months. He thought, I have an Bhikshu Sutra. Bhikshu, a native of Jiangsu, had the family name Chang and the personal name Xing Chang. As a youth, he was an itinerant warrior. When the school split into the northern and southern, although the two leaders had lost the notion of self and other, the disciples stirred up love and hate. The disciples of the northern school secretly set up Shen Xiu as the Sixth Patriarch, fearing that the country would hear of the transmission of the robe. They hired Xing Chang to assassinate the Master. But the Master had the power of knowing the thoughts of others. He knew of this matter in advance and set 10 ounces of gold on his chair. That night, Xing Chang entered his room, intending to kill him. The Master just stretched out his neck. Xing Chang swung the blade 3 times, but could not harm him. Commentary: neither Shen Xiu nor the Sixth Patriarch had thought of self or others, but their disciples agitated, stirring up thoughts of love and hate in people. More specifically, Shen Xiu's disciples did the agitating, denouncing the Southern Patriarch as illiterate and incompetent. The Sixth Patriarch's disciples really believed in him. You can't talk that way about our teacher, they said. He has obtained wisdom without the aid of a master. It never occurred to the Sixth Patriarch's disciples that they should kill Shen Xiu, but Shen Xiu's disciples were jealous and wanted to kill the Sixth Patriarch. They knew that the rope and bowl were in the south. The rumors flew that Hui Neng would do anything, homicide, manslaughter. Why, in the old days he was a confident man and now he's pretending to be a patriarch. How absurd! Others said he used to be a poor firewood gatherer in the mountains. What talent could he have? The people in the south have made him their leader, but it's only talk. They did everything they could to ruin him. At Huang Mei, everyone knew that he was a barbarian. He doesn't know anything at all. Shen Xiu had several thousand men behind him, even though he did not have the rope and bowl. They each wanted to be the seventh patriarch, and without a father, how can there be a son? With Shen Xiu as the sixth patriarch, the seventh patriarch would surely be one of them, but they didn't dare make the news public because it was all too obvious that the position rightly belonged to Hui Neng. Tang Dynasty Buddhism was extremely complex. Xing Chang's family name had been Chang, but after he left home, the master named him Chu Chua. As a boy, he robbed from the rich and gave to the poor, always fighting for the underdog. His martial skills were outstanding. Light and limber, they could leap 20 feet in the air in a single bout. They called him Flying Cat Chang because he ran so fast and with such agility that he could break into your house without a sound, just like a cat. Not only could this cat walk silently, he could fly, but you won't find this nickname in any of the history books. You would have to have been there. Having unsuccessfully tried to capture the master by burning off the mountain behind Nan Hua Temple, Shen Xiu's men decided to hire an assassin to kill the master and steal the rope and bowl. The Sixth Patriarch could read minds, and so he was expecting his visitor. He put some gold on his chair and waited until midnight, when the skies black and Xing Chang came creeping up the stairs, down the hall, and into his room. Was this a tense situation or not? What do you think the master did? He just stretched out his neck, and although he didn't say anything, he thought, "Go ahead and swing your sword. Come on, kill me." This is called sticking your neck out. Xing Chang was oblivious to the master. He was determined to carry out orders and had nothing on his mind but murder. "I don't care if you're a bhikshu, an arhat, or even a patriarch. I'm going to kill you," he said. Swinging the master's neck, he swung 3 times and nothing happened. Now, just what do you think this means? Sutra, the master said. A straight sword is not bent. A bent sword is not straight. I merely owe you gold. I do not owe you life. Xing Chang fell to the ground in fright. After a while, he came to and begged for mercy, repenting of his error and vowing to leave home. The master gave him the gold and said, "Go, I fear that my followers will come to take revenge. Change your appearance and return another day, and I will accept you." Commentary, the master said, "A straight sword is not bent. That is, the straight sword is of the proper Dharma cannot be harmed by Devan Dharma. The Devan cannot defeat the right. The right always overcomes the Devan. You may have the sword, but you can't harm me with it. I merely owe you the gold which I borrowed in a past life." The master said, "I don't owe you my life because I never killed you." It was all too much for Xing Chang, and he fainted. When he came to, the master talked with him for a long time. "Why did you want to kill me?" he asked. "It wasn't my idea," said Xing Chang. "They told me that you were a scoundrel and thief and a hunter. They said that you were nothing but a firewood gatherer who was pretending to be a patriarch. Hearing this, I felt it was my duty to kill you, but now I know that it was wrong. Why, if you had no virtue, my sharp sword would have sliced your head right off. Having met you, I realized that the offense of the world are of no great interest. Please let me leave home and bow to you as my teacher. The master said, Here, take this gold and go quickly. My disciples are fond of me, and they would kill you if they found out about this. Go somewhere else and leave home. When you return, I will teach you and transform you. Sutra. Xing Trang received his orders and disappeared into the night. Later, he left home under another bhikshu, received the complete precepts, and was vigorous in practice. One day, remembering the master's words, he made the long journey to have an audience. The master said, I have thought of you for a long time. What took you so long? He replied, The High Master once favored me by pardoning my crime. Although I have left home and although I practice austerities, I shall never be able to repay his kindness. May I try to repay you by transmitting the Dharma and taking living beings across? Your disciple often studies the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, but he has not yet understood the principles of permanence and impermanence. I beg the High Master to be compassionate and explain them for me. The Master said, Impermanence is just the Buddha nature, and permanence is just the mind discriminating good and evil dharmas. High Master, your explanation contradicts the sutra text. Xing Trang replied. The Master said, I transmit the Buddha's mind seal. How could I dare to contradict the Buddha sutras? Xing Trang replied, The sutra says that the Buddha nature is permanent, and the High Master has just said that it is impermanent. It says that good and evil dharmas reaching even to the body mind are impermanent, and the High Master has just said that they are permanent. This contradiction has merely intensified your students' doubts and delusion. The Master said, Formerly I heard Bhikshuni Wu Qinzang recite the Nirvana Sutra. When I commented on it, there was not one word or principle which did not accord with the sutra text. My explanation to you now is not different. Xing Trang replied, Your students' capacity for understanding is superficial. Will the High Master please explain further? The Master said, Don't you understand? If the Buddha nature were permanent, what use would there be in speaking of good and evil dharmas? To the end of an end, not one person would produce the Buddha mind. Therefore, I explain it as impermanent. That is exactly what the Buddha explained as the meaning of true permanence. Commentary. The Buddha explained the Buddha nature as permanent to those attached to impermanence, and he explained it as impermanent to those attached to permanence. If you say that the Buddha nature is permanent, what good and evil dharmas remain for discussion? Living beings would have all become Buddhas long ago. Why should one bother to speak the Dharma to them in order to take them across? If the Buddha nature is permanent, everyone would be a Buddha, and there would be no need to cultivate. So, the Master said, You see that my explanation of the Buddha nature as impermanent is exactly what the Buddha meant when he spoke of permanence. Sutra. Furthermore, if all dharmas were impermanent, all things would have a self-nature subject to birth and death, and the true permanence nature would not pervade all places. Therefore, I explain it as permanent. That is exactly what the Buddha explained as the meaning of true impermanence. Commentary. Basically, the Buddha nature is neither permanent nor impermanent. That is the ultimate principle of the middle way. Then why did the Sixth Patriarch say that it has impermanent? Why did he say that the mind which discriminates good and evil was permanent? He did it to cure Xing Trang of his attachments. Once you are rid of attachments, you do not need the Buddha Dharma. The Sixth Patriarch took advantage of an opportunity to heal Xing Chang, but he wouldn't necessarily have explained it the same way to everyone. Sutra, it was for the sake of common people and those who belong to other religions, who cling to different views of permanence, and for all those who follow the two vehicle way, mistaking permanence for impermanence, formulating the 8 perverted views that the Buddha in the ultimate Nirvana teaching destroyed their prejudiced views. He explained true permanence, true bliss, true selfhood, and true purity. Commentary. Common people and non-Buddhists cling to false permanence. Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas mistake permanence for impermanence. These two groups each have 4 perverted views, making 8 in all. Common people and non-Buddhists turn the 4 marks of conditioned existence upside down and say, 1. The suffering of conditioned existence is bliss. 2. Its impermanence is permanent. 3. Its impurity is pure. And 4. Its no self is self. The Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas turn the 4 virtues of Nirvana upside down and say, 5. The bliss of Nirvana is suffering. 6. Its permanence is impermanent. 7. Its purity is impure. And 8. Its self is no self. Sutra. You now contradict this meaning by relying on the words, taking annihilation to be impermanence and fixing on lifeless permanence. In this way, you misinterpret the last, subtle, complete, and wonderful words of the Buddha. Even if you read it 1,000 times, what benefit could you derive from it? Xing Chang suddenly achieved the great enlightenment and spoke this verse. To those who hold impermanence in mind, the Buddha speaks of the permanent nature. Not knowing experience is like picking up pebbles from a spring pond. But now, without an effort, the Buddha nature manifests. The Master did not transmit it, and I did not obtain a thing. The Master said, now you understand. You should be called Chur, breath of understanding. Chur thanked the Master, bowed, and withdrew. Commentary. Unless you understand that the Buddha's Dharmas are expedient devices, you might as well collect rocks from the bottom of a pool. You are useless. Hearing the Master's instruction, Xing Chang returned to the source and went back home. Suddenly enlightened, he understood his mind and saw his nature, but his enlightenment was not given to him by the Sixth Patriarch, and his attainment was actually no attainment. He simply opened up to his own inherent wisdom. The Master gave him certification, saying, now that you are truly enlightened, I give you the name Chur. Bhikshu Shen Hui. Sutra. A young boy 13 years old named Shen Hui, who was from a cow family in Xiangyang, came from Yutruan to pay homage. The Master said, though knowing one's journey must have been difficult, did you bring the original with you? If you have the original, you should know the owner. Try to explain it to me. Shen Hui said, I take non-dwelling as the original and seeing as the owner. The Master said, this Ramanara imitates the talk of others. Shen Hui then asked, when you sit in Chen, High Master, did you see or not? The Master hit him 3 times with his staff and said, when I hit you, does it hurt or not? He replied, it both hurts and does not hurt. The Master said, I both see and do not see. Shen Hui asked, how can you both see and not see? The Master said, what I see is the transgression and error of my own mind. I do not see the right, wrong, good or bad of other people. This is my seeing and not seeing. How can you say it both hurts and does not hurt? If it does not hurt, you are like a piece of wood or a stone. But if it does hurt, you are just like a common person and will give rise to hatred. Your seeing and not seeing are two extremes, and your hurting and not hurting are production and extinction. You have not even seen your nature, and yet you dare to ridicule others. Commentary: Hsuan Hua was an exceptional child, precocious and brilliant. He forgot his body for the sake of the Dharma. He could tell at a glance that Shen Xiu didn't have the genuine Buddha Dharma. He set out for the Sixth Patriarch's place, 1800 miles distant. His shoes fell apart, and the ropes and slivers of glass on the road cut into his feet, but he continued to walk, tearing up his robe to bandage his bleeding feet and acting as if there were no pain at all. When the great master saw him, he knew that he had undergone much suffering. "Good knowing advisor," he said, "your journey must have been difficult. Did you bring the original with you? Have you attained your original face or not? Do you recognize your original face? If you have the original, you should know the owner. If you have the original, the Buddha nature, and if you have understood your mind, seen your nature, you should know the owner. The owner is the Buddha nature. Tell me about it." But this unruly child has a mind of his own. "I take not dwelling anywhere as my original face," he said, "and my seeing nature as the host." The Sixth Patriarch said, "You're just imitating the talk of other people. You pretend to know what you do not know, to understand what you do not understand, and to see what you do not see. This is nothing but verbal Zen. It is not an expression of the self-nature." Hsuan Hua had a lot of gold. When the High Master sits in meditation, he asked, "Does he see or not?" This child was wide and difficult to teach. The Patriarch, not being an ordinary person, gave no ordinary answer. He hit Hsuan Hua with his staff and shouted, "Does that hurt?" It is not known whether the child was afraid or whether he cried or not. Hsuan Hua said, "It both hurts and does not hurt." The Master said, "I both see and do not see." "How can this be?" said Hsuan Hua. "I see my own mistakes," said the Master. "I keep an eye on my evil false thinking and immediately put a stop to it. I do not see the faults of others, others' evil, others' obsessions, others' conditions, others' transgressions." Students of the Buddha Dharma should take note of this. See your own errors, not those of other people. Don't be like a watchdog watching someone else's door. The dog doesn't have anything of its own, and so it watches over other people's things. Don't be critical and don't gossip. See and do not see. "I see and do not see," said the Master. "But how can you both hurt and not hurt? If you don't hurt, you are just like a rock. If you do hurt, then you catch fire and get angry and afflicted, just like an unenlightened common person. Seeing and not seeing are two extremes, and hurting and not hurting are dharmas of production and extinction. You haven't even seen your nature, and yet you have the nerve to come here to talk down to me." Sutra. Hsuan Hua bowed, apologized, and thanked the Master. The Master continued, "If your mind is confused and you do not see, then ask a good knowing advisor to help you find the way. If your mind is enlightened, then see your own nature and cultivate according to the Dharma. You yourself are confused and do not see your own mind, and yet you come to ask me whether or not I see. If I see, I know it for myself, but is that of any help to you in your confusion? In the same way, your seeing is of no use to me. Why don't you know and see it for yourself instead of asking me whether or not I see?" Hsuan Hua bowed again, over 100 times, seeking forgiveness for his error. He served the Master with diligence, never leaving his side. Commentary. The Master said, "Hsuan Hua, if your mind is unclear and you cannot see the nature, then ask a good knowing advisor to teach you how to work at cultivation. If your mind is enlightened and you have understood the mind and seen the nature, then you should cultivate according to Dharma. You haven't even seen your original mind, and yet you come to ask me whether or not I have seen it. If I've seen it, that's my own business, of no use to you in your deluded condition. If you've seen the nature and obtained the original face, that's of no use to me. Why not turn the light around and reverse the illumination to find out whether you've seen your own mind or not? Isn't that better than asking me, what difference does it make whether I've seen it or not? After that, Shen Hui was really sorry. Why had he been so incorrigible? Did he really have no conscience? His questioning of the Patriarch was like trying to sell novels to Confucius, or going to home a Blue Pan, China's first engineer and foremost carpenter, to do remodeling. He begged for forgiveness, saying, I'm just a kid. I don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Please don't hold it against me. From then on, Shen Hui waited on the master. Following along everywhere, the master went to give lectures on the sutras and speak about the Dharma. Sutra. One day the master addressed the assembly as follows. I have a thing, it has no head or tail, no name or label, no back or front. Do you all know what it is? Shen Hui stepped forward and said, it is the root source of all Buddhas, Shen Hui's Buddha nature. The master said, I just told you that it had no name or label, and you immediately call it the root source of all Buddhas. Go and build a thatched hut over your head. You're nothing but a follower who pursues knowledge and interpretation. After the master's extinction, Shen Hui went to Qinglu, where he propagated the Tao Su Sudden teaching. He wrote the Xian Sung Chu, which circulated widely throughout the land. He is known as Dhyana Master Hua. Commentary. Everyone shut their mouths. No one said a word. Some of them didn't speak because they knew, and some didn't speak because they did not know. Seeing that no one was going to answer, Shen Hui jumped out from the assembly and said, I know what it is. It is the origin of all Buddhas, my Buddha nature. In the ranks of the Chen school, said the master, you're nothing but a scholar. You have no genuine understanding. In a way, the master's scolding was a compliment. It isn't easy to be a Chen scholar of the school of those who know and interpret. When the Sixth Patriarch died, Shen Hui went to the capital at Luoyang to spread the sudden teaching of the Chen school. He later wrote the Xian Sung Chu, a treatise on the northern and southern schools, which exposed Shen Xiu as a false pretender and proclaimed the southern patriarch Hui Neng as the real Sixth Patriarch. The recipient of the Buddha's mind seal. Had Shen Hui not written this book, Shen Hui came to be known as Hua, which is the name of the place where he went to live. Sutra. The master saw many disciples of other schools, all with evil intentions, gathered beneath his seat to ask him difficult questions. Pitying them, he said, students of the way, all thoughts of good or evil should be completely cast away. What cannot be named by any name is called the self-nature. This non-dual nature is the real nature, and it is within the real nature that all teaching doors are established. At these words, you should see it for yourselves. Hearing this, they all made obeisance and asked him to be their master. Commentary. Not only did Shen Xiu's party want to model the great master, but those of other sects, such as the consciousness-only school, came to ask the master difficult questions. Which came first, they would ask, the Buddha or the Dharma? Where does the Buddha Dharma begin? They had many questions. The Sixth Patriarch said, If you can speak the Dharma, then is the first Buddha, then the Dharma. If you can listen to the Dharma, then is first the Dharma and then the Buddha. The Buddha Dharma comes from the minds of living beings. On this occasion, he saw that the crowd was full of spies and would-be assassins. Cultivators should not hold thoughts of good or evil, he said. What cannot be named by any name is called the self-nature. The self-nature is non-dual. It is also called the real nature, the real mark. Within it, all schools and sects are set up. It's not enough just to talk about it. However, you must understand and immediately give proof to the state of no mark. Hearing these words, the assembly realized that all their thoughts had been bound up in good and evil, and they were greatly ashamed. They bowed down before him and said, "From now on, we'll be different. Please, great master, be our teacher." Chapter 9. Proclamations. Sutra. On the 15th day of the first month, during the first year of the Shenlong reign, AD 705, Empress Tian and Emperor Chongzong issued the following proclamation. We have invited Masters Hui An and Shen Xiu to the palace to receive offerings so that we may investigate the one vehicle in the leisure time remaining after our married duties. The two masters have declared, saying that in the south there is Dharma Master Hui Neng, who was secretly transmitted the robe, and Dharma of the great Master Hung Chen, who now transmits the Buddha's might seal. We now send Chamberlain Xian Chen with this invitation, hoping that the Master will remember us with compassion and come to the capital. The Master sent back a petition pleading illness, saying that he wished to spend his remaining years at the foot of the mountain. Commentary. The 9th chapter is entitled Proclamations. Wu Zetian was an empress during the Tang Dynasty. She believed in the Buddha, but she wasn't very orthodox. In fact, she would do anything, but she believed in Buddhism, and so she invited all the high monks to the palace to receive offerings. Her son, Emperor Chongzong, reigned only a short time before the empress had him exiled to Luling to be king there, so that she could take the throne. A proclamation was a letter from the emperor. When ordinary people received a proclamation, they bowed to it as a gesture of respect to the emperor. But people who have left home don't do this, of course. Wishing to study the one Buddha vehicle, the sudden teaching Dharma door, the empress invited Masters Hui An and Shen Xiu to come to the palace to receive offerings, but they refused. "We do not have enough virtue," they said. "You should invite Hui Neng. He has received the 5th Patriarch's robe and bowl and is a true transmitter of the might seal." The empress took the two masters' advice and invited the 6th Patriarch to the capital Chang'an. The invitation was brought by a chamberlain, that is, by an official of the inner court. The chamberlain, Xian Qian, was untouched. Untouched began serving Chinese emperors during the Han Dynasty. The 6th Patriarch wrote back, "I am very ill." Actually, he wasn't ill at all. This was merely an expedient device because the 6th Patriarch did not wish to visit a ruler. More specifically, she did not wish to visit an empress. It would have been against the rules. Wu Zetian knew nothing about moral precepts, and she didn't follow any rules. But the 6th Patriarch couldn't say, "You're an empress and I am a patriarch and I don't have to visit you." So he said, "I'm old and sick." Sutra. Xi Qian said, "The virtuous Dharma masters at the capital all say that to master the way, one must sit in dhyana meditation and practice concentration for without dhyana concentration, liberation is impossible. I do not know how the Master explains this Dharma. The Master said, the way is awakened to from the mind. How could it be found in sitting? The Diamond Sutra states that to say that Tathagata either sits or lies down is to walk a deviant path. Why? The clear pure dhyana of the Tathagata comes from nowhere and goes nowhere and is neither produced nor extinguished. The Tathagata's clear pure sitting is the state of all dharmas. Being empty and still, ultimately there is no certification, even less is there any sitting. Commentary. For an illiterate, the Master was quite intelligent. He answered, you awaken to the way from within your mind. You can't just sit there. You have to understand the principles of the Buddha Dharma and be enlightened to them. The enlightenment is understanding and the sitting is practice. Practicing without understanding is stupid. Understanding without practice is nothing but intellectual zen. You must understand and practice. Don't just sit for several decades without even understanding the principle of enlightening your mind. The Master added, since ultimately there is nothing to be attained or certified to, why be attached to sitting in meditation? Sutra. Sixth said, when your disciple returns to the capital, their majesties will surely question him. Will the High Master please to be compassionate and instruct me on the essentials of the mind so that I can transmit them to the two palaces and to students of the way of the capital? It will be like one lamp setting 100,000 lamps burning, making all the darkness endlessly light. The Master said, the way is without light or darkness. Light and darkness belong to the principle of alternation. Endless light has an end, too, because such terms are relative. Therefore, the Vimalakkhati Sutra says, the Dharma is incomparable because it is not relative. Sixth said, light represents wisdom and darkness represents affliction. If cultivators of the way do not use wisdom to expose and destroy affliction, how can they escape from the birth and death that have no beginning? The Master said, affliction is body. They are not true and not different. One who uses wisdom to expose and destroy affliction has the views and understanding of the two vehicles and the potential of the sheep and deer carts. Those of superior wisdom and great rules are completely different. Xiaqian said, what are the views and understanding of the great vehicle? The Master said, the common person sees light and darkness as two, but the wise person comprehends that their nature is non-dual. The non-dual nature is the real nature. The real nature does not decrease in common people, nor increase in worthy sages. In afflictions it is not confused, and in dhyana concentration it is not still. It is neither cut off nor permanent. It does not come or go. It is not inside, outside, or in the middle. It is not produced or destroyed. The nature and mark is thus it permanently dwells and does not change. It is called the way. Commentary. Sixth wished for instruction on the essentials of the principle of using the mind to seal the mind. He said that the Patriarch was like a lamp, setting 100,000 lamps burning in the capital, bright, limitless light. The Master said, you shouldn't see light and darkness as different, or affliction and body as different. Affliction and the enlightenment nature are one. Shravakas and practical Buddhas destroy affliction by means of wisdom, but Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are completely different from them. Ordinary pupils see understanding and ignorance as two, but wise people know that the essence they are one, not two. that non-dual nature is the real nature instead of confusion. The real nature is not confused. In dhyana concentration, it is not still, it is both still and moving. It both moves and is still. The nature and mark are both thus. We call it the way. Sutra, Hsuan said, how does your explanation of the self-nature is neither produced nor destroyed differ from that of other religions? The Master answered, as non-production and non-extinction are explained by other religions. Extinction ends production, and production reveals extinction. Their extinction is not extinction, and what I call production is not production. My explanation of non-production and non-extinction is this: originally there was no production, and now there is no extinction. For this reason, my explanation differs from that of other religions. If you wish to know the essentials of the mind, simply do not think of good or evil. You will then enter naturally the clear, pure substance of the mind, which is deep and permanently still, and whose wonderful abilities are as numerous as the sand grains in the Ganges River. Commentary: other religions see production and extinction as two. They say that extinction puts an end to production and that production reveals extinction. Their explanation is not the ultimate one. As I explained the terms, originally there was no production, and so now there is no extinction. The Master continued, if you would like to know about the wonderful mind transmission Dharma, the essential points of the mind ground Dharma door, I will tell you, simply do not think of good or evil. Then you will spontaneously understand the true principle and enter into the pure substance of the mind. The mind substance is deep and constantly pure and still. Although it is always still, within its true emptiness, there is wonderful existence, and its wonderful abilities are innumerable. Sutra, Hsuan received this instruction and was suddenly greatly enlightened. He bowed, took leave, and returned to the palace to report the Master's speech. That year, on the 3rd of the 9th month, a proclamation was issued in praise of the Master. It read, the Master has declined our invitation because of old age and illness. He cultivates the way for us and is a field of blessings for the country. The Master is like Vimalakkhati who pleaded illness in Vaishali. He spreads the great fruit widely, transmitting the Buddha mind and discoursing on the non-dual Dharma. Hsuan has conveyed the Master's instruction, the knowledge and vision of the Tathagata. It must be due to accumulated good acts, abundant blessings, and good roots planted in former lives that we now have met with the Master when he appears in the world and have suddenly been enlightened to the Supreme Vehicle. We are extremely grateful for his kindness, which we receive with bowed heads, and now offer in return a Mona robe and crystal bowl as gifts. We order the magistrate of Shaozhou to rebuild the temple buildings and convert the Master's former dwelling place into a temple to be called Koan, Kanchi's kindness. Commentary: Hsuan returned to the capital and submitted a written report to the Empress which set forth the principles the Master had discussed with him. The palace then issued a statement in praise of the Master, saying he was the highest master in the nation and one of unexcelled cultivation. They said that the Sixth Patriarch was like the layman Vimalakkhati who was sick in Vaishali. The Master propagates the great fruit, the Mahayana Buddha Dharma, and transmits the Buddha mind, the mind seal of all Buddhas. At Nan Hua Temple, he espoused the non-dual Dharma door, saying that production and extinction are one, and the nature and marker are not two. His knowledge and vision are that of the Buddha. We must have done a lot of good things in past lives in order to meet the Master now and suddenly awaken to the wonderful principle of the Supreme Vehicle. We bow to his teaching every day and hold it respectfully above our heads. They offered the Master an expensive robe made of Korean cloth, which had been sent as tribute to the Empress. It was a patchwork robe with a Buddha image embroidered on each part. Some say that the Empress embroidered them herself. Chapter 10 Final Instructions Sutra. One day the Master summoned his disciples Fa Hai, Chư Cheng, Fa Ta, Shen Hui, Chư Chang, Chư Tung, Chư Chua, Chư Tao, Fa Chen, Fa Ju, and said to them, "You are not like other people after my passage into extinction. You should each be a master in a different direction. I will now teach you how to explain the Dharma without deviating from the tradition of our school. First, bring up the 3 classes of Dharma doors, and then use the 36 pairs of opposites so that, whether coming or going, you remain in the Bodhi mandala. While explaining all the Dharmas, do not become separated from the self-nature. Should someone suddenly ask you about a Dharma, answer him with its opposite. If you always answer with the opposite, both will be eliminated, and nothing will be left, since each depends on the other for existence." Commentary. One day the Master called his room-entering disciples together for a talk. They are called room-entering disciples because they had received the transmission of the Master's Dharma and were therefore permitted to enter his room. The first of the 10 was Fa Hai. You remember him. He edited the Sixth Patriarch Sutra and was a great disciple. He put his name at the head of the list here because, no matter what, he had to be number 1. Chư Cheng was the Dharma thief who later reformed and joined the Master. Fa Ta was the arrogant bhikshu who had read Lotus Sutra over 3,000 times but couldn't bring himself to put his head on the ground before the Master even once. Shen Hui was a 13-year-old child who had talked back to the Master. There was also Chư Chang, Chư Tung, and Chư Chua, also known as Flying Cat Chang, Chư Tao, Fa Chen, and Fa Ju. These were the Master's 10 great disciples. The Master said, "You 10 men should each be a master teacher in a certain direction and receive offerings there from humans and gods. I will now teach you how to spread the Dharma without straying from the tradition of our sudden enlightenment Dharma door teaching." In speaking the Dharma, the Master went on, "The most important thing is to base your speech on the self-nature. How does one do this? Suppose someone asks you a question about the Buddha Dharma. Whatever his principle may be, is bound to have an opposite. You should answer him with the opposite Dharma. For example, coming and going are relative concepts. Without a coming there is no going. Without a going there is no coming. Coming is the prerequisite of going, and going can only result from coming. Since the opposites depend upon each other for existence, ultimately they both will be cast out, cancelling each other out so that nothing is left behind. There will be no coming and no going, for there will be no place left to go." Sutra. The 3 classes of Dharma doors are the hips, the realms, and the entrances. The 5 hips are form, feeling, perception, impulses, and consciousness. The 12 entrances are the 6 sense objects outside, forms, sounds, smells, tastes, tangible objects, and objects of the mind, and the 6 sense organs within, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The 18 realms are the 6 sense objects, the 6 sense organs, and the 6 consciousnesses. The self-nature is able to contain all dharmas. It is the store enveloping consciousness. If one gives rise to a thought, it turns into consciousness, and the six consciousnesses are produced, which go out the six organs and perceive the six sense objects. Thus, the 18 realms arise as a function of the self-nature. If the self-nature is wrong, it gives rise to 18 wrongs. If the self-nature is right, it gives rise to 18 rights. Evil functioning is that of a living being, while good functioning is that of a Buddha. What is the functioning based on? It is based on opposing dharmas within the self-nature. Commentary: the self-nature includes all dharma doors, and so it is called the star enveloping consciousness. This is the eighth consciousness, which may be transformed into the wisdom of the great perfect mirror if you give rise to thinking and considering. The star enveloping consciousness turns to the seventh consciousness, which in turn produces the six consciousnesses, which go out the six organs and perceive the six sense objects. If you use the self-nature correctly, it is the Buddha use, but if you misuse it, you are just a living being. How do the different usages arise? They come from the opposites within the self-nature. Sutra: external insentient things have five pairs of opposites: heaven and earth, sun and moon, light and darkness, yin and yang, and water and fire. In speaking of the marks of dharmas, one should delineate 12 opposites: speech and dharmas, existence and non-existence, form and formlessness, the marked and the unmarked, the presence of outflows and the lack of outflows, form and emptiness, motion and stillness, clarity and turbidity, the common and the holy, membership in the Sangha and membership in piety, old age and youth, the largeness and smallness. From the self-nature, 19 pairs of opposites arise: length and shortness, deviance and orthodoxy, foolishness and wisdom, stupidity and intelligence, confusion and concentration, kindness and cruelty, morality and immorality, straightness and crookedness, reality and unreality, danger and safety, affliction and bodhi, permanence and impermanence, compassion and harm, joy and anger, generosity and stinginess, advance and retreat, production and extinction, the Dharma body and the form body, the transformation body and the reward body. The Master said, if you can understand and use these 36 pairs of opposites, you can connect yourself with the dharmas of all the sutras and avoid extremes, whether coming or going. When you act from your self-nature in speaking with others, you are separate from external marks while in the midst of them, and separate from inward emptiness while in the midst of emptiness. If you are attached to marks, you will add to your wrong views, and if you grasp at emptiness, you will increase your ignorance. Commentary: opposite means mutually dependent and mutually opposed. 19 opposites arise as a function of the true suchness self-nature. For example, if there was no long, there would be no short. Long is the opposite of short, and short is the opposite of long. Long and short are relative terms, and between them is the middle way. Kindness bestows happiness and is the opposite of cruelty. Morality and immorality are opposites. Morality is the practice of all good actions and the absence of all evil. Compassion pulls living beings out of suffering and is the opposite of harmfulness. Generosity means giving. If you can give, you are not stingy. The Dharma body pervades all places and is the opposite of the form body. Sutra: those who grasp at emptiness slander the sutras by maintaining that written words have no use. Since they maintain they have no need of written words, they should not speak either, because written words are merely the marks of spoken language. They also maintain that the direct way cannot be established by written words, and yet these two words not established are themselves written. When they hear others speaking, they slander them by saying that they are attached to written words. You should know that to be confused as there may be permissible, but to slander the Buddha Sutras is not. Do not slander the sutras, for if you do, your offense will create countless obstacles for you. One who attaches himself to external marks and practices dharmas in search of truth, or who builds many Buddha mandalas and speaks of the error and evil of existence and non-existence, will not see its nature for many ends. Listen to the Dharma and cultivate accordingly. Do not think of the 100 things, for that will obstruct the nature of the way. Listening without cultivating will cause others to form their own views. Simply cultivate according to the Dharma and do not dwell in marks when bestowing it. Commentary. People who are attached to emptiness say that they don't need anything at all. They say that it isn't necessary to study the sutras. They say that they don't use written words. Everything's empty. They say don't use words. Words are nothing but an attachment to marks. If that is so, then nobody should even speak, because written words are simply the visible manifestation of spoken language. They also say the direct mind is the Buddha mandala. Do not set up written words, but unless you quit speaking altogether, you still have language, and the phrase do not set up is itself made up of words. Your own confusion is your own business. The master adds that do not slander the Buddha Sutra. You should refrain from thinking, for if you do, you fall into a useless down kind of emptiness. You should cultivate in the way I have instructed you. Do not become attached to appearances. Sutra. If you understand, then speak accordingly, function accordingly, practice accordingly, and act accordingly, and you will not stray from the basis of our school. If someone asks you about a meaning and the question is about existence, answer with non-existence. If you are asked about non-existence, answer with existence. Asked about the common life, answer with the holy life. Asked about the holy life, answer with the common life. Since in each case the two principles are interdependent, the mean of the middle way will arise between them. If you answer every question with an opposite, you will not stray from the basic principle. Suppose someone asked, "What is darkness?" You should answer, "Brightness is the cause and darkness is the condition." When there is no brightness, there is darkness. Brightness reveals darkness, and darkness reveals brightness. Since the opposites are interdependent, the principle of the middle way is established. Answer every question that way, and in the future you transmit the Dharma, transmit it the way I am instructing you. Then you will not stray from the tradition of our school. Commentary. If you answer every question with an opposite Dharma, you will deviate from the basic principle of the sudden enlightenment doctrine. Sutra. In the 7th month of the year Chengzu, the first year of the Taichu and Nan Hua reigns, ca. 712 AD, the master sent his disciples to Sintrou to build a pagoda at Hua Temple. He ordered them to hurry the work, and it was completed by the end of the summer of the following year. Commentary. During the cyclical year Chengzu, the rain was renamed twice. In the 5th month, it was changed from Taichu to Nan Hua. In the 7th month, the emperor abdicated in favor of his son, and in the 8th month, the reign was renamed Xianqian. Sintrou was the master's homeland. His disciples built a pagoda there so that the master's body might rest in it after his death. Sutra. On the first day of the 7th month, he gathered his disciples together and said, "In the 8th month, I wish to leave this world. Those of you with doubts should ask about them soon so that I may resolve them for you and put an end to your confusion, because when I am gone, there will be no one to teach you." Hearing this, Fa Hai and the others wept. Only Hsuan Hua was unmoved and did not cry. The master said, "Little Master Hsuan Hua has attained to the equality of good and evil. He is not moved by blame or praise and does not feel sadness or joy. None of the rest of you have attained that. All these years on the mountain, how have you been cultivating? Now you cry. Who are you worrying about? Are you worrying that I don't know where I'm going? I know where I'm going. If I didn't know, I wouldn't have been able to tell you about it in advance. No doubt you are crying because you don't know where I'm going. But if you knew, you wouldn't need to cry. Originally, the Dharma nature is not produced or extinguished. It does not come or go." Commentary. The great master rang the bell and beat the drum. The sound rang out, summoning all of his disciples to his side. "Pay attention," he said. "In the 8th month of this year, I am going to leave this world." Then here he is again, Fa Hai, number 1. He didn't even list the names of the other disciples. He just said Fa Hai and the others. They all wept. Their eyes ran with tears and their noses ran with snot, just like children who have lost their mother and have no milk to drink. Wah, wah. They cried like babies. Some of them cried in secret, some cried openly, and some faked tears, fearing it would be bad manners not to cry along with everyone else. There was both truth and falsehood in the situation. It was exactly like a play. But the youngest of the babies did not cry. Was it because he was too young to understand or care that he was about to lose his mother, or in this case his teacher? Was it that? No. Hsuan Hua was young in years but old in wisdom. He understood the principle of not moving in any state. Mencius was 40 years old before he reached that level with an unmoving mind. They praise, you are not pleased. They scold, you are not annoyed. They say you work hard, you are not moved. They say you're lazy, no matter what, you are not moved. However, when you are really being lazy and someone scolds you, you can't say, I have samadhi, he doesn't bother me at all. You must have a true unmoving mind, like that of little Hsuan Hua. The Sixth Patriarch called Hsuan Hua Little Master. In the first 10 years after taking precepts, one is called a Little Master or Junior Seated. From 10 to 20 years, one is a Middle Seated, and from 20 to 30 years, one is Senior Seated. Little Master Hsuan Hua is better than all of you, the Master said, because he doesn't have a discriminating mind. He has truly turned his consciousness into wisdom. Hsuan Hua was not moved by praise or blame. That Dharma Master does not cultivate. All he does is run after women. Criticism like that didn't bother him. He really works hard. Not only does he not sleep, he doesn't even lie down, and he only eats once a day, such austerity. Praise like that didn't affect him either. If you don't react, then people can slander you, but it's as if nothing happened. You're a pig, you may say, fine. You answer, I'm a pig, no problem. If you don't react, then they can praise you, and it doesn't matter either. You have both virtue and learning, they may say, but you pay no attention. If you are pleased when someone praises your learning, then you really have no learning at all. If you get angry when someone scolds you, you have been influenced by an outside state. To be unmoved by any state is to neither grasp nor reject, neither love nor hate. You can tell little Master Hsuan Hua that he is good, but he will not be happy. You can tell him he is bad, but he will not get angry. He has no thoughts of misery or delight. There truly is complete understanding of the middle way, rare indeed. You old ones, the Master said, you middle-aged ones, none of you passes, none of you has outwitted the fire. When anger sets you ablaze, You should think, wait a minute, then get angry. Then you wait and your anger disappears. That is called outwitting the fire. If you don't wait, the fire burns, but if you can wait, it will die out. When still is red hot, you can shape it into a vessel. But unless you wait for the fire to burn it red hot, you can't mold the metal. You haven't outwitted the fire. You have been on the mountain for so many years, said the master. What have you been doing all this time, huh? You hear that I'm going to complete the stillness and you cry like babies. You're all worthless. How have you been cultivating? By eating and sleeping? Are you upset because you think I don't know where I'm going? I will tell you something. I do know, of course I know. There is no reason for you to worry about me. I can take care of myself. No big, no small, no within or without. You cultivate, you understand, you make the arrangements yourself. Sutra. All of you sit down and I will recite a verse called the True False Motion Stillness verse. If you take it up and recite it, you will be of the same mind as I am. If you rely on it to cultivate, you will not stray from the true principle of our school. The assembly bowed and begged the master to recite the verse. There is nothing true in anything, so don't view anything as true. If you view anything as true, your view will be completely false. You can know what is true by yourself. Being apart from the false is the truth of the mind. When your mind is not apart from the false and lacks the truth, then where is the truth? Commentary. Now don't be nervous, the master said. Sit down and don't jump around. Don't cry right in front of me like that. Really, you are undisciplined disciples. Listen to my verse. It discusses the true and the false of the principles of motion and stillness. If you can understand it and bear it in mind, you won't deviate from the sudden teaching. Turn the light around, the master, said the master. Shine it inside your own self-nature and you can know the truth. To find your true mind is simply to separate yourself from all the false forms and images of this world. If there is no truth within your own mind, where will you find the truth? The truth is not apart from the self-nature. Apart from the self-nature, there is no truth. Sutra. Sentient beings understand motion. Insentient beings do not move. If you cultivate the work of non-movement, like insentient beings, you will not move. If you seek the true non-movement, in movement, there is non-movement. Non-movement is non-movement. But things without sentience, like the Buddha seed, fully able to discriminate among marks, but unmoving in the primary meaning. The very act of viewing in this way itself is the function of true suchness. Commentary. Do not seek on movement apart from movement, for it is just within movement that stillness can be found. All sentient beings move, but if you can be still while remaining sentient, that is true non-movement. If, as a sentient being, you are able to clearly distinguish the marks of all dharmas, not with your consciousness, but with wisdom, you can give proof through the attainment of the substantive principle of your self-nature and achieve the ultimate state that is true, proper non-movement. Sutra. I tell you, students of the way, apply your minds with effort and take care. At the gate of the great vehicle, do not grasp the wisdom and birth and death. If there is response at these words, then let us discuss the Buddha's meaning together. If there is no response, join your hands together and make others glad. The basis of this school is non-contention. Contention is not the meaning of the way, for in grasping at the Dharma doors of contradiction and contention, the self-nature enters birth and death. Commentary. You're face to face with the great vehicle, Buddha Dharma. Do not continue to grasp at your understanding. which binds you up in birth and death, are the kind of wisdom that is still attached to marks. If you can't understand what I'm trying to tell you, then put your hands together to please living beings. My school of sudden enlightenment is based on the cultivation of the patience of unproduced dramas. There should be no debating. When you argue with others, you lose the meaning of the way. Debating the thoughts of victory and defeat stand in contradiction to the way. Giving rise to the four-mark mind, how can samadhi be obtained? If you insist on arguing, your self-nature won't escape in the revolving wheel, giving rise to the marks of a self, others, living beings, and a life. You will certainly continue to undergo birth and death. Sutra. When the followers heard this verse, they understood its meaning and bowed down before the Master. They made up their minds to practice in accord with the Dharma and not to argue. Knowing that the great Master would not remain long in the world, the senior seated far high bowed again and asked, "After the High Master enters extinction, who will inherit the robe and Dharma?" Commentary. Far High never forgets himself. No doubt he wanted the robe and bowl for himself. Sutra. The Master said, since the time I lectured on the Dharma in the Nan Hua Temple, transcriptions of my lectures have been circulated. They are to be called the Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. Protect and transmit them in order to take humankind across. If you speak according to them, you will be speaking the orthodox Dharma. I will explain the Dharma to you, but I will not transmit the robe, because your rules of faith are pure and ripe. You certainly have no doubts and are worthy of the great work. According to the meaning of the transmission verse of the first Patriarch Bodhidharma, the robe should not be transmitted. His verse said, "Originally I came to this land, transmitting Dharma, saving living beings. One flower opens 5 petals and the fruit comes to bear of itself." Commentary. The students didn't have the tape recorders as we do, so they wrote down their notes with brush and ink and compared them among themselves. You should take good care of these lectures, the Master said. They are Dharma jewels. Print and distribute them, and so take living beings across. I know that you won't believe in me, and so I don't need to transmit the robe. Besides, the great Master Bodhidharma said that, beginning with the Sixth Patriarch, the robe should not be transmitted. He said, I originally came to China in order to transmit the right Dharma and take across all these confused living beings. From me, this one flower, in the future 5 petals, will open the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Patriarchs, and the fruit will come to bear of itself. That is, there will be no need to transmit the robe. Transmitting the Dharma will suffice. This is why the 5th Patriarch told the 6th Patriarch, as the robe is the source of contention, do not transmit it. Should you continue to transmit it, your life will hang by a thread. The fruit comes to bear of itself. You should know that the fruit which ripens in this line is just all of you who have taken refuge with me. The first character of your Dharma name is Kua, and it means fruit or result, so don't forget to repent. All of you should repent right away. Most importantly, don't be lazy. Bodhidharma gave you all predictions long ago. The 6th Patriarch himself said, the Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. They both knew that in the future there would be all of you disciples in America with the first name Kua fruit. The fruit they spoke of is just all of you. That fruit is you. You are that fruit. The Sutra, the Master added, all of you good knowing advisors should purify your minds and listen to my explanation of the Dharma. If you wish to realize all knowledge, you must understand the samadhi of one mark and the samadhi of one conduct. If you do not dwell in marks anywhere and do not give rise to hate or love, do not grasp or reject, and do not calculate advantage or disadvantage, production and destruction while in the midst of marks, but instead remain tranquil, calm, and yielding, then you will have achieved the samadhi of one mark. In all places, whether walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, to maintain a straight and uniform mind, to attain the unmoving Bodhimanda and the true realization of the Pure Land. That is called the samadhi of one conduct. Commentary: wash your minds clean, said the Master, and get rid of the greed, hate, and delusion. If you wish to realize all knowledge, you need to understand the samadhi of one mark, which consists in not dwelling in marks, and the samadhi of one conduct, which consists in not dwelling in conduct. The samadhi of one mark, whether you are in a good place or a bad place, whether moving or still, do not dwell in marks. While in the midst of marks, do not give rise to dislike or to fondness. Neither love nor hate should move the mind should not grasp or reject. If you have a thought of love, you will grasp at the object of your desire. The 12 conditioned causes say, love conditions grasping, grasping conditions existence. To reject means to cast away. If you hate something, then you reject it. Love and hate cause grasping and rejecting. Do not calculate advantage and disadvantage. If you think, what's in it for me, you are just being greedy, self-seeking, and impure. Do you understand? You should not have such thoughts. You should remain tranquil, with nothing at all to do, and calm like water without waves. No waves means no afflictions. No love, no hate, no grasping, no rejecting, no advantage, no disadvantage, no success, and no failure. You should be yielding like empty space. Take a look, everything comes from empty space, and yet empty space does nothing at all. It does not set itself up as boss and say, go be born, go die. Everything is born and dies within it, undergoing transformations in a most natural way without the slightest difficulty. Yield and be flexible. If you are flexible, then whatever happens just happens. That's the way it is. There is no greed, hatred, or delusion. There is nothing at all. With few ones, one is content, being without longing or self-seeking. It is no use to think, wait until my book gets published, I will be a famous scholar. You may want to do something strange to make the world take notice of you, but you should not have such ideas. You should decrease your desires, no matter what they are, and always be content. Knowing enough, you're always happy, able to be patient, you're at peace. If you can tranquil, calm, and yielding and have marks while in the midst of them, if you can transcend the dust while in the dust, just that is the samadhi of one mark. The samadhi of one conduct, no matter where you are, in a good place and a bad place, a wholesome place, an unwholesome place, a right place, a wrong place, walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, maintain a direct mind. The direct mind is the Bodhimandala. Students of the Buddha Dharma should not be devious. Be direct in your thoughts, words, and deeds. Speak your mind. Don't think east and speak west. The straight mind is the Bodhimandala. If the cause is not straight, the result will be crooked. Your mind should be uniform and of one purity. You who cultivate the way toward others, toward yourself, toward everything, be straightforward. Don't try to trick people out of their money. No matter how poor you are, if you borrow a little money and return it right away, you have not lost the virtue of a gentleman. But if you borrow and don't return it, your position is very low. Be an unmoving Bodhimandala with a straightforward mind, for that is the realization of the Pure Land, and is called the samadhi of one conduct. Sutra. One who perfects the two samadhis is like earth, in which seeds are planted, buried in the ground. They are nourished and grow. ripening and bearing fruit. The one mark and one conduct are just like that. I now speak the Dharma which is like the falling of the timely rain, moistening the great earth. Your Buddha nature is like the seeds which, receiving moisture, will sprout and grow. Those who receive my teaching will surely obtain Bodhi, and those who practice my conduct will certainly certify to the wonderful fruit. Listen to my verse. The mind ground contains every seed. Under the universal rain, they all sprout, flower, and feeling set in enlightenment. The Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. After speaking the verse, the Master said, Dharma is not dual, nor is the mind, and the way is pure and without marks. All of you take care not to contemplate stillness or empty the mind. The mind is basically pure and does not grasp or reject anything. Each of you work hard and go well in harmony with circumstances. At that time, his followers made obeisance and withdrew. Commentary. The timely rain falls just when it is needed. If it falls too soon, it may drown the crops, and if it comes too late, it may wither and die. They may wither and die. The Sixth Patriarch's Dharma is like the timely rain which moistens all of the great earth. Your inherent Buddha nature is like seeds which receive the moisture and flourish, ripening into Bodhi fruits. The Bodhi sprouts become Bodhi fruits. The Master went on, You who understand my doctrine are certain to obtain Bodhi. If you cultivate according to this method, you will surely obtain the wonderful Bodhi fruit. Now that I have spoken so much Dharma for you, you are probably all flustered. So pay attention while I speak this verse. Purify your minds. Your self-nature contains every seed. At the timely rain, they all sprout. When sentient beings suddenly enlighten, the flower opens, the fruit is ripened, and the Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. The wonderful fruit of Bodhi ripens of itself. Bodhidharma said the fruit comes to bear of itself, and the Sixth Patriarch said the Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. They were speaking of all of you who have the Dharma name Kuo, fruit. You should ripen throughout the world. All places should reap this fruit. What fruit? The Bodhi fruit. The Sixth Patriarch was afraid that you might have not understood, and so he spoke it very clearly. The Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. You should all repent on your own. I cannot help you. If you don't repent, you are just treating yourselves. So repent. Isn't this strange? The Dharma names all begin with the word fruit, and our school's transmission verse says also. Contemplating, cultivating the ever blissful fruit, personally transmitting the unconditioned teaching. In the future, all of you will personally transmit the unconditioned teaching. The Master went on, My sudden enlightenment Dharma door is not two, it is one. What is the one? It is just the sudden teaching. The mind is not two either, therefore it should return to the one. The way we cultivate is pure and without marks. Although it is without marks, don't make the mistake of contemplating stillness, because that is just another attachment. Do not loiter in dark emptiness either, because the mind of living beings is naturally and fundamentally pure. The original substance of the mind is pure and immaculate, without grasping or rejecting. Work hard, all of you, go forward and don't be lazy. Go where circumstances take you and build Bodhi mandalas. Be good, cultivate good conduct, and work hard. Sutra. On the 8th day of the 7th month, the Master suddenly said to his disciples, I wish to return to Central. Quickly ready a boat and was. The great assembly entreated him earnestly to stay, but the Master said, All Buddhas appear in the world and then are seen to enter Nirvana. This body of mine must return somewhere. The assembly said, "Master, you are leaving, but sooner or later you will return." The master said, "Falling leaves return to the root. There was no day on which I came." They further asked, "Who has received the transmission of the right Dharma I treasury?" The master said, "The one who has the way obtains it. The one without a mind penetrates it." Commentary. Patriarch said the assembly, "You are leaving now, but we can't believe that you will enter Nirvana. Sooner or later you will come back, won't you?" The master said, "Just as leaves fall and return to the root of the trees, I must go. Besides, there was no day on which I came." The Chinese text reads, "When I came, I had no mouth," but this is a misprint for the word day. However, you can also explain it as, "When I came, I had no mouth." On the day when the Patriarch came into this world, he had no mouth, that is, he had no words. He did not speak Dharma when he came, and he did not speak Dharma when he left. Coming and going, he did not speak Dharma. The Dharma does not increase or decrease, and although he spoke Dharma for so many years, he never spoke Dharma at all. There are no fixed dharmas. You can explain it any way you wish, as long as you are in accord with principle. But if you don't explain it correctly, you can explain your listeners right into the house, and that is taking the unfixed dharma too far. The Patriarch's disciples, unable to bear the thought of their master's imminent departure, tried to delay him with questions until the master, in exasperation, probably decided that they were just too much trouble. "I'm getting out of here," he probably thought. The right Dharma I treasury refers to the robe and bowl. So many disciples, and yet not one of them knew who had received the Dharma transmission. If they hadn't been greedy for it themselves, they wouldn't have asked this question. Why else would they be standing in the river and gazing out into the sea? If you weren't longing for the sea, why would you be standing there? Everyone thought the robe and bowl was extremely important, but the Sixth Patriarch was not a businessman. If he had been at $65 a transmission, he could have made a lot of money. Who got the transmission? The one who has the way obtains it. The one without a mind penetrates it. Whoever has no self-seeking mind understands my Dharma, because he has obtained the samadhis of the one mark and the one conduct. The Sixth Patriarch's Dharma is to be found in these verses and these principles, and if you cultivate according to them, you will obtain his Dharma. Sutra. They further asked, "In the future, there won't be any difficulties, will there?" The master said, 5 or 6 years after my extinction, a man will come to take my head. Listen to my verse. Offerings to the parents with a bowed head. There must be food in the mouth when the difficulty of man is met. The officials will be young and little. Commentary. Remembering the demonic difficulties which had beset the master during his lifetime, assassination attempts, arson, thievery, and spying, the master's disciples wondered what would happen when he was gone. I know that the sutra does not record all of the hardships the master underwent. There were at least 6 attempts made to steal the robe and bowl, and the thieves were armed and prepared to kill the master if necessary. So his disciples asked hopefully, "There won't be any difficulties like that in the future, will there? No one will want to kill us, will they? Will they try to kill us instead of you?" While he was alive, they tried to take his life. After his death, they tried to steal his head. In those days, it wasn't easy to be patriarch. It's not so difficult today. However, so don't retreat. The Sixth Patriarch's verse was a prophecy. No one understood it at the time, but later it came true. 5 or 6 years after the master's death, a Korean monk named Chin Pei hired Chen Chingman of Hongzhou to steal the Patriarch's head and bring it back to Korea so that he could make offerings to it. Chen Qingman was poor and hungry, and so he took the money because there must be food in the mouth. The Korean monk was no doubt very rich. At the time of the difficulty of Chen Qingman, the magistrate was named Liu Tian and the governor was named Yang Kan. The flesh body of the Patriarch was housed in the pagoda. Having heard the master's prediction, his disciples had bound his neck with a sheath of iron for protection. Chen Qingman chopped at it with his knife, but he wasn't able to remove the master's head. He made a lot of noise, and when the bhikshus came running to catch him, they saw a man wearing white mourning clothes run from the pagoda. The bhikshus reported the incident to the police, and within 5 days the thief was arrested and brought to Nan Hua Temple to be tried. "Why did you try to steal the Sixth Patriarch's head?" they asked. "A Korean monk paid me to do it," he said. "I was hungry, so I took his money." The magistrate turned to the master's disciple Ling Tao and said, "What do we do now?" Ling Tao said, "According to the law, he deserves to die, but in the Buddha's teaching there are no friends or enemies. Besides, the master predicted this would happen. Let him go. The Buddha's gate is indeed wide," said the magistrate, and he set the criminal free. Sutra. The master also said, 70 years after my departure, 2 bodhisattvas, one who has left home and one who is a layman, will simultaneously come from the east to propagate and transform. They will establish my school, build and restore monasteries, and glorify the Dharma for its heirs. Commentary. The bodhisattva who had left was Patriarch Matsu Tao Yi. He built many monasteries in China. It is said Matsu built the temples and Pang Chai wrote the rules. Pang Chai was Matsu's Dharma successor. The bodhisattva who had not left home was Pang Yun, the enlightened layman. His entire family was enlightened: wife, daughter, and son, and they all went to Nirvana. Layman Pang had been incredibly wealthy, but he built a big boat one day, put all of his money in it, and sailed out to sea and dumped it overboard. Some say that the 2 bodhisattvas are Dharma Master Hsuan Hua and layman Pei Xiu. Then you may explain it any way you like, as long as you pick 2 pupils, a monk and a layman. Layman Pang gave all his money as a gift to use for remodeling the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. He returned to his home and took up a lowly occupation, and in the midst of their bitter poverty, the Pang family cultivated the way. One day Mr. Pang sighed, it's hard, it's really just as hard as putting seeds on all the leaves of trees in the yard." "What do you know, old man?" said Mrs. Pang. "It's not hard at all. In fact, it's easy. It's easy because I find on the tip of every blade of grass the Patriarch's mind." She thought it was easy, and he thought it was hard. Then their little daughter came and disagreed with both of them. "It's not easy, it's not hard. I eat when I'm hungry and I sleep when I'm tired. There's nothing to it," she said. Although Mr. Pang was married, he and his wife were like good friends and did not carry on like ordinary men and women. As a consequence, they became enlightened. Lay people should all imitate their inconceivable purity. Sutra. The assembly made obeisance again and asked, "Will you please let us know for how many generations the teaching has been transmitted since the first Buddhas and Patriarchs appeared in the world?" The master said, "The Buddhas of antiquity who have responded to appear in the world are numberless and uncountable. Commentary: their number is incalculable, said the master. Besides, I never learned to read or write, and am not very good at arithmetic, so let's not count them. Sutra, but now I will begin with the last 7 Buddhas. In the past adorned and there were Vipassin Buddha, Shikin Buddha, and Vishvapu Buddha. In the present, worthy and there have been Karakushanda Buddha, Kana Kamuni Buddha, Kashyapa Buddha, and Shakyamuni Buddha. Commentary: in the adorned aeon, Alamkarakampa, 1,000 Buddhas appeared in the world. The 998th Buddha of that Kampa was Vipassin Buddha. His name means victorious contemplation, every kind of contemplation, victorious view, or every kind of view. If you just remember Vipassin Buddha, that will do for general purposes. Shikin Buddha. Shikin is translated as fire. Vishvapu Buddha was the last Buddha of the adorned aeon. We are now living in the worthy aeon, Bandrakampa, so called because many worthy sages will appear during it. Of the 1,000 Buddhas of this aeon, Karakuchanda Buddha was the first. His name means worthy of offerings because he should receive the offerings of humans and gods. His name also means adornment. The second Buddha was Kana Kamuni, the third Kashyapa, and the fourth Shakyamuni. These are the most recent Buddhas. Sutra: from Shakyamuni Buddha, the transmission went to Arya Mahakashyapa, Arya Ananda, Arya Stanakavasa, Arya Upagupta, Arya Daktaka, Arya Mikaka, Arya Vasumitra, Arya Buddhanandi, Arya Buddhamitra, Arya Pashva. Commentary: Shakyamuni Buddha, in the midst of the millions of humans and gods who were circumambulating him, picked up a flower, and Mahakashyapa, the first patriarch, had to smile. No one knew what was happening when Shakyamuni Buddha said, I have the right Dharma eye treasury, the wonderful mind of Nirvana, the real mark which is unmarked. This is the mind-to-mind transmission, transmitted outside the teaching. I have already given it to Mahakashyapa in mind-to-mind transmission. The third patriarch, the Venerable Sanakavasa, was born wearing clothes, and as he grew, his clothes grew along with him. After he left home under Arya Ananda, his clothes changed into a great Samgati robe. Just before he died, he said, this robe will not decay until Shakyamuni Buddha's Dharma is completely extinguished. The 10th Patriarch, Arya Pashva, lived in his mother's womb for more than 60 years. He was born with white hair and a white beard, just like Lao Tzu in China. Lao Tzu lived in his mother's womb for 81 years and was born with white hair and a long white beard. They named him Lao Tzu, which means old-tried, but he was actually a reincarnation of Mahakashyapa. He was reborn in China because Shakyamuni Buddha had noticed that the Chinese had good karmic roots. Most of them did not believe in the Buddha. However, so Mahakashyapa was sent to China to found the religion of Taoism, which is the same as the Brahman religion of India and which cultivates purity of conduct. Arya Pashva, the 10th Patriarch, was born with a liking for cultivation. When he met the 9th Patriarch, Buddhamitra, he left home and the Dharma door of the Buddha's mind seal was transmitted to him. Sutra: Arya Punyayashas Mahasattva Ashvagosha Arya Kapimala Mahasattva Nagaruna Arya Ganadeva Arya Rahulata Arya Sanghanandi, Arya Ayashata. Commentary. When the 11th Patriarch Punyayashas met Bhashva, he asked him, "How can I realize Buddhahood?" Bhashva said, "You wish to realize Buddhahood. It is just your present non-realization." Punyayasha said, "You say that my present non-realization is the Buddha, but how can I know that?" Bhashva replied, "How can you know that your present non-realization is not the Buddha?" With that question and that answer, Punyayashas became enlightened and received the Dharma transmission. Later on, he met the great master Yasvagosha, the 11th Patriarch. Mahasattva Yasvagosha was extremely intelligent. Punyayasha knew that Yasvagosha's conditions were ripe. He was ready to become the 12th Patriarch. When Punyayasha went to teach him, Yasvagosha asked, "How can I know the Buddha?" Punyayasha said, "You wish to know the Buddha, he is just your not knowing." Yasvagosha said, "Not knowing the Buddha, how can I know that my not knowing is the Buddha?" Punyayasha said, "If you do not know the Buddha, how can you know that your not knowing is not the Buddha?" Yasvagosha said, "So this is the meaning of sawing. You say this and I say that, and we hack at the principle like sawing through a piece of wood." Punyayasha replied, "So that is the meaning of wood. But what is the meaning of sawing?" Yasvagosha said, "It's just what you are, and what is the meaning of wood?" Punyayasha said, "You have just been sawed open by me. You have just been liberated by me." Yasvagosha was instantaneously enlightened. He left home, received the transmission, and became the 12th Patriarch. He was called Yasvagosha, horse cry, because when he spoke the Dharma, all the horses cried out. He was a Mahasattva, that is, a great being, a great Bodhisattva. Nagaruna Bodhisattva, the 14th Patriarch, is the one who went to the Dragon Palace and brought back the Avatamsaka Sutra. He was very, very wise. Sanghanandi, the 17th Patriarch, asked Yayashata, the 18th Patriarch, "How old are you?" The child replied, "I'm 100 years old." "But you're so young," said the Patriarch. "How can you be 100 years old?" "If I were 100 years old and did not understand the Buddha, I would not be as good as a one-day-old baby who did." Hearing such an intelligent answer, the 7th Patriarch let the child live the home life under him and later transmitted the Dharma to him. Sutra. Arya Kumarata, Arya Yata, Arya Vasubandhu, Arya Manohita, Arya Aklena, Arya Ariyasimha, Arya Vasyasita, Arya Punyamitra, Arya Prayinatara, Arya Bodhidharma, Great Master Hsuan Hua, Great Master Sơn San, Great Master Tao Tin, Great Master Hung Chen, and I, Hui Neng, am the 33rd Patriarch. Thus the transmission has been handed down from Patriarch to Patriarch. In the future, transmitted accordingly from generation to generation. Do not allow it to become extinct. The assembly heard and faithfully accepted what the Master had said, bowed and withdrew. Commentary. Ariyasimha, the 24th Patriarch, was a native of central India. In his practice of the Buddha Dharma, he traveled to Kashmir. The king of Kashmir did not believe in the Buddha, but instead followed two non-Buddhist leaders who were intent on destroying Buddhism. As bhikshus were not allowed within the country, the king demanded of Ariyasimha, "Have you ended birth and death?" Ariyasimha wanted to convert the king I have ended it, he answered. The Buddha's teaching says that practicing the Bodhisattva way, you must give up your head, your eyes, your brains, and your blood. You must give up whatever someone happens to need. Now I need your head. Give it to me. Since you have ended birth and death, you must give me your head. Can you do it? I don't even have birth or death, said Arya Simha. What does it matter if I lose my head? It's yours. Take it. The king sliced off Arisyoha's head, but instead of blood, a milky white fluid ran out of his neck. The king's arm fell to the ground. No one cut it off. It fell off by itself because he had murdered an arhat. The king then put the 2 leaders of the non-Buddhist religion to death, but there was nothing special about their executions. They bled just like everyone else. The king prohibited the non-Buddhist religion and spread the Buddha Dharma widely. Sutra. On the 3rd day of the 8th month of the year Kui Shou, the 2nd year of the Qian reign, AA 713, after a meal in Nan Temple, the master said, "Each of you take your seat, for I am going to say goodbye." Fa Hai said, "What teaching Dharma will the High Master leave behind so that confused people can be led to see the Buddha nature?" The master said, "All of you please listen carefully. If those of future generations recognize living beings, they will have perceived the Buddha nature. If they do not recognize living beings, they may seek the Buddha throughout many aeons, but he will be difficult to meet. I will now teach you how to recognize the living beings within your mind and how to see the Buddha nature there. If you wish to see the Buddha, simply recognize living beings, for it is living beings who are confused about the Buddha and not the Buddha who is confused about living beings. When enlightened to the self-nature, the living being is a Buddha. If confused about the self-nature, the Buddha is the living being. When the self-nature is impartial, the living being is the Buddha. When the self-nature is biased, the Buddha is a living being. If your thoughts are devious and malicious, the Buddha dwells within the living being, but by means of one impartial thought, the living being becomes a Buddha. Our minds have their own Buddha, and that Buddha is the true Buddha. If the mind does not have its own Buddha, where can the true Buddha be sought? Your own minds are the Buddha. Have no further doubts. Nothing can be established outside the mind, for the original mind produces the 10,000 dharmas. Therefore, the sutras say, the mind produced, all dharmas are produced. The mind extinguished, all dharmas are extinguished. Commentary. The great master instructed his disciples to take their seats. In Buddhism, everything has a fixed order. Those who take precepts first stand or sit in front of those who take them later. If you have held precepts for even 1 day longer, you sit in front. Once again, Fa Hai, number 1, heard that the Sixth Patriarch was going, and so he acted as spokesman. He was the oldest, so naturally he was higher than everyone else. What Dharma will you leave with us, High Master, so that we can teach the deluded ones of future generations to understand the mind and see the nature? The Master said, if you want to find the Buddha, you must look among living beings. If you recognize living beings, you recognize the Buddha nature. Why does never slighting Bodhisattva bow before everyone he meets? Because he knows that everyone is a Buddha. He will accomplish Buddhahood himself. If he saw everyone as a demon, he would become a demon. See the Buddha within your own mind. Don't seek him outside. If you wish to see the Buddha, you must first respect living beings and recognize them all as the Buddha. Then you've understood the mind and seen your nature. Confused living beings do not recognize the Buddha, but the Buddha recognizes living beings. If you are biased and continually pick at other people's faults, even if you are a Buddha, you turn into a living being. Living beings and the Buddha are a thought apart. Buddha is mind, mind is Buddha. Right thoughts are the Buddha, divine thoughts are the demon. Pure thoughts are the Buddha, divine thoughts are the demon. Take a look at your thoughts. If you can keep your mind clean, that is the real Buddha. Without a clear, pure, genuine Buddha mind, where can you go to find the Buddha? You'll never find him. The Buddha is made in your mind. Do not seek him outside. Nothing is separate from the self-nature. Nothing is separate from your own mind. The 10,000 dharmas are all produced from your mind, not from outside. The Buddha spoke all dharmas for the minds of living beings. If there were no minds, what use would dharmas be? Sutra. Now to say goodbye, I will leave you a verse called the Self-Nature's True Buddha verse. People of the future who understand its meaning will see their original mind and realize the Buddha way. The verse runs, the true suchness self-nature is the true Buddha. Devon views, the three poisons are the demon king. Commentary, the most important part of the Platform Sutra is this last verse. It explains everything extremely well. The Sixth Patriarch left it not just for the people of his day, but for us. Now, to cultivate according to its principles, he saw that you and I would be here listening. We all have a share, and we should cultivate according to this verse because we are all people of future generations, not animals. The animals of future generations will have to be reborn as people before they can have a share. The Sixth Patriarch spoke this verse for people, not animals. Animals who wish to become Buddhas must first be reborn as human beings. We should not lose this opportunity. The true suchness self-nature is the true Buddha. The self-nature is your mind. Your true suchness self-nature is also called the real mark, the Tathagata store, the Buddha nature, and your nature. True suchness is just your nature, which is the true Buddha. Devon views, the three poisons are the demon king. If you know the true Buddha, you should also know the demon king. The demon king is just your devon views. Greed, hate, and delusion, the three poisons. Greed for riches, greed for sex, greed for anything at all is nothing but poison. If, after you leave home, you are still greedy and self-seeking, that too is poison. If you scheme to get more disciples, that is poison. So you see, we have been here for a long time, and not many have taken refuge and become disciples. Those who take refuge must do it on their own. No one advises them. If I told you to take refuge with me, you might wonder if I had the right to be your teacher and good knowing advisor. I don't know myself whether I am a good knowing advisor, and so I do not go about it in this way. Sutra. At times of demon confusion, the demon king is in the house, but when you have proper views, the Buddha is in the home. Demon views, the three poisons produced within the nature, are just the demon king come to dwell in their house. Proper views casting out three poisons of the mind, transform the demon into Buddha, true, not false. Commentary, demon confusion is ignorance. Ignorance creates love and desire, and that is the demon king dwelling in your house. If you have proper views and not the wrong ones of greed, hate, and delusion, then your mind is pure and the Buddha is in the whole. The Buddha and the demon are both manifested from your nature. When you hold demon views, the three poisons arise and the demon comes to dwell in your house. What is your house? Your body. Proper views spontaneously expel the three poisons, and the demon immediately changes into Buddha. This principle is absolutely true. It cannot possibly be false. You need only hold proper views, and that is the Buddha. Improper views are the demon. Sutra. Dharma body, reward body, and transformation body. Fundamentally, the three bodies are one body. Seeing that for yourself within your nature is the body cause for realizing Buddhahood. The pure nature is originally produced from the transformation body. The pure nature is ever present within the transformation body. Once nature leads the transformation body down the right road, and in the future the full perfection is truly without end. Commentary, although spoken of as three, the clear, pure Dharma body, the perfect full reward body, and the 100,000 miras of transformation bodies are fundamentally one. The three bodies are simply transformations of your one body. This is called 3 in 1, 1 in 3. Your seeing for yourself, the true Buddha within your self-nature, is a cause for your future realization of Buddhahood. It is a seed of Buddhahood. Having planted the Bodhi seed, you will certainly reap the Bodhi fruit and become a Buddha. The clear, pure self-nature originally arises from the transformation body. Your pure self-nature, your pure Dharma body, is within your transformation body. In the future, your body's self-nature will be perfected, and the perfect full reward body will be truly inexhaustible. Sutra, the root cause of purity, is a lost nature. For once rid of lust, the substance of the nature is pure. Each of you within your natures abandon the 5 desires in an instant. See your nature, it is true. Commentary, everyone has a sexual desire, but you do not need to be afraid of it. In the Suragama Sutra, we read about Ushusma, the 5-head Vira, whose sexual desire was unbearably intense when he first began to cultivate, but he was able to discipline and temper the fire of lust, transforming it into the fire of wisdom and transforming himself into the 5-head Vira. The root cause of purity is a lost nature. Proper thoughts are the cause of purity in the nature, and deviant thoughts the cause of impurity. Therefore, cut off the nature of sexual desire, which means transform it. This certainly is not telling you to castrate yourself. That's not the answer. Just change your thoughts and make them pure in nature. You don't have to cut off sexual desire. Don't cut it off, transform it instead. Transform lust into purity, which is simply proper knowledge and proper views. The lust within the nature is simply deviant knowledge and deviant views. Once rid of lust, the substance of nature is pure. To get rid of lust means to transform it. You don't have to throw it away. All you have to do is transform it. You don't have to throw it away. All you have to do is change your thoughts and direct them to the pure nature. That is the clear, pure substance of the self-nature, the Dharma body. The 5 desires are for wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep. They may also be explained as forms, sounds, smells, tastes, tangible objects, and objects of the mind. In general, stay far away from them. Do not have deviant thoughts within your self-nature. Cultivate proper knowledge and proper views, and abandon the 5 desires. Once you leave the 5 desires, you can see the nature in an instant and obtain your own true suchness, wonderful nature. Sutra, if in this life you encounter the door of the sudden teaching, you will be suddenly enlightened to your self-nature and see the honor of the world. If you wish to cultivate and aspire to Buddhahood, you won't know where the truth is to be sought, unless you can see the truth within your own mind. This truth, which is the cause of realizing Buddhahood, not to see your self-nature, but to seek the Buddha outside. If you think that way, you are deluded indeed. I now leave behind the Dharma door of the sudden teaching to liberate worldly people who must cultivate themselves. I announce to you and to future students of the way, if you do not hold these views, you will only waste your time. Commentary, having encountered the sudden teaching of the Dhyana school, you may become instantly enlightened and understand your original mind and see your original nature. At that moment, you will personally meet the world-honored ones, the Buddhas of the 10 directions. You can see them all, unless you apply effort in the self-nature instead of looking outside. You will never find the genuine Buddha. Understand your mind and see your nature. That is the way to realize Buddhahood. If you do not turn the light around and seek within yourself, but run outside instead to look for the Buddha, you are being stupid, extremely stupid. You must cultivate the Dharma of sudden enlightenment on your own. Do not fail to cultivate. If you do not hold the notions expressed in this verse, you are wasting your time. You will never obtain the smallest advantage. Sutra. Having spoken the verse, the Master continued. All of you should take care. After my extinction, do not act with worldly emotion. If you weep in sorrow, receive condolences, or wear mourning clothes, you are not my disciples, for that is contrary to the proper Dharma. Simply recognize your own original mind and see your own original nature, which is neither moving nor still, neither produced nor extinguished, neither coming nor going, neither right nor wrong, neither dwelling nor departing. Commentary. The Master said, unlike common, vulgar, worldly folk, do not make an emotional display of your feelings. Don't behave like that. Don't weep tears like rain to irrigate the fields. My disciples have to obey me. If you do such things, not only are you not my disciples, but you are also contradicting the Buddha Dharma. Do not strike up false thinking. Don't fail to put it down. Don't fail to break through it. You must see through it, smash it, and put it all down. Then you can be free. If you are not supposed to mourn, then what should we do? The disciples wondered. Recognize your original mind. What is it like? It doesn't move and it isn't still. It doesn't come or go. It's not right or wrong, good or bad, black or white, long or short. It doesn't stay and it doesn't leave. It's neither here nor there. Work to see the self-nature, understand your mind, then you will not have wasted your time. Sutra. Because I am afraid that your confused minds will misunderstand my intention, I will instruct you again so that you may see your nature. After my extinction, continue to cultivate accordingly, as if I were still present. Should you disregard my teaching, then even if I were to remain in the world, you would obtain no benefit. He further spoke this verse, firm, firm, do not cultivate the good, high, high, do not do evil, still, still, cut off sight and sound, vast, vast, the mind unattached. Commentary. Firm, firm means not moving, thus unmoving, clear, clear, and constantly bright. Do not cultivate the good does not mean that you should not cultivate good. It just means that you should not be attached when you cultivate the good. Don't be like that greedy-minded ghost Emperor Wu who thought, look at all my merit. High, high means happy and cheerful, independent and content from morning to night. Do not do evil does not mean that you can think, I am not attached to doing evil, so it's no problem. Attached or not attached, you should not do evil. What is evil? Killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. Of the 10,000 evils, licentiousness is the worst. Do not walk down this road of death. Do not walk this road. Do not do evil. Still, still, cut off sight and sound. This state is peaceful, comfortable, and happy. Still, still, quiet, quiet. You cut off sight and sound by not producing devil thoughts at the gates of the six sense organs. It is all right to have proper thoughts, but cut off the devil ones. Cut off devil sights and sounds. For example, if people are speaking improperly, don't listen. Vast, vast, the mind unattached. This mind's capacity extends throughout the universe and fills up heaven and earth. It is high, great, broad, vast, limitless, and unbounded, and it is not attached anywhere. Sutra. After speaking this verse, the Master sat upright until the third watch, when suddenly he said to his disciples, "I'm going." In an instant he changed, and a rare fragrance filled the room. A white rainbow linked with the earth, and the trees in the wood turned white. The birds and the beasts cried out in sorrow. Commentary. The Master sat meditating with his disciples until the middle of the night, at 12 o'clock, when he said, "The time has come to go. See you all again." His energy was cut off and he no longer moved. He had entered Nirvana. He changed means that he moved to a new house. Who moved? The flesh body Bodhisattva. The forest turned white because the white rainbow light shone on it. You could also say that the trees knew the Master was dead, and so they expressed their grief by wearing the white clothes of mourning. All the animals on the mountain cried uncontrollably. Grass and trees seemed to be without feelings, but they put on mourning clothes. Birds and beasts ordinarily don't understand very much, but they showed forth a spiritual nature and wept. Sutra. In the 11th month, a dispute arose among the officials, disciples, Sangha, and laity of the three countries of Guangzhou, Shaozhou, and Xinzhou as to who should receive the true body. As they could not agree, they lit incense and prayed, saying, "The Master will be returned to the place indicated by the incense smoke." The smoke went directly to Cao Tzu, and so, on the 13th day of the 11th month, the reliquary and the transmitted robe and bowl were returned there. In the following year, on the 25th day of the 7th month, the body was removed from the reliquary, and disciple Feng Pian anointed it with the incense paste. Remembering the prophecy that his head would be taken, the disciples wrapped sheets of iron and lacquered cloth around his neck for protection, and then placed his body in the pagoda. Just then a white light appeared within the pagoda, shot up in the sky, and did not fade for 3 days. The magistrate of Shaozhou reported this to the emperor and received an imperial order to erect a stone tablet commemorating the Master's conduct in the way. The Master's springs and autumns were 76. The robe was transmitted to him when he was 24, and when he was 39 his hair was cut. For 37 years he spoke Dharma to benefit living beings. 43 men inherited his Dharma, and an uncountable number awoke to the way and overstepped a common lot. The robe of belief transmitted from Bodhidharma, the Mona robe, and precious bowl conferred by Imperial Chunzung, as well as the lifelike image sculpted by Fang Pian and other articles of the way, were entrusted to the attendant in charge of the stupa and were permanently retained at the Paolin Bodhimandala for the Bodhimanda's protection. The Platform Sutra has been transmitted to set forth the principles of our school, to glorify the Triple Jewel and to benefit all living beings. Commentary. Those from Guangzhou wanted to take the body to Fa Xing Temple. The Sixth Patriarch had his head shaved here. He should return here now to receive offerings. The Xinzhou people all said, "The Great Master is a native of Xinzhou. He should return there." And those of Shaozhou insisted that since the Patriarch had expounded his teaching there, he should not be returned to that place. While the Patriarch was alive, they had never quarreled over him, for he had been most independent. But now the Master had completed the stillness, and everyone felt as if they personally had the right to remove his body and make offerings to it. Wasn't the Sixth Patriarch originally from Xinzhou, and didn't the Master himself say, "Falling leaves return to the root"? But the Sixth Patriarch himself built Nan Hua Temple, said those of Shaozhou. He really should return there. The Patriarch left home in Guangzhou. He let his hair fall there, and his Dharma should all fall back to us. The text says that they could not agree, and that indicates that the situation was extremely grave. It was a crisis. Everyone was trying to take the body away by force. They argued and argued until one intelligent person said, "Stop! While he was alive, we obeyed the Master's instructions. Now that he has died, we should still listen to him. Let's ask the Master to decide." "But he's already dead," they said. "How can he tell us where he wants to go?" "The Master has great spiritual powers," he said, "and he knows all of our thoughts. It must displease him to see us here fighting over the right to make offerings to his body. Let's light some incense, and in whatever direction the smoke drips, that is where the Master wants to go. Then no one can argue about it." The smoke went straight to Nan Hua Temple, and there was nothing that the people from Guangzhou and Xinzhou could say. The lectures are now complete, and the Sutra has been explained. You have undergone much suffering, and I don't know whether you realized it was suffering or not. If you felt it was suffering, you're just a common person. But if you did not feel that it was suffering, then you're just a rock or a piece of wood. Well, was it suffering? As to my explanation, I don't know whether I explained well or badly, and I also don't know if you listened well or badly. Good and bad, get rid of them both. Explaining is just explaining, and listening is just listening. We have met because of a karmic affinity. We have heard the story of the Sixth Patriarch's life and of his cultivation of the way. You should not look for good or bad points, but look instead to see whether you believe. Advance down the right road and retreat from the wrong. You should cultivate according to the Dharma. Memorize the last verse of this sutra and recite it often. For if you reflect on its meaning, you will certainly realize Buddhahood. And don't discriminate as to whether I explained the sutra well or not. Just look to see whether or not you cultivate. If you cultivate, what is bad is good, but if you do not cultivate, what is good is bad. Now I'm going to ask you a question. The Sixth Patriarch was an illiterate, and illiterates cannot have much knowledge. How could someone who couldn't even read speak a sutra? What does this mean? Student, I think the sutra shows that you don't need a lot of scholarly learning in order to become enlightened. The sudden teaching is just the mind, realizing the mind, and we should do it. Who else has a view? This is a democracy. Speak up. Student, in the Sixth Patriarch's Dharma explanation, where could a word arise? Student, the principles contained in the sutra are so clear and out in front that every time I try to say something about them, I get tied up in dualism and feel hopelessly overwhelmed. Does anyone else have an opinion? Student, Master, when the Sixth Patriarch was about to enter Nirvana, he said, "See you later." Where is he now? He comes right from where you're speaking. Now, why was it that the Master never learned to read? During the time that the Sixth Patriarch, schools were not available to own, and to attend you had to have money. The Sixth Patriarch's family was extremely poor because his father was an honest official who never took bribes. As a boy, even getting food to eat was a problem for the Master. So of course he couldn't go to school. It was a question of environment then. He never learned to read because his family was poor and because schools were not available. But there is yet another reason. Why did the Sixth Patriarch choose to appear in a poor family? He did it to show us that even illiterates can realize Buddhahood and become patriarchs. Thus he raised the hopes of those who could not read. Seeing the Sixth Patriarch, everyone thought he never went to school, but he cultivated and obtained the fruit of the way. We can do it too. It is not the case that if you can't read, you can't cultivate. If you think only educated people can cultivate, you're holding a prejudice. The Sixth Patriarch appeared to cause us all to lay down such prejudices. As I see it, these are three reasons why the Sixth Patriarch never learned to read. There's one more thing you should recognize clearly about the Sixth Patriarch. He was not lazy. He always practiced Buddha Dharma. He became enlightened, and after his enlightenment, he spoke the Platform Sutra. Being able to read is just worldly knowledge. The Sixth Patriarch understood his mind, saw his nature, and opened up to his inherent wisdom. Because this sutra was spoken from the bright light of his wisdom, its value is incomparable. It is the same as sutra spoken by the Buddha, so do not take him lightly just because he couldn't read. The sutra is not complete, and after teaching it, I make that statement to verse of transference. May the merit and virtue accrued from this work adorn the Buddha's pure lands, repaying for kinds of kindness above, and aiding those suffering in the paths below. May those who see and hear of this all bring forth the resolve for Bodhi, and when this retribution body is over, be born together in ultimate bliss.